This is the payoff. Oh! This is the payoff. The This is the payoff.
Well, hello, good morning, and welcome. And you're watching live pictures of this beautiful drone shot view of the Isles of Lake Hancock. And for the first time, this site is host to the MasterCraft Pro for 2025. My name is Tony Lyford, alongside with Kyle Eade, and we're looking forward to some great skiing. And the conditions out there could not be better. Hardly a cloud in the sky. Water's as calm as you could ever hope to have it. And we're looking forward to some great competitive action out there on the water, not only in the slalom event, but also in the jump event, Kyle.
Yeah, for sure, Tony. Yeah, look at that picture there. Two idyllic lakes side by side, and beautiful conditions. The day looks sweet for some unreal competition. Men's slalom, women's slalom, and then into the jump later on this afternoon.
Indeed, indeed, and we're going to take a quick look at that schedule momentarily as we take a look and do a little wrap around of this lake here, where the competitive action will be taking place here at the 2025 MasterCraft Pro. As I said before, my name's Tony Lyford, and here on my side, and welcome back to Pro Water Skiing on this side of the Atlantic. We've had a pretty decent season on the Water Ski Pro Tour, having just arrived back from Georgia about a week or two ago, and preceded that with some great tournament action in places as far afield as Morocco and Portugal and Italy. Obviously, the World Championships are taking place in Italy as well. A great championship there covered by TWBC. And, yep. And we're down to our last couple of tournaments of the season. This being the first of them, MasterCraft Pro.
Yeah, we've had a busy summer. It's been fun sitting back here stateside, though, and watching all the action. Cruising around Europe. What some of your highlights, Tony?
Georgia, definitely.
Yeah.
It was a nighttime jump final, preceded by the slalom event. It was one of those strange places that you wouldn't ordinarily put on your wallet on your holiday to go to list, but was certainly glad that we went. And there was some unusual sights over there. We were very, very closer to the Black Sea, and got to experience that for the first time. And there's every indication that we will be making a return over there.
Oh, that's
possibly.
awesome. Yeah, no, good to see a new introductory event, and hopefully they continue. Obviously, the Worlds was a big one right before that. Some huge performances. Enjoyed watching that coverage here at home.
And we're going to see a few of those competitors that produced those performances. Likes of Hannah Straltsova, who won the women's jump competition. We saw Brandon Schipper, who just absolutely unloaded with a jump of 67.1 meters, 220 feet.
Speaking about highlights, Tony, was that one of them?
Oh yeah, that's going to be one of my highlights of the season.
Yeah.
Not only that performance in the jump, but the reaction after it as well. I mean, he was just on cloud nine.
Yeah, everybody saw that one. And, the performance was great, but his reaction and his interview after was classic, wasn't it?
Yes, indeed. Notwithstanding the 72-meter jump that was produced by Joel Poland to win the World Championship title at that same event and setting the European record at the same time.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, then. So looking down at the starting dock, men's slalom round one will be getting underway in under 10 minutes' time. We see the first of our competitors. That's going to be Camille Bamra from Morocco, and a big shout out to our Moroccan contingent and those watching there from the North African nation. We went there for the Royal Nautique Pro. And another event that we looked forward to on the calendar, and we'll be looking forward to returning next year, I believe.
Yeah, very good. And just looking down the running order here, we're starting off with Ben Lutz, then Camille, obviously. But we go into some big names pretty early on in this list. Some of the guys that maybe didn't travel to as many of the events are seeded out a little bit early. The likes of Stephen Neveu and Joel Poland will be up. Lucas Cornell as well in the first 6 skiers.
Yes, indeed, and I mean, we've got some great slalom in action, seeded early. But I mean, that was almost the case with the World Championship men's slalom final. You had to get at least halfway down 10.25 meters to make it through to the final. But there are so many of them tying for that score, and a couple on 4 afterwards, that it was just a crapshoot to determine who was gonna ski out there, and that appears to be the case here.
Well, the field's just so deep at the Worlds. There's guys in series sort of 4 that were running into 41 off, and you still got another 30-something slalom skiers after them, and they just had to sit and wait and see that the post big scores early on, and see what happened. That was huge. 3 at 41 it took to make the top 12, and one of the guys that just narrowly missed out was Joel Poland. He'll be off. I think he got a 2 1/4, wasn't it, at 41, and just was on the outside looking in. So he'll be up for some redemption here in the slalom event, and obviously things didn't go well for him in the tricks and the overall, but he killed it in the jump, and he'll be looking for a big slalom here. Obviously, this is the first time MasterCraft Pro has come to Isles of Lake Hancock, but they're no stranger to pro events. King of Darkness has been here for a number of years, and that's included slalom. Last year, to be honest, some of the best slalom scores of the year was right here at this lake. With the King of Darkness, Corey Vaughan going through 41. You remember the scores there? I think Joel Poland ran a 4.5 or 4:41. Really big scores in that preliminary round.
Yeah, indeed, and I get the feeling that between this tournament and the next one to come afterwards, I have a feeling that the skiers are definitely going to be trying their best to empty the tank a little bit as we draw a conclusion upon the season 2025.
Yep, for sure. I mean, there's always a little bit of a worry, like after you have a bit of a world's hangover after such a big event like the World Champs in Italy. Everyone's sort of peaking and aiming to ski well at that one. Some of the events afterwards are kind of, the training maybe takes a bit of a back seat to kind of slow down a little, but the performance, the conditions and the performance levels here are going to be huge.
All right, then. So that kind of gives you a little bit of a preview as to what's coming up. So make sure you grab your favorite chair, grab your favorite beverage, because we are about to throw down. This is the MasterCraft Pro for 2025, and when we return, we will be bringing on the first of our slalom skiers coming to you next, right after this.
They'll all tell you their boat's the best. We don't need to, because the moment you're behind the wheel of a MasterCraft, you'll feel it. Speaking of performance, watch this. In the boat, plush, premium, cool to the touch, plus the smartest tech and the smoothest ride. Because we're built to last, not just built to sell. You might call it bold. We just call it the standard. MasterCraft. Better every time.
All right there, so our boat is making its way up and down for its assimilation runs, and we're going to get ready to go very, very soon here at the 2025 MasterCraft Pro, and there is your schedule. Men's Slalom Round 1 will be our lead-off event, followed by the Women's Slalom Round 1, then we'll go into Women's Jump Round 1, then Men's Jump Round 1, and then we've got the LCQ rounds of women's and men's jump to round off the day's action. And there you see the format, best score of 2 rounds, top 8 advance out of the men's slalom in competition. And it took a pretty high clip yesterday in the pro event that happened here around about this time last year, right?
Yeah, definitely. We were just, during the break, having a look at some of the results from the King of Darkness, and 5 at 41. 5 at 41. There was a bit of a different format. They only took 12 invitation into that event. And there was several skiers that ran 5 at 41. One of them was Will Asher, and he did not make the top 4 to go into the head-to-head finals. So absolutely incredible performances. Dane Meckler, Joel Pollan both ran 4. Will Asher on 5, and they still didn't make that cut. So the conditions here, unreal. The boat is great. It's a MasterCraft Pro Star we're using this weekend. And typically at this tournament, MasterCraft Pro, some of the best slalom results we've seen. We see all year. There was a couple of years ago a runoff for the first for top place at 5 at 41, and then obviously with the results we saw here last year with several skiers, Corey Vaughan, one of them, running into 43, and John Travers, Will Asher, and I think it was Thomas de Gasperi running a 5 at 41. So huge scores in that preliminary round.
All right, our defending champion in this event, the MasterCraft Pro, is Dane Meckler, who won his I think it was his first pro event that he won last year.
Yep, that was the year of first wins, I guess you'd call it, last year.
Yeah, exactly.
A lot of guys sort of came out of the woodwork and posted got to the top of the podium.
B2.
So when we had, was it Lucas Cornell picked up the Grand Prix. We had Corey Vaughan taking his first win.
Yep, that was last year at the Oxfordshire.
Yep.
And let's see if we can find a skier here that could potentially climb out of the woodwork, that little turn of phrase there, and maybe post up a high finish, if not a win, in this event. But starting off on Bravo 2 with the zero-off system integrated into that MasterCraft Pro Star towboat, it's going to be Benjamin Lutz, and the minimum starting line length is going to be 13 meters or 32 feet off the standard 75-foot line.
All righty, here he comes. Our first skier on the water, Ben Lutz. 13 meters, 32 off. Getting a few shadows cast over him as he negotiates his way around number 2. Looking very smooth. This guy's doing it both events this weekend, slalom and jump, and an easy first pass for Ben.
All right there, so good skiing for Benjamin Lutz, getting through 13 meters, our first clear pass of these championships. And not a bad effort there to get round all 6, as we see the first look at our crew. Becky Lathrop, who is in the boat there judging, and Chris Eller is in the helm, and we most recently saw Becky Lathrop rather unusually at the European Under-21 Championships, pulling the skiers there in those championships. But I mean, she's been to that site at Vasserski Wien on many occasions, so a popular choice there.
Yeah, for sure. Becky loves this sport, and whether she's driving the boat or judging, facing the other way, she would rather be anywhere else. She would rather be in the boat and taking part. So we enjoy having her down to some of our events down at Fluid, and she's one of the best drivers in the country right now.
All right, so let's concentrate on and
we're talking Tony, about possible new winners. But when you look down the list, who's your next pick? Like, who's the guy that could step up? A lot of the ones have come through last year and picked up a victory. Who's the next guy in line?
Tim Tonquist.
He's slaloming exceptionally well. Yep, he's one of them. Maybe a Joel Pollan. He hasn't been on the top of the podium in slalom yet.
No, he hasn't, although he has run 10.25 meters, and that was in the World Championships two seasons ago.
Well, there's Ben Lutz coming through 6 buoys at 12 meters, 35 off. Formalities here, these first couple passes for this level of skiers.
All right, then, and as Ben Lutz works his way towards the starting dock, let's bring on Ali Nicholson.
All right, guys, good morning. I'm here with Stephen Neville. We're just talking, this is kind of the last event for the year.
Yeah, of course. This is a beautiful site. I got some great memories here from U21 Worlds over 10 years ago now. But, I love this lake. It's as good as it gets.
Yeah, I mean, I know we're no stranger to this. We've done King of Darkness here a couple times. But for us, for MasterCraft Pro, this is a new site. But I think it's going to be great. It's looking really nice. The guys are early this morning. A little early for you?
Yeah, it's a little early, but you got to turn it on. You got to get in your routine, and just no matter what time of day it is, you got to figure it out and be ready to go for whenever you're told to go.
Yeah, I know this event always kind of likes to switch it up, make the guys go early, so you guys get to see what the girls deal with the early mornings. Well, good luck. Back to you, Tony.
All right there. Thanks a lot there, Ali. And Stephen Neville just got a little indication as to how things are going with him prior to him taking to the water. He's going to be our 4th skier off the dock. And our first skier off the dock is still out there on the water, and this is an attempt at 11.25 meters.
Well, he got a little bit on the tail of the skier there at 1 and 2, but he's still on time. A little bit slow off of number 3. Needs a big 4. He gets it, and dives in at number 5, and that's it. Ben Lutz.
Just a rather seemingly innocuous mistake out there on the number 5, and unable to get around number 6.
Yeah, he looked a little bit in trouble from the beginning, but 38 off is a pass that he can make a few mistakes and still get through it. But it never really found his rhythm after that. We'll probably see a replay here in just a second, and you'll see what I'm talking about on the start. But all these competitors having to have run, a full 6 buoys at 39 off just to qualify for this event. So a 38 off pass, especially here at these conditions, wasn't too much of a challenge for him. But here you'll see number 1 and 2, skis kind of rears up there. He sits right on the tail, lose a little time, 1 and 2, and a little bit maybe down course coming into 3 here. Needed the big 4, and I thought he had it. He had a little bit of it's his onside. Hooks up well there. Thought he was back on time, but breaks forward at around number 5, and that's all it takes. A 38 off, and it's done. So 5 at 38, not the way he wanted to start, but he's the format, 2 rounds. 2 rounds, top 8 scores make it through.
Yeah, indeed, and believe there's an LCQ round in the offering for our competitors.
Yeah. So yeah, again that 135 just not quite working. The 2-4, this one was big. I thought it got it back into it. He was back out of 1 and 3, and then tried to get over the front there at number 5, and didn't quite get it back into that position that you need, that alignment to get across to 6. So our first skier falls short really at 38 off.
But to be fair to Benjamin Lutz, his real talents lie in the jump event, and we'll probably see that a little bit later on this afternoon from him. Yeah,
for sure. He's a strong jumper, but I know he would have wanted to be getting deep 39 or possibly even run it. Just for maybe he's a bit of an outsider to go into the final, but just for his own expectations. But we'll be moving on. It's Camille Belmra from Morocco. Young guy, tall guy. Exciting guy on the slalom ski.
Yes, and the first time that he's competed in the MasterCraft Pro wasn't a feature of this event last season, but we'll see how he gets along. He has slung into 10.25 meters in recent times, and was part of the organization for the Royal Nautique Pro, which took place in Rabat in the Kingdom of Morocco,
and if you could pick a slalom frame, you would pick his stature, wouldn't you? He's something like 6'4", nice and light, strong for his size, and perfect for slalom skiing.
And with that, let's send it over to Ali.
All right, so Jamie Calhoun, we haven't seen you a whole lot this summer. What have you been up to?
Still hanging in there, skiing, working, life, but happy to be out at this event here. It's a beautiful day.
Yeah, I mean, it looks great out here. I mean, always nice to have a nice little close to home. You going to do the next 2 events here? This one and the next one?
I will, yeah. It's nice, close to home. Early morning ski, so you can kind of get in and then get out, get to work, and make it out to the next weekend. So I'm super excited for both of these.
Yeah, it is a work day, so get you skied and get you back to work, but hopefully we have a good score before then.
Oh, I hope so. It's a beautiful morning, and we're going to have fun no matter what.
All right, awesome. Good luck.
Thanks, Alex.
Back to you, Tony.
All right there. So Jamie Calhoun, we haven't seen him an awful lot today, although he's a big old winner. Not so much on the water, but with the audience prize, he won that in the last tournament on the Water Ski Pro Tour that was broadcasted by TWBC. And you too can possibly win yourself a brand new slalom ski courtesy of D3 or Conley. You can go to the audience prize. You can find that on waterskibroadcasting.com. Waterskibroadcasting.com. Get your name in there to maybe win yourself a slalom ski from D3 or Conley.
All right, and one of those skiers riding a D3, it's Camille Balmer coming around number 5 here, 35 off and looking very smooth, very easy.
A little out the back there on number 5, but he had enough in hand to make that pass a reality. So 2 passes down, 6 at 13, 6 on 12, and now getting ready for 11.
Yeah, and good to be interviewing a couple of our early skiers. So we talked to Stephen Neville just a second ago, and obviously there, Jamie Calhoun. Those are some of those skiers that haven't been to as many events, and they're seeded out pretty early, and they're going to get this tournament started. They're capable of big scores. You saw his season best for Jamie there, 4 at 41 off. Stephen Neville capable of 3 any day of the week, and maybe even more. So things are going to get really interesting. We've got a couple of guys, new young guys sort of kicking things off, but some of the more experienced skiers will be right up after them.
All right there, so we see our one and only score that's in the lead right now. That's 5 on 11.25 minutes, but I suspect that score is going to be overhauled very, very soon as we work our way down this list. We see Jamie Calhoun just getting nice and limbered up and getting stretched out and getting ready to go. He's going to have to wait a little bit before he gets out into the water because Camille Bamrara still continues to ski 11.25 meters.
Yeah, past number 3, 38 off behind that beautiful MasterCraft Pro Star. And this is where things, get a little more interesting. That rope not stretching out to the buoy line. And Camille keeping his head up, staying very composed as he comes around number 4. This is looking very, very easy. Love the way he's coming into his offside there. Very upright and good control through all 6 buoys at 38 off.
All right, then, so in taking the lead as a consequence of that is 6 buoys at 11.25 minutes, 38 off for those of you stateside. And there we see a wonderful view once again of this gorgeous facility here in Horizon West in the western portion of Orlando, Florida, hence the reason why they call it Horizon West. And here we go. We've got Camille Bamra, 11.25 meters, just getting settled in and not overworking himself at this early stage of the game there, Kyle.
No, that looked very, very easy, to be honest. And I'm noticing his season best right now, 2 at 41, 2 at 10.25. And the way he negotiated his way through that pass, he's looking informed, to get through also through this 39. He's done it a few times, and let's get behind him here as he the rope's going to tighten up in just a second and have our first skier at 39 and hopefully our first one through it. He's competing for Rollins College. He's been attending that school for maybe a couple of years now.
Mm-hmm.
I'll go,
so skiing pro events and collegiate tournaments.
And will no doubt be a part of that Rollins College TAR's team that will compete in the Collegiate Nationals in about 2 to 3 weeks' time.
Well, here it is. Tony is our first 39 off. Can he get through it? He's run it once before at a pro event. It's not the best one ball, but he's got a strong 2. He takes his time. He's patient. Maybe a little down course. Too patient there at number 3. He's getting late. Asks for a big 4. He gets it. Still stretches around number 5.
Can he get this?
And he has got it.
Oh, look at that. In a pro tournament for the first time, Camille Bamra sets the stall out.
Yeah, I told you it's going to be exciting. He didn't really do much at the start of that pass. Got a little down course. Never panicked. He has that extra little bit of reach and stretched out around 5 and 6. 6 at 39, our second skier on the water.
Fantastic effort there, and let's see how far he can get down 10.25 minutes. he's got the job halfway done. He's gotten to 10.25 meters, but we'll see how far he can get, because that is going to ultimately determine whether he has to qualify out of this round or indeed the second round, which will take place tomorrow.
Well, we talked about the level of results here last year at the King of Darkness. Talked about the results at the MasterCraft Pro just down the last sort of 5 years down the road at Ski Fluid. The common denominator, the MasterCraft Pro Star. They're using a 6.2 litre tier today. Great slalom boat, and Camille Balmra showing just how much reach he has there at 6 as he gets around it. And our first skier at 41 off. Let's get behind him. See if he can use season best 2. Can he make it past that? He's going to need more than 2, we think,
Here
to
he
make
comes.
it to the final.
Let's see what he's got. There's number 1. He gets round number 1, will not get outside number 2. So 1 at 10.25 meters is his score, and it does take the lead. So 2 skiers into the competition, and our first attempt at 10.25 meters.
Yeah, great skiing, Camille Balmra. You saw him throw the fist as he got around that 6 at 39, and he'll be pleased with his performance. It's not easy to go out, at 8 o'clock in the morning and try and set the pace. And I'm impressed with the way he's skiing, the way he's coming into that offside, staying upright, and not panicking through the pass. Didn't quite have the one ball to get down 41. He knows he's going to need more in the second round. Beauty of this tournament, there's 2 rounds. The best 8 performances go through.
Yeah, just wheelies up a little bit on number 1, and just couldn't really get the efficient hookup that he would have needed to have made a deeper play into that run. He'll be skiing back to the dock. Camille Balmra from the Kingdom of Morocco.
Especially if we're going to drop if they miss. We should at least drop long enough to just say we drop.
All right, so your leader coming back to the starting dock. It is Camille Balmra. 1 at 10.25 meters. Is that lead going to hold up for very long? Well, we'll start to answer that question in a little bit with Jamie Calhoun taking to the water representing Canada.
Yeah, you would think not with the level of competition about to leave the dock. Canadians, Jamie Calhoun and Stephen Nevieux.
All right.
A lot of experience between these 2 skiers. And they know as well. They know that a 3 or a 4 at 41 is going to be the ballpark to make the top 8 here at the MasterCraft Pro 2025.
Thank you.
All right, so if you were someone on the dock right now getting ready to go, would you feel encouraged that someone has gone out there into 10.25 meters, given an indication that the conditions are definitely at the highest level possible, or would you feel intimidated?
Oh, that encourages people for sure. They know that everything's great here. It's a beautiful day. There's hardly any wind around. Hopefully that sort of lays down. It stays down all day. But they knew it was going to be big. They've seen the Camille go out there, young guy, runs his 39 off the second time in a pro tournament. He's done well. Obviously, Ben didn't start the event as well as he'd like, but they know conditions are great and things are possible out here. And we're about to lift that standard even more with Jamie Calhoun.
Here we go, folks. Jamie Calhoun.
And a left foot forward skier riding a radar Vapor, and pretty technician on the slalom course. Keeps very, very still all the way through. And he was in great form earlier on the season with a 4:41. I'm trying to remember the event that he did that at, but that's definitely his strongest performance ever.
All right, then let's send it over to Ali.
All right, Camille, fresh off the water into 41. Excited this morning?
Super excited. Great score. I'm happy with what I did. I was a little tired. It's a little early for me, but a great outcome.
Yeah. I mean, you look great. You came in, you said it feels amazing out there. The first one to get through 39. I think we're going to have some big scores this morning. What do you think?
I agree. It feels amazing. The conditions are fantastic. So just watch because it's going to be great. Scores are going to be great.
Awesome. Well, great job out there, and back to you, Tony.
All right, then. Thanks a lot, and well done there to Camille Bumrah setting out the stall with his score of 1 at 10.25 meters. I'm Tony Leifert, and he is Kyle Eade, and we're here at the MasterCraft Pro for 2025. Glad to have you on board.
We are into skier number 3 of the top 20 skiers, slalom skiers in the world. And we have got a lot of exciting slalom action. Followed after them is the women's slalom, and then jump's going to be this afternoon. Not only great slalom scores here on this site, we saw some huge jumps last year at King of Darkness, with Joel Pollan winning that event, something like 237 feet in the prelims, or 236. Right now it's the slalom, and it's Jamie Calhoun at 35 off. Nice warm-up pass. And although he hasn't attended some of the events, the pro events this summer, he looks like he's been on the water a lot. He's got a full-time job, trying to balance life as well as competing and training, but he looks like he's getting the time on the water to do so.
All right, so there we see on the pass number 2, Jamie Calhoun, good to go around 13 and 12 meters. That's 32 and 35 off. There we see on the starting dock Stephen Neveu, originally from Canada but resides in Texas these days. There we see Chris Eller, our boat driver. He comes to us from Lillington in North Carolina, where he helps to run the Koval ski score alongside April and Gary and Shirley and all of the good crew up there.
Yeah, whole family gets involved in the Koval ski school. I've been up there. I spent a summer up there. A beautiful place, and they do a great job introducing a lot of new skiers to the sport. Jamie Calhoun, though, here it is. It's 38 off. And as we've mentioned, this is where things start to get a little trickier. The intensity goes up a fair notch from 35. We saw Camille run it fairly easy, and it looks like Jamie is pretty relaxed through that pass too.
Yeah, looking in good shape there. 3 passes down, 13, 12, and 11.25 meters. That's 32, 35, and 38 off in quick succession. And right from the get-go on that new Radar Vapor slalom ski, looking very, very sharp out there.
It's misleading, isn't it, watching these guys in slow motion and just how easy they run through 38 off. And 38 off is a hard pass. And the rope doesn't stretch out to the buoys. For the common skier, people dream of running this pass, and these guys do it so easy, so far up course, and so calm.
So not bad at all. So 10.75 meters coming up. There we see Thibaut getting in a little bit of some sprint work down there by the dock. I don't know whether he needs to adjust his handle or anything like that. The skiers have to keep an eye on that, because we do measure handles before they ski and afterwards as well. And if that handle is a little ways outside of tolerance, then that invalidates the effort.
All right, must-run pass here for Jamie. We've seen one skier through it already. And he's got a pretty handy number 1 ball. Stays on time at 2. Beautiful 2 ball. Hooks up strong. And he's settling into a nice rhythm here. Oh, gets a little bit overzealous there at number 4, but calms down at 5. His good side. Yeah, so a little bit exciting around number 4, but the experience showed through. Didn't panic and got himself through 6 buoys. And he'll be chasing that lead. Camille obviously left the door open. He was happy with the 1. Jamie is a left foot forward skier. He is going to attack 1 ball hard. Whether he can turn 2, that's going to be the question.
All right, there. The conditions are certainly ideal for an attacking run on 10.75 meters, as we see Joel Pollan get himself psychologically prepared for the task at hand.
Watch this replay, Tony. He has a pretty good one, not as good as a little loose line there. The 2, he worked really, really well. It came around, snapped around, and he hooked up. Great position, aligned well. 3 sort of dealt with a little loose line again, had to wait on it, and that put him a little fast into number 4, his offside. He has a beautiful offside when it's working, but it got him into a little trouble. We couldn't see through the spray that time. And then it was just rip it around 5 and squeak around 6 for Jamie Calhoun. But he is looking good. That, like we said, that 2 ball was a great turn at 39. If he can get that same sort of feeling into 2 at 41, hopefully he can go down near his season's best, put some pressure on the guys to follow.
All right, here we go, folks. This now is Jamie Calhoun. Gets round number 1. He gets a good advance on number 2. He gets the ski round. Now, can he do the same for number 3?
Not quite enough. No,
but he does take the lead, though.
Yeah, that's the lead. You can see the disappointment, though. It was the 1 ball there. You know, his 2 was pretty good considering how down course or how much loose line he had out of 1. But and that's his good side. So that's what let him down there. He tried his best at 2 to do enough to squeak around 3, but just coming up a little short. But that 3 ball, that's a big buoy in this level of competition.
All right there. So 2 gives him the lead. And Ali sets the stall out for the remaining skiers to attack, although I do suspect that even at this early stage with 2 out of our 3 scores registered so far into 10.25 meters, I suspect that that score is going to get superseded not once but a number of times.
Yeah, definitely. Looking at the replay, it looked a little narrow, a little slow on the gates, and a little bit flat or sort of skiing straight at number 1. Had to wait a bit. A lot of loose line at number 1. Did his best at 2, but he knew that he needed more today. He'll head off to work probably. He'll be back tomorrow morning and see if he can add to that score. It's a decent first round score. But he knows he needs more, and sometimes you need more on the backup too, don't you, Tony? We've talked about this a lot of times at events like this. It comes to
down to a multiple-way runoff,
a tie, and then you go back to your backup score, and from there it can go to a runoff. So
potentially, yes. So Jamie Calhoun returns to dock, and we're going to get ready to bring on skier number 4. It is going to be Stephen Neveu, also a skier out of Canada.
I guess Bravo would work too, wouldn't it?
Thank you, guys. See you tomorrow.
Yep. Just slap your slalom ski on, do a few passes, return to the dock, head off to work. Ain't that the life?
I think this is a slalom skier's dream, getting out early before work and glass calm conditions.
Then probably watching it on the webcast at work.
Yeah, running some sweet passes and then
realizing that you still got some work to do tomorrow.
Tomorrow, hopefully he's not working. He has a bit more time to get out here and just if he can add a couple more buoys to that performance.
Well, I mean, the reference I was making to doing some more work tomorrow and in the second round of slalom rather than actually doing like his regular occupation.
Oh, you're quick this morning, Tony. You're quick.
I'm trying to be, but sometimes it falls flat. Anyway, not nearly as flat as the slalom conditions out there. Beautiful, calm water. Getting ready for our next competitor, Stephen Neveu out of Canada.
Big, tall, lanky skier, strong guy. We've mentioned that his slalom style is just so smooth, calm, never panics. One sort of speed all the way through. Looks like he's almost asleep there on that 32 off pass.
Yeah, doing good there, riding that ski. Stephen Neveu out of Canada. Hasn't competed all that much this summer, although he did make an appearance over at the Herbs Cup a few weeks ago over in the Northwest. Yeah. And with that in mind, let's send it over to Ali.
Alrighty, we're going to find out what we got here. Jamie, little replay, walk us through this.
Yeah, I'm thinking if this is the 41, here we go. The gate felt okay, just not a super great one in approach 2, but we're going to go get them tomorrow. So what we got here. Oh, look at that. Should have thrown it out? No. I wasn't going to get there. That wasn't the start, but we're feeling good the rest of the set. It's beautiful out there. Boat's great. Chris is great. So, I mean, I'm really excited to ski tomorrow and collect a few more dots.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're the leader right now, so we'll see how it shakes out. But, you know, another round tomorrow. And a little later in the day, we'll be a little bit more ready maybe. But I think the conditions are really nice today. So I think we'll see some big scores still.
I think we'll see some big scores today. And I think I can hopefully get in the mix tomorrow. So we'll have some fun.
Perfect. Awesome. Thanks, Jamie.
Thanks,
Back
Allie.
to you, Tony.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, pretty cool getting their skiers' reaction right after they ski. You can see he's still breathing pretty heavy after his performance out there. Although they make it look easy, they're still working pretty hard. You know, getting through 4 or 5 passes out on the water. And this is second pass for Stephen Nephew. It's 12 meters. And making some dollar signs around number 6. Beautiful view as he completes 35 off.
All right, not bad at all. First 2 passes are setting the pace a little bit for his continuing effort out there on the water. 13 and 12 meters, 32 and 35 off in successive runs there. Cressetta at the wheel.
C'est Vince qui a dit filme l'Africain.
And looks like Thibaut Dayon just making absolutely sure that his handle is within the specified tolerances.
Is he making it shorter or is he making it longer?
It's making it shorter.
Of course, yeah, the handle has to be exactly 5 feet long, 1.5 meters. But they do measure it before and they measure it afterwards too. So sometimes it can stretch a little bit. And if it's long after the skier finishes their turn, their score will be erased from the results, and they'll get a 0. So it's very important. They want to push it as close as possible to that 1.5. There's a slight tolerance there of maybe 4 or 5 centimeters. Yeah, they cannot be out, or otherwise their score goes back to 0.
All right, here we go. This is Stephen Nephew. A little slow off number 1, but he is able to more than compensate for that. Round 3 and 4.
Oh, this is a typical pass from Stephen, isn't it? Just a little slow off the buoys, but one speed, one rhythm. He knows it. He trusts it. Doesn't panic, and doesn't mind running down a little further down course than some of our other skiers. Knows he can make it up on the next turn, and nothing out of the ordinary there for Stephen's 38 off.
All right, so Stephen Nephew getting into some good rhythm out there. We just saw a quick shot of Joel Poland on the dock, just trying to get his headspace in the right place. It does look like he comes off the buoy a little slower than most, but he is taller than most.
Yeah, he's got that added little bit of extra reach. And he uses it when he needs to. Like I said, he's just got an easy rhythm that he knows and he trusts. He doesn't try to push anything, and that's one of the fundamentals of slalom skiing. Really, if you don't want to panic out there, you don't want to start to rush anything, because that's when you get in trouble. And he showed us how easy he could run the pass in the end by just staying his course.
And having a good slalom ski is certainly a great foundation, and you can win yourself one by predicting the podium for this competition with our audience prize competition. waterskibroadcasting.com/play is the place to go.
Well, when he is getting down course here, it's starting to stress him a little bit, but
he's still there.
Yep.
All right there. So how many skiers in a row is that? That's like 3 skiers in a row that have gone through 10.75.
We've had 4 skiers. 3 have made their way through 39 off, as we expected. And to be honest, looking at the running order after this, I don't really see anyone that can't get through 39. They're all fully capable, and today they're going to need to. Stephen Nephew, 39 off, 6 buoys, and now his opportunity to post a big score. The lead is 2 at 41, 2 at 10.25 from Jamie Calhoun. He knows that's not enough. talked, his rhythm is a little bit slower, but this was, even for him, was a little down course. I don't think he got off of 2 as well as he would have liked. Yeah, his position just a little bit out there, and he was starting to lose ground here at 3. Yeah, handles right up around his chest, sits back a little bit, has to wait on it. And as good as he is, it's hard not to panic when you start to come in a little down course and a little fast into 4, 5, and 6 at 39.
All right then, folks, let's see what we shall see from Stephen Nephew.
Hopefully he can pick up the tempo just a little bit here as he comes through the gates.
There's one.
Oh, it's not
and it's half.
No, he didn't find the rope there at the end of number 1, and it's a half a buoy. He slots himself into 3rd spot. He'll be disappointed with that. I thought he was going to be one of those skiers down round 3. He typically can get to a 3 pretty consistently.
Well, we'll see what he produces tomorrow. But for today, it is half a buoy at 10.25 meters. We're going to take a look at the instant replay and see where things went sideways on him.
Looked like he had a decent gate, a little bit of room there at number 1, but just kind of dived in a little bit. Maybe try to push it a little bit more, knowing he needed to get to 3 or 4. He needed a bigger 1 ball. Yeah, had a lot of leverage behind the boat. Maybe gave the handle up a little bit too early, a little bit too much into number 1. Got a little separated there, and his line coming out of the number 1 wasn't quite there. He'll be one of those skiers that goes back and reviews this footage. He'll use it to his advantage, try and figure out what happened, and we'll see him back tomorrow. He'll be out early again because, like I said, I don't see too many of the next maybe 16, 17 skiers going underneath half at 41.
All right, looking at a few of our messages, which you can contribute to the conversation for this event by subscribing to the TWBC YouTube channel. That way you'll have access to the live chat, which is on the right-hand side of the webcast player on the TWBC YouTube channel.
All right, it's about to get exciting here at Isles of Lake Hancock. We've seen 3 scores into 41 off. And this gentleman about to leave the dock. You never know what's going to happen when he hits the water. He's one of those skiers that has got through 41, through 10.25 into 9.75. Maybe a little bit on the redemption warpath after the Worlds. He was just missed out on the slalom final. A 2 1/4 or 2 1/2 at 41. Wasn't enough there. He needed 3. And he knows he's going to need something like that. He scored a 4 at 41 here last year at the King of Darkness. And he just missed out on that head-to-head final there too. So a lot to play for Joel Poland. We'll see him a couple times today. He'll be out as the top seed in the jump event later on this afternoon. And he has been pretty much unbeatable on that jump ramp.
Here we go, Joel Poland. 30 meters.
You'll notice a little different rhythm here with Joel Poland as compared to Stephen Nearview. He likes to get his ski turned nice and early, tries to stay up course, doesn't mind cranking it around a little bit. Maybe a little shorter, a little bit more vertically challenged than we saw. Maybe Stephen Nearview has to kind of work things, has to give himself a little extra time. But he is a bit of a cat on a slalom ski, dives around a little bit and can get away with a lot, especially with his trick background and the talent that he has on the water.
All right, then let's send it over to Ali.
All right, so back with Carter. You were telling me, back with the van, kind of road tripping across America. How's it going?
It's been pretty fun, man. Just up to Virginia. Now we're back down in Florida for the next couple of weeks, and stoked to be here, go around some buoys.
Sweet. Doing this weekend and next weekend?
Yep, both of them.
Awesome. Yeah, super exciting. And you were telling me that you had never been to Hancock, never even seen the lake. So you came by yesterday, never skied it, so this will be the first set. But, perfect lake, I think it's going to be good.
Yeah, I mean, I would say the buoys are in the same spot, so just try to keep going around them and take everything else as it comes.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's going to be perfect out there. It's glass calm. Yeah, so checking a new lake off the box today. So best of luck out there, and we'll see you soon. Back to you, Tony.
Thank you very much.
Okay, Joel Poland, fresh off a win in Austria as part of the World Water Skiers overall tour. He was scored a perfect 3,000 points up there at the high score in slalom, tricks, and jump. Again, a little redemption from the Worlds. He had a little trouble with his trick run again and fell a little short in the overall, but came through and is undefeated in the overall tour. He's pretty much undefeated on his jump skis this year, and he'd really like to have a little bit of a shot here at this slalom event at the MasterCraft Pro.
All right, then, looking good out there on the opening couple of passes, and seems to ski better when he doesn't have as much hair.
That's one of his... it worked for him in 2023, didn't it? Shaved his head off, ran 41. And it worked in 2025, shaved his hair off and won the jump title.
Yeah, it's just one of those little quirks, isn't it?
Might go skinhead here shortly, and who knows what he'll do.
No, he doesn't want to look like me, I can tell you that. All right, then. So just another reminder for you to subscribe to the TWBC YouTube channel. You can be involved in the live chat, and you'll also be notified as to the next event, which will be the very last event on the Water Ski Pro Tour season. It'll be at the Travers Grand Prix next weekend. Be sure to tune in for that. But in the meantime, we've got Joel Poland two passes deep, about to get into his third one. 11.25 meters. Rocking that radar slalom ski. This is Joel Poland.
Yeah, last three skiers all been on the radar Vapor, I guess.
It is.
And this is their top skier. This is Joel Poland on all the marketing stuff for radar, and he's getting it done here through 38. As you can see, he moves around a little bit more on his ski. Tends to be a little more aggressive than some of our other skiers. And gets away with a lot. Another 6 buoys to his tally.
And another skier that gets away with a lot is the skier on the dock right there. Lucas Cornell.
Another skier too that has never skied at Isles of Lake Hancock. We heard from Takata. It's going to be his first time. But yeah, Lucas is actually hanging with me for the weekend. And he brought him out there this morning and was showing him around, and it's just a water skier's paradise here. We saw on that drone shot a second ago, 2 idyllic lakes in the middle, surrounded by kind of a horseshoe lake, a natural lake on the outside. And much thanks to all the homeowners here at Isles of Lake Hancock for allowing us to come in. But yeah, some of the homeowners here have a lake, a dock on a perfect private ski lake on one side, and then another dock behind their house on the natural lake where they have like a wake surf boat or something like that. So best of both worlds.
Alrighty, let's continue to monitor the situation with Joel Poland. He's gone through. He's 3 passes deep. He's gone through 13, 12, 11. That's 32, 35, and 38 off in that sequence, and now getting ready for 39.5 off, or 10.75 meters. Here we go. This is Joel Poland. Yeah, excellent round number 1.
Last 3 skiers all through this pass. It's a big 1 and 2. A little bit out of shape there at number 2, but big, strong onside 3 and 4. He's on time for 6. He's not quite getting out of his offside as well as I've seen him in the past. You have to kind of figure things out here, but he's got a great head on his shoulders for tournament water skiing. He knows how to adjust. He knows he knows how to kind of change his game plan if things aren't working.
And that's the thing, though. I mean, he's pretty much on a brand new ski. I mean, he's been on that skiing competition for like maybe his third tournament in a row on that particular slalom ski. So there's that kind of.
Well, let's watch the replay just as we're talking about that. We should see him come back into number 2. That was a turn that he wasn't in a great position at the end of it. His shoulder dropped in a little bit, put him a little down course, but such a strong onside, 1, 3, and 5. He's still got to figure out this offside, though. He's just kind of hooking up a little bit out of position and then having to rely on that big 1, 3, 5 to keep him on time. Unfortunately, 41, you cannot get away being out of alignment at the end of that 2-4. So if he can get the 1 like he had then, he's got to figure out how to stay balanced through 2, hook up strong, and hopefully we see him a long way down, 41 off. Who knows? Could be our first skier to run it today. We expect someone to get through it with the likes of Nate Smith, Charlie Ross, who's been on a tear lately, and this guy who has run it once before. It's Joel Poland. It's 41 off.
Yeah, it's been about 2 seasons since he last run this pass, but let's see what he can do. There's number 1. Good extension on number 2. He's a little down course. He's round number 3. He will
2.5. He takes the lead, though, doesn't he? He's in front. He knows he needed a little bit more. He had the one to do it, Tony. That was a brilliant one ball. And like we've been saying all this whole set, the 1 is there. And 2 was close. He made some adjustments. He was a little bit more upright, but a little loose line and delay off of 2, which put him too late at 3 to carry on. Watch this one ball, though. Absolutely beautiful at 41.
Bam. Looking at that.
Tight line, was off early. Had a lot of time here at 2 to kind of figure out what he was going to do, and maybe that was the problem. Didn't quite pounce on it when he needed to.
A lefty, which meant that he was carrying a lot of speed and a lot of width into number 2, and you were right. I mean, he was up and ahead of that buoy and just didn't really take the opportunity when it was presented itself.
Yeah, one of the big things at 41 off is, especially when you have such a strong one ball and you have a little bit of time heading into your offside, you can't wait, you can't hesitate. Right there, he needed to just drop in and go, and he was close. But the delay put him down course, threw his ski out round number 3, got it, but couldn't. The S turn on your onside always difficult. I found, it's not an easy thing to do to tighten the rope up quickly, especially
it's
as
not an
down
instinctive
course.
thing to do.
Offside is a lot easier for sure. You can cut back out again into your onside lean and tighten that rope up and get back in. But unfortunately for Joel, couldn't figure it out. And if he can't figure it out, it must be difficult.
Yeah. We say that facetiously, of course. But Joel Poland, 2.5 at 10.25 meters. And so out of the last 5 skiers, 4 of them have gotten through 10.75 meters and are putting the score into 10.25 meters. And our next skier to take to the water is a skier that tasted victory last season at the Travers Grand Prix and tasted his first ever win on the Water Ski Pro Tour. He comes to us out of Queensland in Australia. His name is Lucas Cornell.
Yeah, what a year Lucas had in 2024. Some big performances, did well at Moomba. He always does well down there. I think he ended up with a 3rd there again this year. He's in school, though. He's in university and had a bit of a quiet start to the season. Came over halfway through. Went to a couple of events. Didn't ski quite as well as he was hoping. Maybe at the California Pro-Am and maybe even the Worlds. He picked up a bronze medal at the Under-21 Worlds in Calgary. Again, not quite showing what he's capable of. And then the Worlds come up short. He still skied well, right? 1.5 at 41, but there you needed more. He's figured a few things out of late, and he came out and took a couple sets with us yesterday. And I saw him go round number 6 at 41. He didn't get out the exit gates, but he was running it. And I have a feeling we're going to see some big stuff from Lucas Cornell today.
And he has some overall chops as well. I mean, he can trick and he jumped very, very well at the World U21s.
Well, yeah, I mean, jumps is his weakest event. He's a great jumper, but he doesn't get the time to do it or the accessibility to do a jump ramp. So he jumps around right around 50 meters. But yeah, like I said, he doesn't have access to a ramp that often. So he jumps very strongly for how much time he gets over that big red thing. But it's very, very strong tricker. He probably was more happy with his trick performance at the Worlds. Tricked over 9,000 points. Obviously not quite enough to make the final there. They're looking at scores of 9,500 to 10,000 to make a final in the Worlds. But a very, very strong tricker and complements his slalom well. Jump, if he gets some time over the ramp, I think he could. He's a strong guy, so he could go a long way.
And if you're listening to a little bit of background noise, that's a leaf blower from one or two of our residential properties here at the Isles of Lake Hancock. So Lucas Cornell, bronze medalist in this season's World U21 Championships, scored 1 at 10.25 meters for that one.
So that's kind of the deal with Lucas. When he's on, if he can get out of his one ball, his offside at 41, he can go deep, and he often does. But if he comes up a little short on his gates or at number 1, then he gets himself into a little bit of trouble, and that's what's been plaguing him earlier on this season. I think he's ready for a big performance. He skied so well at the end of last year, picking up his first title. And look how early, tight he is, round 4-5 and number 6 at 35 off, riding the Conley C1.
And that's a ski that really complements what he does out there.
Oh, for sure. Now he's pushed that ski to the limits. He works hard on it, and it responds well.
Any idea what
got it dialed in?
Any idea what he runs tail-wise?
He runs the standard the tail on it. Yeah, he doesn't change it to there's the options of the round tail or the asymmetrical one, but he runs the standard. It's not the sharp tail. It's kind of got a little bit of softness to it.
And of course, I mean, entirely up to you. I mean, whenever you ride that slalom ski, that Conley C1. But I mean, you could potentially make your own tail with like a 3D printer or that kind of thing.
Oh, for sure. Well, actually, even some of the options that comes with the ski, you can get the file out or the sandpaper and kind of take off a little bit more on one corner or the other. I mean, we used to do that years ago when some of the skis came out with a sharper tail. You'd take your file to it and round it off. Obviously, if you messed it up, that was your ski done. But
yeah, exactly.
With this tail, the Versatail, you can play with it, choose a different option, and if it doesn't work, you can, you can try something else.
All right, then let's see what he does with that. This is going to be 11.25 meters, the purple loop.
All right, and Lucas Cornell now making his way through. 38 off, so tight, so early at number 4, 5, and at number 6. And Lucas really spearheading a team of young skiers that are kind of reinvigorating the Conley team. He's kind of the top-ranked one now. Young guy, only 19 years of age. And they've got a handful of other skiers that are also in the junior ranks or just coming into men's that are also skiing well. And also riding the Conley C1s.
And of course, the big day that occurred for Conley in recent years was back in 2019 when Manon Costar and Joel Howley, both riding Conley skis, won world titles.
Yeah, that was a pretty special moment for them. Obviously, Conley a long history of being on top of slalom podiums, going back to the days of, say, Mike Shaylander and the greats back in the early
Mike Hazelwood.
Yeah, Mike Hazelwood, mid 80s, early 90s.
Mm-hmm. Looking to reinvigorate their brand once again, and as we see, that is Lucas Cornell past number 3, and getting ready for his fourth pass. It's going to be 10.75 meters as we see a few of our folks alongside the shoreline just getting in a few laps, and Joel Poland there making his way back to the dock. Here we go, folks. Right here, right now.
4 skiers through this pass. This is the 6th skier on the water, and fully expect him to go all the way, go deep. It's not the best 1 ball. He's got a little bit of that loose line. Rips 2 ball and back on time at number 3. Look how hard that ski comes round at number 4.
Just boom.
And absolutely, that's the earliest 39 we've seen so far today.
He means business today. He means business today.
Yeah, we knew he's going to turn his onside hard. He can rip it around and he's such a strong guy, holds on to some of that incredible angle that he establishes. It's whether he can, kind of find the line there at number 1. He saw him lose it a little bit at the gates in number 1 there, and hopefully he can change that up here at 41 and go deep.
And he just seems to be able to just maintain a good portion of that water speed coming into the turn and then just carry it onto his backside. So he just basically keeps that ski moving irrespective of whether that line's fully taut or not.
Yeah, it's one of his strong points. Even if the line's a little bit loose, he aligns himself so well at the end of it. When he takes that hit, he is away. There's no delay. He doesn't get broken and doesn't lose any sort of time. And like I said, the best 39 we've seen so far today, as early as you like. And big things coming up for Lucas Cornell at 41. His personal best, 4.5. I think that's the score he acquired to win the Grand Prix last year.
Yeah, that was in the final round.
Was going deep, was so close, just blew it out around number 5. But it was enough that day Can this be his first time through it? He's been perilously close. He's got a lot of fours under his belt. It all relies on this gate number 1. Good turn in here. And he's blown it. It's unfortunate stuff there for Lucas. Came in maybe a touch narrow. I thought he had a pretty good angle on his gates, but just blown the tail a little bit. Knew he needed the big start, kind of like we saw Neville do. You know, to get fours and the scores required to take the final. Don't often see him do that. Maybe you know, like at a 3 or a 5 when he's coming a little bit fast, but you don't often see Lucas blow the tail there at 1 ball.
Yeah, the tail of that ski normally anchors itself down really deep into the water, but this time not so much. So that is Lucas Cornell, and let's send it over to Ali.
All right, Joel, so we have your replay here at 41. We're going to have you kind of walk us through it, okay? Here we go.
Yeah, this is torture. It was a really good gate.
Get to relive it.
1 was sweet. Yeah, amazing 1. Nice, wide, early at 2. Choked. Leaned all the way to 3. Got around it and everything. And then fell over trying to do an Eston. So, yeah, slightly embarrassing. Kind of happy, kind of annoyed.
I mean, you got to be happy with the feeling overall of the start. You know, we have another round tomorrow, so room to improve. But overall, I mean, a good score, a good start to the tournament.
Yeah, a frustrating start, but a good start. Like, that set was a bit of a weird one. I was trying to, like, dial in my 2-4. And I got it. Like, by 39, my 2 and 4 felt pretty good. And then on 41, just, you know, tiny hesitation. You know what happens when you do that. And then, yeah, didn't make it happen. So next round, we'll try to figure that out, be a little more aggressive maybe. And, yeah, try to get a little further down that one.
Yeah, well, for today, lock in for Jump later this afternoon, right?
Yeah, 100%. Looking forward to Jump. It's a beautiful headwind. That's kind of what I was thinking on the 39 gate. I was like, look at this headwind. But
Thinking about gate during a slalom set. That might have been what happened. Well, good skiing. Back to you, Tony.
Thank you very much. And, yeah, just got confirmation on that that score from Lucas Cornell. Half a buoy at 10.25 meters. Joel Poland still out in the lead with 2.5 on that same line length. And our next skier to take to the water, coming to us originally out of Alaska. Yes, the final frontier for our skier on top of the water right now on 13-meter start. It's going to be Carter Eaton. So Carter Eaton, have Van will travel. Working with Alpha 2. The 0 off. 30 meters. And I don't see too much wrong with that one. So getting the 6 buoys to constitute that opening pass on 13 meters. That is Carter Eaton. So a little bit of activity around the area, you know, as some folks just trying to get their canine friends to cooperate and trying not to relieve themselves against our TWBC monitor. But there you go. That is this is the 2025 MasterCraft Pro. I'm Tony Lightfoot. And Kyle will be back in a short while, but you've got me for the time being. So round the turn island. Coming in from the north, looking strong here. Carter Eaton probably doesn't slalom all that much practice-wise. He tends to be traveling a lot of times during the course of the season. Carter Eaton doing a fine job right there. 2 passes down, and he's getting ready for 11.25 meters. And with that, let's send it over to Ali.
Alrighty, here with Lucas Cornell. You know, maybe not quite the start to the tournament we were hoping for, but got 3:39. And how was it feeling out there?
Yeah, it actually felt really nice. I was feeling pretty comfortable. Yeah, just stuffed up that 41, and I mean the 39 was a bit hairy, but at least the rest of it was feeling good. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, got through it, so always a good day. So we were just talking, saying that you're kind of staying stateside for a little bit, doing these next 2 events.
Yeah, that's the plan. Go to the Grand Prix next weekend. So yeah, I'm certainly keen for that.
Perfect. Have you ever done it before?
Yeah, I did it last year. I think I skated pretty good. Yeah.
Great. All right. All right. Well, I mean, you know, off to a pretty good start this morning. Another round tomorrow. So good skiing and best of luck.
Yeah, thank you. Cheers.
Back to you, Tony.
Did he say skied pretty good?
Yeah, he's just pretty
typical
good.
Aussie comment.
Yeah,
yeah,
exactly.
okay. I kind of want it.
The ace of understatement.
Yeah.
All right, let's see what we've got here. This is Carter Eaton.
Okay, a young guy that's really kind of come out of school and said, you know what, I'm going to have a go at this slalom event. He's looking a little trouble here at 4, 5, and 6.
Whoa,
but
a little bit
holds on to
there.
a lot. Did he get around 6? It might be under review. I think he's got the full count there. But yeah, he said, you know, I'm gonna try my hand at the sport and really kind of give everything. And good on him. He's gone to a lot of events, and that's why he's had some good results. He's seated fairly high. You know, so in the middle of the pack. He's run 39 at several of the pro events. He showed up at Moomba down there. He got unfortunately, he was a little bit sick. Didn't ski quite as well as he'd like in maybe the second round. But yeah, just going for it, and he's traveling around the country in his conversion van.
There you go.
Living the dream, I guess. But yeah, got in trouble there at number 4. Had a big 5. Can't believe he held on to that and squeaked. Literally just tippy-toed around number 6.
All right, he gets a 6 buoy count there for that run, so he managed to get round the 6 buoy and through the exit gate.
Doesn't matter how you do it, does it, Tony? It's,
no, as long as you get the 6.
Yep. But he's going to need to change a few things up if he wants to join the last 5 skiers that have all got through 39 off. He can do it. Our top score so far, Joel Poland, 2.5 at 41.
So here we are at the MasterCraft Pro. You see the points break down as 60 points for a win in these championships in this particular event, the men's slalom. Carter Eaton, 10.75 meters. Oh, a little bit violent there into number 2, and that really affected his path into number 3. Let's see if he can settle down here.
Oh, he was fighting hard right from the get-go. You saw that one ball. Wasn't a bad start, was it, Tony? But you saw him get just opened up and released hard into 2-ball. He recovered well, had an okay 2 that sort of put him at least in striking distance of turning 3. There's onside. He got through 3, and the trouble happened at number 4. A 3.5 there officially for Carter Eaton. That was the 1-ball. That was good enough to run this pass. But yeah, just kind of let his arms get away from him. Kind of edge change, bit of an air rally edge change there into number 2.
Yeah, he just tried to get settled back in, and he almost got it good to go. But there, Carter Eaton, he'll have to look forward to the second round of skiing tomorrow.
Well, the potential's there, isn't it? You can see he's capable of running that pass. He's done it before in pro events, but he's gaining valuable experience. He's putting himself out there, and you know, it's all very well to go to a record tournament and, you know, get through 39, but to do it on the day with all your idols or all the top skiers, you know, coming out just before or just after you is a different level of pressure, and he's learning how to adapt to it. Thibaut Dylan from France coming up next. Season's best. Another 4 at 41. There's been a lot of skiers getting to 4 this year, which is a huge score. Anything past 3 is really kind of you putting yourself into the top echelon of slalom. And he's been doing it for a long time and hitting there and thereabouts around 3 at 41. But getting to 4 shows he's been training hard. He has didn't compete at some of the events. I don't believe he was at the Worlds. Is that correct?
No, he was not. Probably had to close on a few houses.
Yeah, definitely services this area out around, especially out probably.
Out in the northern Lake County.
Yeah, exactly. Lake County, how you describe it. Looking for a waterfront home.
Get on him.
Yep.
There we go. And big shout out to him as well, because he's one of our season-long sponsors on the TWBC broadcast of the Water Ski Pro Tour.
That's pretty good. Where do you pull it? Here?
See that blue tape goes to 40, or that black tape goes to 40.
Yeah. This is out.
Yeah.
The second room, right?
Yeah.
I got plenty of room.
As long as it's in green, it's good.
Made my homework.
A lot of calculations going on the dock as T-Gas. We'll see him up later, getting his handle dialed in, pushing the limits, but keeping it just in tolerance.
Yeah. And you can actually listen to him on a TWBC podcast episode that was conducted over at the Worlds. And there it is. Listen now, the TWBC podcast available on Spotify and wherever you choose to listen to your favorite podcast. So here we go.
Thibaut, very, very stylish slalom skier, isn't he? He likes to lay things out, really kind of counters his body when he's coming into each buoy. Opens up well. Right, gets way over the front of the ski on his offside turn. Stands up right on the nose of that HO Syndicate slalom ski, and 6 buoys. Got a little trouble maybe at 3, kind of fell into it a little bit there, but no problems.
He's good though.
Yep. Also a very, very handy overall skier. We talked about Lucas being good in all 3 events, but Thibaut, one of the world's best in his day, back in 17 in France. Didn't he was on the podium?
I believe he was.
Did pretty well. Jumps in excess of 65. Yeah, second overall. Tricks over 11,000 points. Very, very strong tricker. And obviously slalom is his forte, but good jumper too when he had some time. You'd probably call that his weak event, but when he was on form, he was going into close to 220 feet. And with scores like that, that's what put him up into second spot in 2017. Now limited time on the water, probably chooses slalom because it's a little bit easier to get a morning set in and then get off to work. The tricking takes so much time, and jumping you can't kind of just half pie that one.
Yeah, just finding a reliable pin person for a trick is a hard thing.
Yeah, skiing 3 events, a lot of dedication. Credit to those guys that do compete in all 3, or even 2 events, to amount of time on the water, the toll on your body. But here we go. Thibaut Dylan with a strong number 1 ball. Figured that turn out. He is looking good here as he turns number 3, tightens the rope up well, dives on the front of it, gets that nose engaged, and an early pass. 38 off, typical Thibaut fashion.
Not looking too bad there. 3 passes down and getting ready for pass number 4 about to come up. And with that, let's send it over to Ali.
Alrighty, guys. I'm here with Cole McCormick. Saw the family here. First tournament for baby Olivia. How we doing?
Yeah, good. It's cool to see her or get her out here to a tournament. She missed Worlds, so that was a bummer. But she's here and cheering me on.
Yeah, kind of fun, kind of different, having like a little bit family aspect now.
Yeah, it's a little different, but I mean it's still skiing, but yeah, bit life changing, that's for sure.
definitely a bit life changing. So yeah, but been skiing well, I think. So excited to get out there this morning.
Yeah, I'm excited. I've been skiing well, so hopefully we can translate it to a good tournament score and keep it going.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that's always kind of the trick, bringing the practice into the tournament. But good luck out there. Back to you, Tony.
All right, then continuing on, and diapers and formula become line items on the budget now.
Oh yeah, you see a few skiers down there, sort of trading their time between being a parent and then throwing the ski on and getting out and competing.
All right, then, and you just saw our QR code. If you want to join our global watch party, feel free to do so. Scan that QR code or go to waterskibroadcasting.com/watch party and send us a photo of yourself or a whole group of you watching the TWBC webcast of the MasterCraft Pro for 2025. Oh, my word. Timo is all over the show here, but he is still upright.
Ducking and diving all the way through that pass. You see his reaction as he comes out the exit gates. Right from number one, shoulder dropped in the water, and he was off, and he was holding on and using his years of experience to get through the 6 buoys at 39 off. But as we said, it doesn't matter how you do it as long as you get the full 6 buoys, and he's done it. And now it gets reset. And whatever he can get at 41, can he take our lead? We're going to watch that replay here in just a second because it was an exciting pass.
Yeah, it was interesting in a lot of places, and especially here on the entrance gate into buoy number 1. Drops the handle in low and managing to still stay on top of his ski there, Kyle.
Yeah, we saw a little foreshadowing on his 35. He dropped his shoulder at 3, and we saw it there at 1, even number 3 again. It was a strong position going to 4. Really gets stretched out, though, and dives on the front. A little bit out of position at 4. But he knows he's only got 2 more to go, and that's his onside. He knows he can rip that one through. Squeaks around 6, and he says, you know what? Not pretty, but I got it done. Here's my shot. Best start dot guy in the business right there, Steve Garcia.
All right, there he is.
One of the homeowners here, and he loves spending time on the start dock and keeping this event rolling along smoothly.
10.25 meters for Thibaut Dayon. Gets it to go around buoy number 1, and he gets a half.
Plagued him the whole set, didn't it?
That puts him in a tie with Stephen Neveu with that same score, and that also
and Lucas Cornell,
and Lucas Cornell as well. So
bit of a jam there. Everyone going for the big number 1 at 41 to try and get him down the lake. But yeah, like I said,
so that's a three-way tie for third.
It's a three-way tie for third right now. But it did plague him the whole set. Thibaut coming in just a little off balance, maybe dropping that shoulder. You could see him coming in a little bit kind of stretched out and falling into his onside turn. He can rely on a big onside turn some of the times, but when he's overstretched like that, it didn't bode well on the earlier passes, and it got him there at 1 ball at 41.
Okay, just a correction there. That's a three-way tie for fourth, not third, between Stephen Neveu, Lucas Cornell, and Thibaut Dayon, all on half. And the skiers above them is Camille Bamera on 1, Jamie Calhoun on 2, and Joel Poland on 2.5. So a pretty tight collection of water ski slalom athletes. They're all gathered in towards the top.
Yeah, very tight. Around that 1, 2, 3, only one skier getting to 3 so far. To be honest, I expected a little bit more. I thought that some of these skiers that have been already would have got to some 3s. Joel Poland, the only one so far, has got his ski around number 3 with a 2.5. But we still have 12 skiers to go. One of them, the next skier, Tim Tornquist, and you mentioned him about being one of the next ones to maybe step up and take his place. He's a great slalom skier. He's had some 4s. I think he got to 5 at 41 in Sweden this year. Good, strong jumper too, but he's focusing on his slalom this weekend. And whether he's ready to claim the top spot, I know he's looking for a shot at the podium, that's for sure.
Yep. And there is Tim Tornquist getting ready to receive his own handle back. And with that, we'll take him in on his opening pass, which is going to be 30 meters.
Looking at the running order, to be honest, Tony, there's only really Tim and Jaime Palomino out of the next 12 skiers that haven't won an event. Everybody else has been on the top of the podium somewhere along the lines. You got your Corey, your Dane, Cole McCormick obviously won the Masters a couple of years ago. John Travers, no stranger. Nate Smith, he's out pretty early there. He's fed from the top. So, yeah, some tough competitors to follow. Tim Tornquist, though, showing us why he has been getting towards the tail end of 41 all season.
Looking good. Don't see too much wrong with that effort there. That is Tim Tornquist. So getting ready for pass number 2. It's going to be 12 meters there for him. 6 already credited on the strength of his run of 13 meters. Right here at the Isles of Lake Hancock, the host venue of the MasterCraft Pro for 2025.
And as the morning rolls along, Tony, we've seen every skier so far choose to or elect to go out at 13 meters, 32 off. But as the morning rolls along, a little bit of a breeze popping up from the start dock, which means starting 32, you're going to get a little bit of a push at 41 coming into the start. And a lot of these skiers these days choosing to just, they have to do it at some events, start at 12. And you can see it commonplace in some of the prelims where they elect to start at 12 to take their 41 maybe back into the wind. So hopefully we see some of that action here coming up soon. Big turnaround island, this dropping down that far end for say 45 seconds to a minute, letting the water settle. Doesn't need to settle, take long, but that's a big turnaround island down at the far end, giving you plenty of time to get set, get ready for your second and fourth pass. Tim Tornquist, it's 12 meters, very, very tight round 135. He's got a strong onside. Talking to him a little bit before this event, sometimes it gets him across to his 2.4 so early, he gets a little bit opened up. And that's when he has a little, issue maybe at 39 or 41 at maybe his offside. But if he can keep things under control, get that big onside, control the line into 2, he can go deep.
All right, and that's his aim right from the get-go. Again, the first couple of passes under his belt, and then he can start to really pile on the pressure with the remaining competitors to come, all highly capable slaloming athletes. So there we go, the MasterCraft Pro star doing a fantastic job so far.
Yeah, the MasterCraft Pro presented by Action Watersports, the local MasterCraft dealer with the dealership down in Polk City and the new one in Claremont, maybe 20 minutes from here. Just opened up in June. So two locations there for your convenience. And full pro shop, service center. Great spot to get look at new boats or get your existing one serviced and looked after.
All right, here we go, folks.
There it is, that tight number 1, and a little trouble at number 2. He deals with the rope there, but a little panicky probably at 2 and down course a little bit. Not a problem at 38 off, but hopefully that we don't see that at 39 or even 41. Little tailwind starting to creep up, like I mentioned, and pushing these skiers down the lake a little bit on their first and third passes.
A little summer breeze.
Yeah, watch the start here, Tony. It's the one ball is beautiful. Opens up well, drops in, doing it on a D3. I think that's an ion, is it? But 2, that's where he got a little bit of, ran in a little fast, sucked up the rope a little bit, and just kind of a little bit uncomfortable feeling. It wasn't hard, but probably not the rhythm he was looking for through 38 off. The benefit, coming back headwind 39, can keep that rope a little tighter on his offside. Hopefully get into a good rhythm, and who knows? Chasing the lead, it's 2.5 at 41. He backs himself. He backs himself in a tailwind to get to at least a 3.
And you know, as well as we continue to monitor the situation with Tim Tornquist, the only thing better riding on either a Conley or a D3 is actually winning one. You can be part of that audience prize competition.
Get your predictions in. You want to give us yours, Tony? Are you eligible? Can you have a shot at it? Okay, you're not allowed. I can. I'm going to put my entry in here pretty shortly. I'm just going to get the gauge.
Get your phone out.
Yeah,
get after it.
And not the one ball, but hopefully he can keep the rope tight at 2. There it is. He puts him back on time. He's still a little slow off of number 3. He needs to rely on a big number 4, which he gets. Doesn't panic. The 135 not working that well.
Whoa, hello.
Yeah, kind of relied on his offside, which is a little strange there for Tim, but it worked well. That D3 sticking in there, one of the most predictable skis on the market, really user-friendly, and got over the front of it, pushed it through, and it stayed the course for him on that offside turn. But he's going to need to straighten up 135. It's not quite getting him the space he needs. He's through it, but he knows he needs to revamp something there. Strange that the one was really kind of letting him down. Yep.
That line dipping in the water just momentarily.
Yeah. So his offside was not working that well at 38 when he had a lot of time. When he had less time and maybe a bit of a headwind to keep the rope tight, he went out straight back in on his offside there at 2 and 4 at 39, and they came around great. He's got to put the two sides together, two parts of the equation, and hopefully he can see himself down past our leader, past Joel Poland with 2.5 at 41.
Well, I mean, if he can get a halfway decent start and just really just crush number one, then he'll be in good position for number two, and maybe yes, turn 3 possibly at this stage. And if he's up for that, let's see what he's got. Here he comes. There's number one.
Oh, another skier falls victim to number one at 41. It's a 4-way tie for fourth spot. All of them. They're skiing early in the order. They don't know what it's going to take to, at this stage. They know they need great starts. I'm fully expecting the next few skiers to start rethinking their strategy though, and going out at 12 meters. The start at 41, yeah, or do the opt up. Yeah, you'll see a couple of skiers do that, go 32 off, and then go straight to 38. That might be the play. But these skiers having a little trouble with the tailwind 41 and going in at round 1 ball.
All right, then let's send it over to Ali.
All righty, Thibaut. So we're going to take a replay here of your 39. Have you kind of walk us through it, see what you see.
It was not my best 39 for sure, but I haven't been skiing very well lately, so I'm narrow on one already. It was a little tough. It was not the easiest one, but made it through. Yeah, I'm super narrow on 1, 3, and 5 for some reason. I got to figure it out.
Yeah, I mean, I think that 4-ball definitely kept you in it there. That was a pretty good turn. We see you shaking your hand there at the end. Walking away with a half for today. It looks like that's kind of been the popular score. I think we have 4 halves on the board now. Maybe some room for improvement for tomorrow. We were just kind of talking the wind starting to pick up on the far end. What are you thinking out there?
Well, the wind is picking up. If I had to do it again, I would start at 35 and get the 41 headwind. Depending on the wind tomorrow, that's probably my plan, and see how it goes.
Did you notice any kind of difference with the gates on one end or the other?
No, not really, no.
Okay. All right. Well, awesome. Thanks for taking the time. Back to you, Tony.
Hindsight, 2020, isn't it?
All right, then. Oh, here we go. Our first watch party photo for coming to us from Alicia Bagnoli-Stadibauer.
She could just step outside, really, couldn't she?
She could have.
All right, Corey Vaughan takes to the water, and there it is. We heard Thibaut talking about it. We were mentioning it. It's happening. This is Corey Vaughan, experienced slalom skier, one of the maybe the oldest skiers in the field. Has his big win from last year. He knows it's going to take more at 41 than the half or the 2s that we're seeing so far. It's a 12-meter start.
All right, 12 meters it is. And he gets it done. All right, then. So now that he started in on the 12-meter line, it opens up an option or two for him in regards to 41 off, provided he gets that far.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. Obviously, starting at 12 is a little more difficult for these skiers. They're used to it. They've done it plenty of times before, but it does put some pressure on that 39 off pass. It makes it, with the tailwind, they're all capable of doing it. But, in the back of their head, they're also going, it doesn't matter if I miss 39. Missing 39 or getting 2 at 41 is kind of the same thing. It's not going to be enough. So they're going to risk the 39 tail and set themselves up. And I think you're going to see our first skier really have a good shot. If you can get through 39 to go deep at 41, maybe take that lead away from Joel. And our next skier is Dane Meckler, isn't it? And he's very, very frequently starting at 12. He did it at the Worlds. It's kind of his common thing. So even without a wind, he would probably elect to start a little shorter. And I expect a lot of our skiers to follow suit. Maybe a couple do the 32, opt up to 35. I know like the guys like John Travers would maybe choose that option. Maybe even Will Asher.
All right there, so moving on up, we've got Corey Vaughan, who comes to us from Bumpus in Virginia, where he runs his Peace, Love and Water Skiing outfit there.
And a very tidy pass, 38 off. No messing around when you start at 35. You've got one kind of warm-up pass, then you're at 38, and it's go time. And barely getting the heart rate up before you have to go at 39 off. So, yeah, Corey drove down, I think it was on Wednesday night. He ended up spending a night over just down the road with me at Fluid and took a couple sets. We had a few of our skiers come out and take some practice sets behind the MasterCraft Pro Star, just kind of warming up for the event. Obviously, with everything going on here, a little difficult to get some time on the water. And so everyone coming out and getting a few practice passes in. And I tell you what, Corey looked great yesterday. Falling, I think it was around 5 at 41. And I know it's practice, but you can tell he was in touch. He ran it here last year, and he's setting himself up, hopefully, to do it again in 25.
He ended up in the third place last season with 3 1/4 at 10.25 meters. So looking to try and get somewhere around about that range to take the lead and also quite possibly seeing his path through to the final.
That was third in the MasterCraft Pro last year?
Yeah, MasterCraft
Pro.
Pro.
Well, he was in the King of Darkness at this tournament, at this site. He ran 41 and went into the matchup with in the finals with Nate Smith. Obviously didn't quite ski as well. Nate went ahead and ran 41, and he, I think, came up a little short. But it was the prelims that he skied so well, and he's doing it again here. A little down course at 4 at 39. Doesn't panic. His trademark, kind of like Nephew, doesn't mind running a little down course, doesn't stress too much. And it's a clean 39 off, downwind. And here's our first real shot, I think, of seeing maybe a piece of 4 or who knows.
Yep, who knows. And good extension here, allowing for that ski to whip round. He is on a KD element, the CV signature edition, making that ski really work well for him. And Corey Vaughan, who ended up in 7th spot in the World Championships, which took place not too long ago in Riceto in Italy, and scored 3 at 10.25 meters. So we're identifying a little bit of a pattern here.
That's what you tend to see in these early rounds of pro and major competitions. The 3 at 41, that's the mark. That's the point where everyone knows they've got to get to, or maybe even a little bit more to put themselves in a spot. Corey came up a little short. I know he skied well. He was disappointed with the Worlds not to go a little deeper. Didn't get the start. He was looking at 41. Eked his way around 3. He's becoming one of those skiers that you can kind of count on. Even if he doesn't get the start, he's looking to still be able to get himself into 3, even 4 at 41. He's done it a number of times, and that just separates himself from some of the other skiers who kind of come up short and just get their 3s or 2. But it's a slow number 1. It's down course. It is 41. That's a huge number 2, and he's early for 3.
Look at
this
him
is
go.
going well for Corey. He's got round
4
and brilliant skiing. He is going to be pumped with that.
He may not even need to ski the second round, depending upon what happens beyond this point.
Yeah, probably. Who knows? 4 at 41 would be amazing if he was forced to ski to make the final with a 4 at 41 in the first round. But who knows? But I'd say he'd still take the opportunity tomorrow morning to, even if he's already in, he's going to know. He's going to know kind of what the other skiers have done. It wasn't the one ball he's looking at. I think he was down course, but he absolutely smoked 2. He said, you know what, I'm just going to rip it and see what happens. He held on to it. The benefit of that little headwind there, obviously being able to keep the rope tight and control things, and that was the right play. He's so far been our smartest skier on the water, I think.
Yep, he's in the lead now with that score to 41 off, 10.25 meters, and he's now thrown down the gauntlet, as it were, as we go on to our next competitor, who is the defending MasterCraft Pro champion from 2024. It is going to be Dane Meckler.
We haven't heard from the start dock or from the boat yet, but I'm willing to bet it's going to be 35 off, 12 meters start for Dane. And we see the leaderboard. Corey sitting on top with a huge 4 at 41. Joel Poland in second. 2.5 at 41. And Calhoun rounding out our top three. Yeah, here it is. Yep, it's been confirmed. It is 12 meters. Dane Meckler winning this event. His first title event that he's picked up. He's been on numerous podiums. He's always been there and thereabouts, but came up clutch at the MasterCraft Pro in 2024 with, I think it was 4 or 5 at 41 to win the event.
All right, then, with that, let's send it on over to Ali.
All right, Tim. So fresh off the water, we just kind of saw you at the half at 41, kind of joining that club this morning. We were talking, I was saying, before your 39, they showed at the front of the boat. Definitely looked like the wind was kind of picking up a little bit out there.
Oh, yeah, I definitely think it did. I mean, my 32, 35 were pretty calm, and then 38 as well, and then 39, it got a little gust there. I mean, I managed 39, but at 41, I couldn't manage the gate, really. I missed my timing.
Yeah, kind of got caught in that tailwind there.
Yeah, exactly. And then I was going too fast into one and tried to slam it, didn't work, and yeah.
We saw Corey take the 35 start to get it the other direction. Do you think we're going to see more of that moving forward?
Yeah, I definitely think so. And I mean, I'm thinking about it tomorrow. They said I want to start 32 no matter what the wind direction was, but for tomorrow, it's a different game plan.
Yeah, I mean, today's kind of, filling out the water, filling out the boat, getting your strategy down, and then tomorrow, it's all go, right?
Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, we'll see that. That's not enough for finals. I want to do more, so, yeah.
Definitely, yeah. I know we have several people that are hungry for more tomorrow, but got today done, and we'll see you back out tomorrow. Best of luck. Back to you, Tony.
Thank you very much. Okay, Dane Meckler. Dane Meckler, who finished up in fourth spot at the recent World Water Ski Championships over in Ricchetto, scoring 4 at 10.25 meters for that position. Just marginally behind the bronze medal position of 5 from Will Asher. But looking to defend his title, maybe.
Yeah, unfortunate there for Dane at the Worlds. It's a huge score, 4 at 41. He was chasing. He already knew that Will had gone out. Will went out fairly early, I think, in that round and picked up a 5, one of his best performances of this year so far.
Okay, let's send it on over to Ali.
All right, Corey, so we saw you go out at 35, take 41 from the other direction. I think we're going to take a replay here of your 41.
All right, let's have a look. It happened fast, so I'm always curious to see what it actually looked like. I remember feeling a little tight coming into 2, but then I came out much better than I thought. And so right here I became a believer for a moment, and I don't second guess that too hard. I just didn't quite turn as tight on 3 or commit enough, and once I connected, I knew I was just playing for 4. So I was trying to follow the rules there, not take the hit in the middle, which I had the jump ramp in the way, which was actually much more dangerous than coming back to behind the boat, but I'm super happy. I wanted to get a score in that would make me relax for the rest of the day and not pace around my motorhome, thinking about what's going to happen tomorrow. So that's good. I'm happy.
Yeah, it definitely kind of takes a little bit of the pressure off for the next rounds moving forward. So great skiing, awesome score, and good luck for the rest of the tournament.
Ooh. Yeah, thanks. I'll be rooting for you, Allie. Hopefully I can jump in the booth a bit. And big hello to Amelia and Seth back home. Mwah.
All right, guys, back to you.
All right, guys, while we're finishing up the interview with Corey Vaughan, Dane Meckler looking great at 1, 2, and 3. Made quite a big error there at number 4, maybe with the wind, but showed us why he is the former champion and got himself back in it. Big 5, 6 buoys at 39 off, tailwind again. He's setting himself up for a good opportunity. He picked up a 4 at 41 here last year in the King of Darkness. He has gone deeper.
He certainly has.
Watch the start. This is classic Dane, just on top of 1, 2, and 3. Beautiful tailwind 2-ball. Tight line. Didn't move. Rock solid 1, 2, and 3. Absolutely killed it.
And just whips that ski around across course off number 3.
Maybe
into 4.
a little lack of focus or just a little bit, play it safe at number 4. Ski rears up. Line goes a little loose, but he knows he can rely on that killer 5-ball turn for him and still run the pass. We've seen a 2.5. We've seen a 4. Dane Meckler is about to challenge our lead in just a few moments.
All right, and next on the dock is Cole McCormick. Who won the Masters Slalom title last season.
Yep, things heating up here figuratively and literally as the sun comes up and they're going to a beautiful morning. He's got a headwind 41 for Dane. It's a bit of a slow one. Can he get a 2-ball? It's okay. He's going to have to reach for 3. It's a big 3, but not enough. It's a 2.5. He ties up with Joel Pollan. He knows he missed an opportunity there. He had things set up to go deep on that pass and challenge the lead, but missing the handle maybe out of number 3. It's 2.5 and into second spot.
And if 2 and 2.5 does turn out to be the official score, yes, that would put him confirmed in a 2-way tie for second with Joel Poland with 2.5. Still in the lead, Corey Vaughan on 4.
It really wasn't the 1-ball that he was looking for. He usually can kind of force that one through. It stood him up a little bit. He lost his speed and couldn't kind of get moving out of 1 as early as he'd like. Put pressure on 2. Still made it to 3, but knew he needed to go for it, and kind of just everything kind of stopped, and the handle got too far away from him. So some thinking for him to do. It's a good first-round score. He's in second, obviously, but it's not going to be enough. And even as a backup, he's probably a little disappointed with a 2.5. And wife and son looking on. Janina Bonham, we'll see her out in the jump event, ladies jump event later on this afternoon. And pretty sure we'll see Luca there in about another 12, 13 years.
All right, their 12-meter start for Cole McCormick now. Now these 12-meter starts are becoming more of the rule rather than the exception here.
Yep, and as we heard from Tim Tornquist, he'll be rethinking his strategy and probably doing something similar if the conditions are the same tomorrow. Obviously, our earlier skiers didn't have as much wind, and he said we saw Tim say it was a bit gusty. I don't think it's gusty. It's a little bit of wind. It's maybe a 5-6 mile an hour tailwind, but that's enough. That's enough at 41 to make things difficult when it's pushing you along. Cole McCormick on La Pointe skis. He's their number 1 pro and does an exceptional job on that ski. Chris LaPointe, obviously based here in Florida, making skis in downtown Orlando.
All right, let's see what he has to continue with. 12 meters on the opening pass, 11.25 meters coming back. He is obviously setting himself up for 10.25 meters, and Cole McCormick was the last skier off the dock in the regulation finals of the World Water Ski Championships over in Richeto. Yeah, it was last off the dock.
He was last off there. He had the 4 in the first round, didn't he? Chasing a big performances of Charlie Ross and Nate Smith, who both cleared 41, scored that 1 at 41 and 43. Exciting runoff, and they're coming up here pretty shortly as we have a beautiful view of that MasterCraft Pro Star coming in, and behind it, Cole McCormick, the left foot forward skier, coming in at 38 off. He's a 2024 Masters champion and been on top of, well, not on top of a lot of podiums, but he's been on a lot of podiums, isn't he? He's got a lot of
Certainly
second
has.
and third places. I think he's picked up a couple of podiums at this MasterCraft Pro in years past. And looking the goods at 38 off. The challenge will be the 39, coming back tailwind.
And of course, with Olivia coming into the world, it's kind of took a took a little bite out of his season so far as being regularly available to skiing tournaments.
Are all those skiers entering in their top 3 choices for the podium? You think? All on their phones, putting in their predictions.
Yeah.
You think Will's backing himself?
I don't know. Is he looking for a ski?
He might be. Who knows?
I don't know. Judging by what he's wearing, probably not. But yeah, I mean, you can enter the audience prize competition for your chance to win yourself a D3 or Connolly slalom ski. Go to waterskibroadcasting.com/play and register. And also, if you want to be part of that global watch party, scan that QR code and upload your photo wherever you happen to be around the world. If you're watching the MasterCraft Pro for 2025, prove it.
Well, let's get behind Cole McCormick as he comes in at 39 off. It's a must-run pass, and he's got the one to do it. Very solid. He's overdone number 2. Unfortunately, Cole McCormick, he's shaking his head. He didn't know quite what happened there. He had a great one ball, but just shows how difficult 39 can be with a little tailwind pushing you through. We've seen a couple skiers go through it, but it wasn't Cole McCormick's day. He's going to rethink things. He's going to be out pretty early on. He's sitting in... I think there's only going to be maybe Ben Lutz out before him so far. So he'll be kicking things off early for us. It'll get things exciting tomorrow, maybe mid-morning. We think the women start tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, and men will be taking things up around 9:30.
All right, so just
unexpected for Cole. He didn't see that coming at all. He had a great one, turned into 2. Maybe got his head going. Maybe a little anxious to get on the boat, and it wasn't there for him and fell in. So, although it's a keep, it's the right strategy. It shows that it's not a given.
Yeah, and that tail slide came in a little bit too harshly there as we have a look at the outskirts of the Magic Kingdom and the Disney complex over towards the south and the east of us here.
Unfortunately for us, they've changed the drone flying requirements. It used to be you couldn't fly around this area too much, and I'm just hearing that actually the drone is still restricted somewhat. Obviously, near Disney property, they restrict what drones can do, and I'm hearing that they can fly as far as the ramp. That's it.
Yeah, just a couple of hundred more meters.
No, it can't go any further.
No, we can't. We can't annoy Mickey.
All right, and taking to the water next, it's going to be Jaime Palomino. And a young guy at school also at Rollins. We saw Camille out. It's his teammate, Rollins College.
And runner-up in this season's U21 Worlds.
Yes, he did exceptionally well there. Had a 5 at 39 in the prelims. Came out and squashed 39. Got a 1.5, I believe it was. And put some pressure on Charlie and Lucas. Charlie came through with the win with 3 at 41. And Jaime in second spot. And he had picked up a great result, I think in Morocco, was it, earlier in this year, and that's why he's seated so high here. He's choosing to go at 13. I have a feeling he might elect the opt-up, depending on how he feels after this opening pass. Always an exciting skier. He's strong. He likes to get in deep, turns hard, and makes the slalom event extremely exciting.
I think he is riding that Neo slalom ski, isn't he, from D3?
Yeah, it looks so. He really pushes it on both sides. It shows why it is such a forgiving ski. You can get away with a lot. You can kind of really get on the front of it, and it holds in for you. Kind of like the Connolly that's also one of the prizes here today.
Yes, indeed. And we're seeing Jonathan Travers get ready, scrubbing his hands. I'm sure that Bob Marley appreciates that. There you go. On a red, appears to be a prototype Syndicate slalom ski that he's riding on. They're always tinkering with things out there.
Yeah, strong team from the HO Syndicate team, and always developing new things, always things in trial. And with the likes of John Travers and Will Asher, Ellie Nicholson, Thibaut. There's a ton of top skiers, and now Sasha Desion on that ski and on that team, kind of redefining and reshaping their ski all season, trying to find what's going to give them that extra quarter half buoy. What has he decided to do? It's Jaime coming back in. Is it 35? Did he do the opt up to 38? We're going to wait and find out here. He's staying course. 35. He's staying with 35. And nice little headwind. Easy warm-up pass. You know, maybe he's a younger skier. I know he started at 12 many times. I'm sure he's opted up. But maybe choosing today to just go through the course and do his 38 tailwind, hopefully run his 39 headwind. I think he would back himself to run 39 tailwind, but it's probably a bit more of a stretch that it is for him and that it is for some of our other skiers, I think.
And one of only 3 competitors in the U21 World Water Ski Championships that actually ran at 10.75 meters in the final. The other 2 was, of course, Charlie Ross, who would prevail in that event with 3 at 10.25 meters, and Lucas Cornell scoring 1 at 10.25 meters in the final, and Jaime Palomino just marginally in front of Lucas to the tune of 1 1/4 buoys at 10.25 meters in the slalom final of the U21 Worlds held at the Lakes of Cast in Stone.
Yeah, great event. I've been fortunate enough to be up at Predator Bay the last 2 years, and they're really putting a lot of time and effort and money into that site and into bringing into hosting World Championship events. The under-17s there in 2024, under-21s this year, and then next year the over-35s. You going back?
Maybe.
Maybe, hopefully. Anyway, on the water, it's Jaime, and it's 38 off, little tailwind pushing him, but he is a very, very strong skier. Ropes up number 2. Oh, folds a little bit at number 3, but that's kind of typical for Jaime. He doesn't mind kind of getting a little bit, jumping around on his ski a little bit. He does it well. 6 buoys.
All right, then 3 passes deep. 32, 35, 38 in that sequential order. That is 13, 12, and 11 for those of you that like to use the metric system. That is 6 buoys at 11.25 meters, and now it's 10.75 meters. Coming right up. I'm trying to kind of get a bit of an understanding into what he's thinking, in this round of competition. Maybe he's just trying to get the first round done, hopefully get through a 39. He's definitely got aspirations of making, the top 8 or top, into the final, maybe making onto a podium as he has done so in the past. But he's choosing to go the safe route, hopefully get through his 39 headwind. It's going to be a push for him to get much past the 2 or down to, or especially to catch the Corey's 4 at 41 tailwind. But he may have other goals today with his skiing, as far as just making sure he's confident in his ability. He's got other tournaments. He's probably going to be doing the Grand Prix next weekend, and then obviously going on to Collegiate Nationals later on this year in October. That's out in San Diego. Yeah, over in El Centro, which is, if you draw the curtains up wide enough and look over the window, you should be able to see Mexico from there. All right there, so here we go. We've got Jaime Palomino from Mexico.
Always stumbled a little bit on his pull to 2, but he's still on time. Folds at number 3. He's going to be late here. Throws a ski out round number 4. That's all she wrote for Jaime. He sneaks ahead of Carter Eaton, but unfortunately on the tail end of this draw, pushed it. His one ball was slow, wasn't it? Folded over a little bit. Had to pull all the way to 2. You can see him starting to kind of break forward as he was staying on the rope all the way into a number 2. And it's a score of 4 at 39. Not quite what he was looking for this morning.
I think he got behind the boat a little bit on this gate shot, which didn't exactly set himself up all that great into number 1.
That was a tricky start. He does that a bit, on his offside, where his shoulders get a little bit ahead of the front of his ski. Usually he's strong enough and in a position where he can get back into it and pull and take the hit and get across to number 2. But you could see him sort of starting to fall across it in front of his ski and stuck in his lean. We kind of a bit of a lock lean going into number 2, and really, really fighting right from the start.
Yeah, it was in a bit of a deep hole there off buoy number 1, and just couldn't really.
Good too. I mean, for
decent too. Yeah,
considering
it's
pulling
right
all the
for
way
forward.
there, that was a great turn, but not enough time at 3 offside to stay calm. Tried for the big 4, and things kind of stopped on him there.
All right, then. So that ends up being 4 at 10.75 meters. We are about to take skier number 14 of 20. So there are.
Well, interesting point in it,
6
really.
skiers
7 skiers remaining. Is that what I'm counting?
Yep, 7 skiers remaining.
So based on round number 1, Corey Vaughan already into our final. He's going to be in the top 8, going into round number 2.
12-meter start for JT.
Interesting. Yeah, he usually does a 32 and then opts up, but choosing to go at 35, 12 meters. And I think John has been looking solid lately. He's been skiing really well. Maybe not getting the results or the placements that he maybe deserves, but on the water he's been executing well.
And with that, let's send it over to Ali.
All right, so here with Dane Meckler, our reigning MasterCraft Pro champion. Is currently sitting in second. How was it out there?
Yeah, it was all right. I wouldn't say it was my best set ever. Unfortunately, I missed the handle out of 3. I got myself where I wanted on the far end with 41 coming back in the headwind, and I just missed the handle. It's kind of a mental mistake. But yeah, I woke up this morning and said, hey, today, you're going to go 35, and when the wind was starting to kick up, it made that decision easier, and we have to do it in the final, and tomorrow hopefully I'll do it again, and hopefully I did enough today just to at least know what I need tomorrow. So that I guess that's the good news. But yeah, I would have loved to come out of 3 there.
Yeah, I mean, I think you put yourself in a pretty good spot. Unfortunately, like you said, missing the handle there. But yeah, I think we're going to see a lot of people probably follow that lead. I mean, I think Corey did it first, I guess, and then you, and I think we're going to continue to see people go out at 35 moving forward.
Yeah, I think so too. The wind's starting to kick up, and I just needed one round behind that boat. We don't get to ski behind it too often, especially with the 6.2. There's not many of them out there, and it felt great. I just think I needed one round, and tomorrow will feel really good.
All right, awesome. Well done. Back to you, Tony.
Well, thank you very much.
Yep, we're hearing from Dane there. He's mixed feelings about that set. It's putting him right on the bubble, I think. Obviously, he's going to be on the outside if all these other skiers can go past or get a full 3 or past it. And he's going to have to ski, in the middle of the pack tomorrow. John Travers coming in. It's already 38 off. Another skier that I'd say ups the excitement level of slalom skiing. Doesn't mind kind of getting in deep. Doesn't mind throwing his head around and making this event look as hard as it actually is.
You got that one right. As we see Jonathan Travers pull out for the next line leg shortening. He's run through 12. That was 11. Now getting ready for 10.75 meters. We'll see what he's got.
To be honest, of late, he's actually been making this event look pretty easy. He's been getting great starts at 41s. His onside's working really well, and when he stays quiet on his offside, he's can get the start that's required to run this pass. He's run it a few times in the past. He's been at this site kind of helping set up a little bit over the last few days. Probably got snuck in a few extra little sets here and there, and got some experience behind this MasterCraft 6.2 leader. And we see him round 6 ball on the replay. This is where it gets interesting, isn't it? Now it's 39 off, 10.75. Kind of separates the men from the boys here, especially if you happen to do it tailwind. Seen several other competitors. It got Cole McCormick though. He got a little overzealous at 2 ball, ended up in the drink. Hopefully the same fate doesn't happen for John. He's through 2. It's a big 3 ball. He's looking on time here. Takes it easy around number 4. No, he was a bit of a safety turn, but he knew he only had a couple more to go. Oh, he's come up short.
He's inside 6.
Did not see that. He maybe took a little too easy. I thought 4 was kind of what he needed to do, just a little bit easier, but then maybe took too easy at 5 as onside. Interesting to see what happened there. I did not see that coming.
Okay, so where does that put him? Jonathan Travers, that puts him in 10th place right now.
Yeah, in a whole world of trouble, actually. He's going to have to step things up a lot I thought he'd done enough here. He was being cautious, you'd call it, on 2-4. 1-3-5, he could let go a little bit more. This was that wasn't a bad turn. No, he's fine going into number 5, and he just didn't put his foot down 5-6, or out of 5. Come up short. Mental error there for John Travers, unfortunately. And so far, that puts Joel in a commanding position, I guess you'd call it. He's got 6 skiers remaining. He'll be in our top 8 going into the prelims. So at least he'll know what he's going to have to do.
All right, then. So still out in the lead is Corey Vaughan with 4 at 10.25 meters. A two-way tie for second exists between Dane Meckler and Joel Poland. 2.5 at 10.25 meters. Jamie Calhoun with 2 at 10.25 meters. He's currently sitting pretty in his office right now with 2 at 10.25 meters right now.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm forgetting about Dane Meckler, aren't I? There's another 2.5, so it's Joel and Dane tied up there in the 8th spot if all these other skiers are able to go past 3 at 41.
All right, then. So with that, we will move on to our next competitor who comes to us from McCordsville in Indiana. It is going to be none other than the current IWWF World Men's Slalom Champion. It is Nate Smith.
I think so.
All right, then. So what is the... I was about to ask the question and I got the reply. It is a 12-meter start.
Yeah, I could see that was going to happen from Nate Smith. No stranger to starting at 12 meters or 35 off. And our current world champion from Richeto in Italy. He had a huge runoff with Charlie Ross. Charlie Ross has been on having quite the season, run 41 several times. Earlier on this year at Swiss Ski School, he got through that pass, and he's done it several other times since, including the World Championships. Posted a huge 1 at 43, tied up the lead. Nate was obviously out before him, out just in front, tied it up, and then it went to a runoff, which we'll talk about here shortly after we hear from Ellie.
Indeed.
All right, so here with Jonathan Travers, definitely not the start we were looking for here. You want to tell us a little bit about it?
Yeah, just playing defense and not playing offense out there. Just need to step up for the next round and just get through that a little bit smoother, be smarter with the skiing, and be more aggressive.
Yeah, I mean, but pressure will be on a little bit, but it's kind of will make you be aggressive. You can't play defense in that situation, right?
Yeah, there's not going to be enough guys that put up a score that I can't beat. So I know I can just do it. I just have to be there, be present, be stronger in the moment, and enjoy the ride.
Yeah, definitely an achievable goal right now. So I know last year we saw you ski here, King of Darkness, big scores. So I know you have it in you. We'll see it tomorrow, hopefully.
Yeah, we'll try again.
All right, back to you, Tony.
Such a mental game, the slalom skiing, isn't it? These guys can all do it on the water. They've got the talent, the skills, the physical ability, but you've got to make sure you're in the right mind frame and execute on the day. And John rethinking his mind frame there for going into round 2.
All right, here we go. Nate Smith, 11.25 meters on pass number 2.
We're going to call this a warm-up pass for Nate Smith. We don't call it a warm-up for too many people, but for Nate, it's a warm-up, and we'll talk about that runoff that, when that happened, Tony, you're obviously calling the action there where you were there and present. Did you have a feeling that Nate would come up trumps in that runoff? Obviously, the experience pulled through there, I think.
Yeah, I mean, when the regulation skiing ended, I kind of knew that Nate's experience would prevail in this instance. And I think it was just basically just a normal meal for him.
Yeah, well, I mean, we're all cheering on Charlie, and he skied so well. and he's getting the experience, and he did it, under pressure. He got through the 41 and tied up the lead with Nate. But to go out at 41 at a World Championship in a runoff situation against the world record holder, it was always going to be a tough ask, and he went for it, fell around 2-ball, and Nate just had to get the full 2 to take that victory.
Indeed. One of our next skiers to come is that Charlie Ross that we'll see in about 2 skiers' time. We're going to see Will Asher come next after Nate Smith, and then we'll see Charlie Ross, and then we'll see a few more skiers, Rob Hazelwood, Thomas de Gasperi, and Freddie Winter.
Yeah, well, obviously Nate out a little earlier than expected. He's won some big titles this year, but hasn't skied at some of the events in Europe. So down a little bit in the Pro Tour rankings at this point. And watch how easy he is going to show us 39 is. Yeah, he's currently 7th on the tour. So, yeah, not quite the number of tournaments under his belt, but still skiing exceptionally well.
But he could actually make some positional gains, provided that he wins this event. 60 points on offer for the
yeah.
For the
So
winner.
Fred Winter's out in front. I haven't done the math. Is he catchable? De Gasperi's in 2nd, I believe. Hazelwood's doing all right too. But
I think he can get into
touchable.
Yeah, he's catchable.
Okay. So yeah, Nate Smith has a chance. Late season at these last 2 events. Here in Central Florida. We'll be going about half an hour down the road or an hour down the road to Jack Travers Ski School, Sunset Lakes next weekend for the Travers Grand Prix. And that'll be the last event of the year for these slalom skiers and for you guys. You guys get to have a little break. It's been a busy year.
Yeah, it's been quite a busy year, but we're already planning for next season. We've got the Junior World Championships in
Of course.
Argentina.
That's going to be early, isn't it? That's in April, maybe Easter.
Yes.
Yeah. So
And the first World Championship with a brand new boat.
Okay. Will Asher on the dock. Gloves on, ready to go.
All right, then, here we go. We've got on the water at this time. This is Nate Smith.
Just the best slalom skier of all time, pretty much. Maybe you could give that to Andy Mapple, but this guy's got the biggest scores. He's a little down course at 1 and 2, but still rocking through 3, 4. That's a big 4, and he's going to run this pass. If he can hook up at number 5, it is huge. Not the start. Ropes, 3 and 4, and back on time at the end of the pass. Easy stuff. He's our leader.
Well, I tell you what, for someone who's more used to grabbing joysticks instead of handles these days, with his occupation being an airline pilot, that ain't bad. That's some good skiing from Nate Smith, the world champion, world record holder. More titles than you can wave a stick at.
Well, early on in the season, I know he expressed that he hadn't been training as much and was still skiing exceptionally well. I think, leading up to the Worlds, he was on the water as much as he possibly could. And with his experience and his level of ability, I mean, he still can run 41 even when he's, maybe not as trained up as he normally is. But that's an exceptional pass. He's got our first one at 43. He's got a season best. It's a 2.5, I believe. Didn't he get a 2.5 no, he had a shot at 3-ball.
Mm-hmm.
2.5's the world record. No, he had a shot at 3 at the Cali Pro-Am earlier this year. One of the best ones I've seen him get at 43. Fell going, or maybe secured a full 2. But
here he comes. 975 gets 1.
Throws it out there and said, that's enough. I don't want to take a risk on any sort of falls. Gets the full 1. He did that same thing in the Worlds. When he went out pretty early, and it saw him through to that exciting runoff we saw with Charlie Ross.
And for Nate Smith to actually be denied a spot through to the next round of the competition, the finals, everyone would basically have to run the world record at this time.
Yeah, can't see that happening.
No.
I think we're going to see Nate as, if not the top seed, pretty close to it going into our final. He does not need to ski tomorrow morning, but I'm pretty sure he'll take the opportunity out here at these beautiful lakes to have a shot and see how far down he can get and set himself up for the final later on in the day. believe all the finals will start around lunchtime tomorrow after the completion of rounds 2 for the women and men in the morning. And Will Asher looking on and knowing it's possible out there. He's probably been in that spot several times before, being later seed and watching Nate Smith go out there and run a 41 and having to
That's a nice
come out after him.
That's a nice red ski I see him on, as well as JT.
Yep.
Yeah. Last time I had a red ski, it was an EP. You remember those, the comp one?
No, I wasn't born then, Tony.
Well, no, but I mean, it was a real classic slalom ski.
Was that the stiletto? Is that the one you're talking about?
No. I mean, we're talking like several years.
Oh,
early.
before the stiletto.
Yeah, like in the late 1970s, early 80s.
You've lost me on before the stiletto. I remember the stiletto. That was a great slalom ski. Actually, that shape has lived on. I think they've taken that shape and moved it into quite a few other brands. To be honest, copied it.
Yeah, exactly.
And moved it through. It did. It was a very consistent ski that worked well for a lot of skiers.
Absolutely, and a lot of the design genius of Roger Teeter continues to live on in a number of different ski brands and all of that kind of stuff. And interesting going back into the annals of water ski design's history. Of you hear of Roger Teeter, his name is bandied about in certain instances. I mean. He went on into business with those inversion tables. You ever see those on the infomercials?
Oh, I've seen them. I didn't know that was where he went. No, okay.
Yeah, exactly. Roger Teeter is the guy behind the Teeter pull-ups.
Okay.
And EP skis.
Well, yeah, slalom ski design, the people behind, a bit ancestral, isn't it? It's sort of, they've gone on and joined a lot of other companies and kind of moved through the different brands. And we've got word from the start dock. It's Will Asher on his red HO slalom ski, and he's starting at 12 meters.
All right, then.
You'd probably say that he hasn't had the best season of his life. He was on top of the leaderboard in the last couple of years, but didn't really kind of pull through until Worlds. And you could see how happy he was. He scored a huge 5 at 41. It wasn't enough to win it, but it was enough to get third, and he was really happy with his performance there.
And he is working on a brand new ski at the moment that could be on the shelves of your local pro shop very, very soon, depending upon how things turn up.
Yep. And I think you'll see him, kind of step things up a little bit here in these last couple of events earlier on in the season. Like I said, didn't really kind of fire, but proved to himself he still can. And on his day, go deep 41 or run it and take out some of these big events. The young phenom on the dock, Charlie Ross. He'll be our next skier. Rob Hazelwood, Thomas Segaspri, and then Fred Winter rounding out our field. 4 more skiers after Will Asher completes his turn. Then we'll be seeing the ladies hit the water.
Mm-hmm. Yep, we've got plenty of action here at the 2025 MasterCraft Pro, and not only do we have the men's slalom, our lead-off event, and we're close to 20 skiers in this event, and then we'll go on to women's slalom, where we'll have close to 10, and then we'll go into the women's jump and men's jump.
And after a handful of skiers in this round 1 of the men's, we saw that wind start to pick up a little bit. Tailwind from the dock, headwind on your second pass, which we're about to see Will Asher, but it hasn't picked up any more than that. It's just holding steady. It's only a little, maybe 5-6 mile an hour headwind, and hopefully that stays around for our jump event later on today, as Will Asher uses it to his advantage and slices his way through 38 off.
Yeah, that ski's not looking too bad out there, that red one.
Well, if there was anybody that could figure out slalom skis, Will Asher has been there and done it for a number of years. A lot of experience, and he's a tinkerer, like the former Andy Mapple. Does a lot of work, in his garage, kind of playing with different shapes, flexes, fin setups, really finding what is going to perform well for him.
Rocking and rolling. bleeding off some speed before he turns for the gate shot into number 1.
And big team, you know, the HO Syndicate team, a number of the top pros, you know, on that team for HO, but they've also got a number of designers too. You know, they've still got Bob Lapointe and Marcus Brown and Wade Cox all sort of contributing to, you know, what's taking that company into the future.
Matteo Luzzeri and whole other Benjamin Stadelbauer and a whole bunch of others on this syndicate team.
Yep.
So here we go, our member team syndicate. Skiing on the team for the brand championship, which consists of himself along with Jamie Bull and Ali Nicholson.
Well, it's a 39 tail. He gets in a little bit funky out of 1. Big 2 and 4. We saw Cole McCormick and John Travers go down, but not the same fate for Will Asher, using his experience and his technical, his strength and his power really to get through that pass. And another skier setting himself up for a good opportunity. We've seen one go through it. We'd love to see several more in this in the rest of this event. There's some potential here. It's Will Asher. He's run it many times. He's the current European slalom record holder with a 2 at 43. And showing the classic onside turn from Will Asher. Head and shoulders up, rips it around, drops his hip in, and a beautiful turn, 2 and 4. The 135 kind of moving around a little bit, but enough to get a full 6 buoys. And I think he's pretty happy with how he's feeling through that pass. Hopefully he can kind of let go here at number 1, get him down. We're behind him. We're cheering him on. We've got 4 skiers remaining. So far, 1 skier through 41. That's Nate Smith. Topping our leaderboard, it's 1 at 43. Corey Vaughan had a pretty good start. It was 4 at 41. Joel Poland and Dane Meckler are tied up in 3rd spot, 2.5 at 41.
All right, here we go. This is Will Asher now. This is 10.25 meters. Waiting for that boat to straighten up. And then he can pull out for his gate shot. Now, let's see how much speed he bleeds off going into the gate shot here. Keeping a lot of his water speed up there on that gate shot into number 1. Continue to go round buoy number 2.
This is looking good, Tony. Little slow off number 3. Can he get round 4? He's got it.
He's
not going to get the full
he's
buoy.
Not going to get the full 4, and he
I
almost
think he saw that
collides with
jump ramp.
the jump.
Yeah, we heard Corey talking about it earlier. And he was watching that jump ramp and maybe even his boot. Yeah, he's holding up in the air. I think as he went round number 4 there, his boot released. Let's watch the replay, see what happened. He dove into number 1, but he ended up with a good hookup. That's a normal kind of sort of start for Will Asher. Got a pretty good strong 3, number 2 here. A little deep and unloaded.
How much pressure is on that foot?
Yeah, unloaded and just got in a bit of a weird position. I'm not seeing it there, but somewhere along the lines you could see his boot kind of pop off a little bit, and he's looking down going, yep, I'm going to save myself here. A 3.5's enough. He's in to 3rd spot.
I think I actually saw it release off the second wake on his pre-turn in towards number 4 there. I saw the actual.
All right, well, we've got a slow-mo replay.
Mechanism.
Can we even go slower here until we see where it happened? Because round number 2, big turn. A lot of pull on the arms. Maybe slingshotted himself into 3 a little bit much. And what happens here? Now, it's still attached there, isn't it? He gets around number...
There it is. There you see the release mechanism. You can't see it point straight up there.
He's counting himself lucky there, I think, because that could have been... if he tried to hold on to anything more...
Which department does he go to for that one?
That was, that could have been a hard fall if he tried to do anything around number 4, apart from just kind of stand up and secure the half point, I guess you'd call it.
Okay, around about now I would hear a voice on my...
Yeah. The little sound in our headphones saying it is 12-meter start, 35 off, the action kicks along. It's Charlie Ross. What a year he's had. and skiing maybe 200 meters from his home training site. Well, I'm sure he skis here a lot too. He lives maybe within, just across the road there. But obviously skis at Winter Garden Water Ski just behind us with his father, Drew Ross.
All right, then. Let's send it over to Ali.
All right, Nate. So first off, great skiing. Putting down 41 this morning. We're going to have you take a look at it, kind of walk us through it.
Yeah, thank you. Just trying to feel the boat out. We haven't had a MasterCraft tournament since this tournament last year. So the first few passes, just trying to feel the boat out. Finally got a reasonably wide gate, but just kind of came in narrow to one ball. But I don't know. I've been skiing pretty well. I've had time this week to practice. So I've been off work for a couple of days and just trusted being confident in turning there at 3, getting myself back in it. It wasn't the prettiest 41s, but I don't know. I felt like I was kind of in it the whole time.
It definitely looked like you were in it the whole time from the dock. So getting another look at it there looks pretty good, I think.
Yeah, I think just hopefully not have to worry about the second round, go out there and feel the boat out. And, the wakes are a little bit different. The pool is a little bit different, but clearly, there's been some good scores, and I'm happy with that. So.
Yeah, clearly been some good scores. I think we're going to have some good scores to come after this. So thank you, and back to you, Tony.
Thank you very much.
Very analytical interview there, wasn't it, from Nate? You can see him, his head going a million miles an hour, trying to figure out. He was happy with the score, but you can see him saying, okay, what do I need to do better for the next round? He's pretty much the only skier out there that would look at his 41 and go, it wasn't pretty, but I got through it. I don't think 41 ever is that pretty. It's intense.
Mind you,
maybe Charlie Ross makes it look pretty when he runs it easy.
I was about to say.
He makes things look about as easy as they can be.
Mind you, he weighs barely more than a bag of sugar out there.
Yeah, lightweight skier, tall, good frame for slalom skiing. He's chosen to specialize. I think he used to do a little tricking back in the day when he was a junior, but saw that his forte was going to be slalom, and really kind of put the pedal down and his training over the last few years. He's always been, he's the top junior. He didn't pick up the under-17 world champs. He made a couple of errors in some bigger tournaments back when he was younger, but he has the under-17 world record. It's 41. That's huge. He's got the under-21 world record. And over the last couple of years, back to back. And over the last couple of years, he's always had the talent. He's always had the ability. But now he's got the competition head on his shoulders that he can do it when it counts. And that's why he's been winning titles this year.
And sometimes that takes a while, doesn't it? I mean, being able to slalom at this elite level is one thing, but then being able to do it consistently, totally different.
No, he's been doing it for a long time, but yeah, to be able to turn it on when he needs it, and the expectations on his shoulders, after he came out of juniors was a lot, so he's probably was feeling that, and now he's learned how to deal with it. And let's walk him through this. We'll talk him through this 39 off.
Here we are at the MasterCraft Pro 2025 on TWBC, brought to you in glorious 4K.
It wasn't the 2-ball we're looking for from him, but he still handles it well, can make some errors and still get through this pass. Again, he'd probably comment the same as Nate. It wasn't a pretty 39, but it was enough. Loose line there at 2-ball. Maybe a little bit of safety skiing, as we saw from some John Travers, which got him in some trouble. But Charlie able to figure things out. We had high expectations of him actually last year in this event. He was skiing pretty well, but came up short. He was when everyone else was skiing so well. I think he ended up maybe with a 1.5 or a 2 at 41, and didn't perform as he was expecting. A lot has changed in that 1 year time frame. He went down to the Moomba Masters early in the year and showed us he'd been doing his homework over the winter. Ran, I think it was a 4 at 39. Obviously, Moomba's a tricky site to ski, but he looked easy. He sort of stopped skiing around 4. He was like, I've done enough. He had to take down Thomas de Gasperi, I think, was in second. He was the top seed going to the final. He looked dominant right from his first pass on the Yarra River. And since then, ran 41. He's ran it now several times, picked up under 21 world champs. He's picked up, it was another title, wasn't it? What was the event he won, running one at 43? Monaco, that's the one. So he's got another pro event under his belt, a World Championships under 21, and a silver medal at the World Champs. Here it is. This is the pass we've been wanting to see. It's 41 off. Can he get through it again? 3 times he's done so this year. Incredibly short. It's a beautiful one ball. He's on time at 2. Ropes it in. And at maybe getting a little down course to 4, but can he still
there,
get
though.
a piece of 5 and pushing it?
Pushing it on the number 5 ball. So that's going to be 4.5.
Yeah, the potential's there. You could see him. He knew he could get through it. I think he maybe took the foot off the pedal a little bit when he knew he'd got past Corey Vaughan.
Okay, so he's in outright second place at the moment. Nate Smith still in the lead with 1 at 9.75, and
the one ball was massive, wasn't it? Really good. Yep, as good as it comes. 2 was strong for him. Maybe a little delayed. Probably thinking there's a couple guys falling around number 3 there, and he kind of went to defensive mode. Still enough to get across to 4, and he was hoping for a bigger turn at 4. Did enough to get his ski around 5 and ahead of Corey Vaughan, but all sorts of trouble trying to turn it. He's in second spot.
And all but maybe qualified through to the next round.
You got to think he's going to be pretty safe with a score of 4.5 at 41. Stranger things have happened in the sport of water skiing, but I would be a pretty happy fellow going into the dock after round 1 with a huge score like that.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it took him 4 to make it through to the men's slalom final at the World Championships. So
3. Took 3 to get in. 2.25 missed out, but that was 12 skiers. We only got 8 going through this time, but they've got 2 rounds. So you get that second chance, and some of those skiers are going to need it. The likes of Cole McCormick, John Travers, even maybe Dane Meckler. Guys, he's our past champion. Guys that we'd expect to be mid-41 and kind of securing their spot right from this first round. Left the door open.
So here we go, a recently rejuvenated overall threat. This is Rob Hazelwood.
Okay, so I'm going to comment on this one here. He's starting at 13. We didn't expect that, but you know why? He is jumping this weekend. He jumped at the Worlds. He skied over at the Worlds, but on Tuesday, I believe it was, cutting to the ramp, his rope broke.
What?
Yeah, his rope broke. I saw a video of it. Went sailing across the wakes, barreled into the wakes with his chest, and he's hurt his ribs. He can jump. He's jumped since then. He tried a slalom right after it and said, no way, the ribs were just killing him. So that's why he's chosen to start at 13. What he does next, I don't know. Whether he stays the course and just goes. He wasn't even sure he was going to go compete in slalom today. As you know, Tony, when the ribs are sore, everything is sore. You can barely get out of bed in the morning without it just killing you. But he was able to jump, so we'll see him later on today. Slalom's going to be the tough one for him, I think.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because you're running just pass after pass after pass.
A lot of core strength involved. Your ribs really, and your chest takes it when you take the hits from the boat, and just the squeeze, behind the boat to maintain position. Everything kind of locks down, and when a rib's kind of sore, I don't think it's broken, but bruised ribs can be just as bad. So hopefully, he's going to figure out things here in this first round. He may not decide to push it, but hopefully he gets a bit of a taste of what it feels like, and maybe he's going to feel better tomorrow to really kind of put the pressure on and go for it a little bit more.
That's something you don't hear of very often, jump rope snapping.
No, not fun. I've done it once before, just in front of the ramp, went sailing off the side, and luckily the shore was far enough away that I didn't land on it. But not a fun fall. Lucky I was okay, and lucky for Rob Hazelwood, nothing major happened. Obviously he's sore, but it could have been a lot worse. He is punishing himself out there. You can see him kind of getting in deep and falling over. I think this is, he's a consistent slalom skier, and 12 meters is an easy pass, but he is feeling it out there, I think, as he goes through his warm-up passes. Struggling a little bit. Hopefully we can see him come back and use the adrenaline, the extra little bit of nerves to get him through this round.
Maybe. Okay, so Rob Hazelwood, who originally comes to us from Lincoln in England. And doing a fine job out there. He regularly skis at his home site in England. That'll be Hazelwood Ski World. All right, so So just had a quick word with Will Asher on his way back. You know, he telling us a little bit about his experience with the boot release.
Yeah, no, he did confirm for us it didn't go on off the second wake into four. It happened right when he was stretching out around four, got on the front and popped in. But he felt it, and anything could have happened from that point forward. Happening through the wake's just like breaking a rope. You know, it's a dangerous. That's a hard fall. Let's get behind Rob Hazelwood. He's got a 38 tail, and he's going to feel every single one of these wake crossings and pulls out of each buoy. He's got a smoother start than he had at 35. Maybe he's kind of dulling the pain a little bit as he gets moving. This is a pretty good-looking pass, and 6 buoys for a little sore Rob Hazelwood.
All right, then. Let's send it on over to Ali.
All right, so Will, we're here. We're going to take a look at your 41. Pretty good start there. Looked like your boot released at 4-ball. We'll see if we can see it here.
Yeah, no, I was pretty happy with it. It was quite a strong headwind, so I just thought just be intense into 1 and just try and hold it as long as I could. Came out of 1 really good, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, super good.
Yeah, that's kind of the one you need to run it. Little delay out of 2. Spray in my face, got a little blinded. Clear my eyes into 3. Yeah. And then my boot popped right here. Dunk, right there. My boot's already off. I'm like, ah. That was actually pretty scary. That's never happened before. That's what you do when you fight for a good score. You know, you got to throw it out there, kind of go a little bit forward. Maybe I'll give it a little bit of a turn on the din and tighten her up.
Yeah, I mean, we could see it from here, or you could see it in your face, and then I wasn't really sure what happened, and then on the replay, you could see your foot up in the air, and from the other view, your foot was the only thing you could see on the other side of the jump, so it was actually kind of funny. But yeah, never had that happen before?
No, and I was just focusing down on my boot, and I look up, the boat's right here, the ramp's right there, there's a lot of stuff going on. But it's, I'm pretty happy with that. I really wanted to get a start, and if you get a start, you can do something with it.
Yeah, definitely a good confidence, good start, building on that for tomorrow, hopefully.
Yeah, that'll be great.
All right, awesome. Great skiing. Back to you, Tony.
All right, fourth place on the Pro Tour standings. This is Rob Hazelwood. This is 39. He's got a headwind, choosing to go the opposite route.
There's number 1, hooks up, looking good on number 2. This is 10.75 meters. Reminder that
that one hurt.
He's
still
looking
going.
Good. He's still there.
Oh, he is tough. Tough English skier. They build him strong in England, don't they? Kind of held on to a huge 4. I thought he was going to let that go, especially considering his current fitness level, but never giving up. He's got it through 39.
He's in that kind of pain-free zone, isn't he?
Oh, wow, yeah. I tell you what, it was a good start. 1, 2, and 3, I looked like he's getting better as the passes went on. But 3 got in deep, and I thought he was just going to let go of that. But he is 4th on the tour standings for a reason. And that's because of how strong he is on that slalom ski. Look at this turn. In deep, way back there, and doesn't move. Still a little narrow for 3, but he says, you know what, I can run this. And a full 6 buoys. It's going to be a tough start at 41. That, like Will said, the wind has picked up a little bit. It's maybe 6-7 mile an hour blowing from the dock end of the lake. And he's chasing a lead is 1 at 43. That's huge. Charlie and Corey are down there at the end of the pass around 4.5, 4. I think he would love to get a piece of 3 here. That would be a pretty good first round, considering.
Alrighty, Roo, let's get ready for Rob Hazelwood. 10.25 meters is, I believe, his best season is. Looks like he.
I was wondering, they were sitting there for a little while, weren't they? I thought they were feeling sorry for Rob and giving him a little longer before his 41 pass. But it was obviously the score was under review. And let's watch it here. That was the 3-ball we see. Here's the 4-ball. We saw it was big, and he's just gone inside it. And probably the reason why it was so big, and he was able to continue. But
he tried to sell us on it, though.
Oh, yeah. Why not? I would have given it to him. Thought he did a pretty good job there. But yeah, it's unfortunate for Rob Hazelwood. But 3 at 39, he knows he can slalom. He's able to handle it. He knows he's sore. Hopefully we see him on the jump skis later. He's been jumping pretty well and skiing overall, tricking close to 10,000 points, jumping well over 200 feet, and always competitive 3s and 4s at 41. So a great overall skier. Just hoping the body is able and willing tomorrow.
All right, then. So our next competitor to take some water off, an ultimate competitor and the 12-time European men's slalom champion. The last 6, including the current one, consecutively. And this is going to be Thomas De Gasperi of Italia.
Is it beeping or? Okay, Chris, thank you.
Now, what is he going to start at?
Surely 12 meters. Surely he's going to go out and run 39 tailwind for us. We'll get confirmation here in a second. He may do the opt-up, who knows, but it's 12 meters, yep. Ooh, and he dives a little bit out of number 1, tripped him up a little bit. He does that, that's common for his skiing, but maybe he did a little bit more than expected there into number 1. No problems though, and feeling things out on pass at number 1. Not really much time to warm up. He'll go straight into 38.
And I tell you what, he does do quite a bit of adverse conditional training in his site in Trento in northern part of Italy. And it's a site that a lot of pro skiers have visited once or twice.
Of course, why not? Have you seen the photos of it? It's beautiful there, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Have you been?
Yeah, I've been to Trento, yeah.
So you say adverse conditions. I've seen the lake. It's quite a big lake, right?
It is, yeah.
Every single photo or video I see of it, it looks beautiful. It's calm water, but surely it blows up there, and
it does.
He has to train into some tough conditions. Okay, and Thomas De Gasperi has got through his 12. We're seeing a few of the women's slalom skiers kind of readying themselves. Women's jumpers as well. And our last slalom skier on the dock, washing his hands also.
Yep, that's Freddie Winter, all right.
Freddie Winter, he's our tour leader. Right now in second spot, it's Thomas De Gasperi. The point differential, we'll get back to you on that one. Thomas, how far is he behind Fred Winter? There's 2 more events, and I believe Freddie his lead is not that far. He's catchable. It's substantial, 215 versus 156. But
60 points for the win, though.
Yeah.
But then that's not even taking into account the point score that.
So 60 points up for grabs here. Okay, so some information coming to light that Freddie Winter has never won the Pro Tour. He currently sits in number 1 spot, but he's never actually won. Nate Smith, Will Asher probably having the grips on that over the last few years. But Fred Winter in prime position right now, and after his injury, that could be a bit of a fairy tale ending.
All right, then let's send it over to Ali.
All right, so Rob, we were just chatting, came up a little bit short there into 4, I guess, at 39. Yeah. Couldn't see it from here, really, but judge's call, so I had to swim in. You want to tell us a little bit about what you felt out there?
Oh, just narrow. My 32 was from the get-go. I had a little mishap this week, kind of messed my ribs up, and haven't been able to ski, and just felt a little on the back foot from the get-go, and just couldn't swing. Just narrow everywhere, straight everywhere, and just felt pretty shocking. I felt like I got a little out the back out of 3, and then all of a sudden 4s. Like, I just can't swing. I'm just struggling out there. So, yeah, it's nice out there. I mean, Nate and Charlie showed us how it's done. I'm just a little on the back foot this week, so fingers crossed we can put some in a bit better out tomorrow, early doors.
All right, so a little bit different tournament for you today. We have you doing a 2-eventer. You got doing jump later, so you get to look forward to that.
Yeah, I can enjoy that. The headwind out there is firm, so it's going to be very, very nice. Yeah, I'm just excited to get my mind off slalom a little bit and try ride a jump. My ribs, funnily enough, fine for jump, even though that's where I messed it up. So we'll have some fun, try to forget about that, and yeah, sucks, but it is what it is.
All right, well, good luck later in jump, and good luck tomorrow, and hopefully we'll get something pieced together a little bit better tomorrow.
Yeah, fingers crossed.
All right, back to you, Tony.
All right there. So Thomas De Gasperi, who arrived back into Florida about a couple of days ago, probably hasn't had an awful lot of time to settle back into the time zone change, but
So he went.
Not looking too bad.
Well, it was a little. He jumped around a little bit. It wasn't the best 39, but he got through it. But he's one of those skiers that he did the Worlds, and then he went on to Georgia. Correct? He competed in that event, and he was second in the event in Georgia. So yeah, he hasn't had much of a break. He's still going, and then kind of came back, and now hitting the MasterCraft Pro.
All right, then. So we're looking down at
Okay, Thomas de Gasperi, he's completed his 39. It's the pressure pass, but the pressure's still on. He knows he needs a piece of 3 or more to kind of get a little bit of a look in for the final. He's got not a bad one, moving around, squiggling, and stops at 2, and that's all she wrote for Thomas de Gasperi. Didn't get the 1 and wasn't in the prime position through the wakes. You see him sort of fighting the boat, not aligned there, and tried for the big 2, stopped, and slots himself in, tied up with Jamie Calhoun into 7th spot, I guess you'd call it right now. 7th tied, and maybe still in the top 8. So in a position of relative comfort, knowing what he's going to need tomorrow, but still pressure on him.
Yes,
can't
indeed.
relax.
So Thomas de Gasperi in a tied 7th spot, the same position that our next skier occupied at the end of the World Championships with 2 other competitors. Freddie Winter getting ready to go, coming up next, but we're looking at another view here of Thomas de Gasperi. Good load there with that ski into number 1. Just got a little bit discombobulated getting down course.
He was kind of doing that all set, wasn't he? Off the second wake into 135, maybe a little more than normal than we see from Thomas. He got off the handle a little hard, sort of squatting down, jumping on the front of the ski, and he was able to work it and figure it out through 39, but 41 didn't have the approach to 1, long way down course, and not sort of lined up coming out of 1 to 2. And not often you see Thomas de Gasperi not get through to 3 at 41, but he'll be taking a look at some of this footage and figuring stuff out. On the water, it's Freddie Winter, our tour leader, starting off at 12 meters and featuring his new ski shorts. What do you think of them, Tony?
Well, I think he probably went to the supermarket, grabbed some fabric, and made some shorts out of them.
A lot of comments coming in on our about these shorts, so we'll hear from Ali first.
Indeed.
Alrighty, so here with Charlie Ross, we're going to take a look at this 41. Looked like you had it going. I thought maybe we were going to see another one go down. So let's have you walk us through it.
Yeah, everything felt good at the start. I wanted to do 35 start to get it headwind. Ran one from that direction last night, and so out of 1 here, I felt good. Felt like I loaded and was able to swing to 2 well. Again, out of 2, like that start, I felt like I was going. So pitched a little to 3 there, which I didn't love, which caused a little bit of rope at the finish, but not bad, still going. And just here, 4 to 5, I felt like I kind of tripped up behind the wake and then didn't have much support there because of it. But no, it's a good start to the tournament. Happy. Gets a little pressure off because I'm skiing a collegiate event 8 a.m. tomorrow morning and then coming straight here. So hopefully that's enough to kind of take some pressure off round 2.
Yeah, I think that'll take pressure off round 2. Hopefully, we should see you in the final. But, we're seeing you grow confidence at that pass every round that we see you in a tournament. So it's exciting to see, one of the young skiers come up and gain confidence in putting down the 41s.
Yeah, thank you. No, it's been a fun year. So happy to finish strong.
Yeah. Awesome. All right, back to you, Tony.
Pretty cool to hear that, isn't it? He's although he's competing professionally here this weekend, he's still supporting his team. I'd say both Jaime and Camille will be ducking over there to that collegiate event starting tomorrow, and they're making their way back to slalom. And here it is. It's Fred Winter straight into 38 off.
Here he comes, Freddie Winter.
And he looks strong. He's been skiing exceptionally well this year. The Worlds didn't result, and didn't get the result he was looking for. He was kind of thinking about that one. He didn't quite put the performance up early in the final. Came up short with 3 at 41, I believe. But he's still been consistent all year. His best score so far, 1 at 43. And after being sidelined with a huge injury last year, he's doing pretty exceptional coming back.
Yep, the two-time world slalom champion, Freddie Winter, just getting settled in on this pass at 11.25 meters, trying to put the 10.25 meter pass into the same wind direction, the same headwind direction as you're seeing him attempt now on 11.25 meters, and looking in good shape here. And they're not doing too bad. He is the current leader on the Water Ski Pro Tour and looking to try and keep himself at arm's length against any possible challengers coming through.
Well, he's got a bit of a lead there, doesn't he? But it's he's still got to perform in these last couple of events. There's the ability to be caught, especially Nate Smith turning things on at the the tail end of the season. There's potential there. He's a little bit behind, but he can pick up some victories. He could put some pressure on Freddie Winter. Pressure is on this pass. It's the 39 off tailwind. This guy's a bit of a technician and very strong to boot, so usually can handle anything thrown at this pass.
Looking good though.
Yeah, looking on time here, making no mistakes. Rock solid through 4, 5, and 6. One of the easiest 39s tailwind we've seen.
Yeah, looking like he's got a little bit of fire in his belly out there.
Yeah, bit of a score to settle after maybe not coming up where he wanted to at the Worlds. He didn't go to Georgia, is that correct? He did not compete there. Returned back to the States and wants to end the season as well as he started it.
Well, he did spend a little bit of time in Greece.
Sounds good.
All right, but good extension there on this pass. Seems to have this very much under control. Brings the handle in, takes the slack out, goes cross course.
I mean, Nate's 39 was good downwind. That was about as good or better. Tightrope all the way through. No errors. Shaping up for some good things to come here, hopefully at 41. He's our last skier, guys. Let's get behind him. We'll be moving on to the ladies here in just a few moments. The lead score, 1 at 43, 1 at 9.75. Right behind him, Charlie Ross came up with a 4.5, and Corey Vaughan rounding out your top 3, 4 at 41. Can Fred Winter, he's done it a couple times this season, can he get through it?
Let's go, 10.25 meters.
All right, boat's coming in 36 miles per hour. And setting B2 on that 0 off. He's got the one ball. Is trademark. Huge number 2. He's on time at 3. Makes a little bit of a slow one. He's still on time though. Gets us 4. That's going to be it. 4. He had the start. He had the brilliant number 1 and 2.
And with that 4, that puts him into a 2-way tie with Corey Vaughan.
Yep. So great skiing, but Nate Smith is going to round out the first, be on top after the first round with the 1 at 43. Charlie Ross in second spot with 4.5. And there we go. Corey Vaughan and Fred Winter tied it up for third.
Yes, indeed. He got the start that he needed. Certainly, he got the angle. He got the push to get outside buoy number 2.
I thought that 2 was good enough to go a long way. He was maybe a little bit early there at 3 and had a little bit of time to think about things.
Drifted down course off number 3.
Didn't capitalize on the space that he had. Didn't want to fall. Didn't want to be down, around the 6th spot, which is like the Job Holland and Dane Meckler who fell around 3 ball. So he secured the full buoy and got 1 extra and got a tied spot there with Corey Vaughan with the 4 at 41. He's in third spot.
So
Jamie Calhoun, look at that. He was out early for us, wasn't he? And he's 2 at 41. We didn't really expect that to kind of hold out, but right now he's 8th tied, and after round 1, not a bad spot going into the second round.
Not a bad effort there as we look at Freddie Winter, dodgy shorts and all. All right, so let's send it over to Ali.
Alrighty, guys, here with Freddie Winter, fresh off the water, still breathing a little hard after that one. Pretty good score, 4:41. Can't be too upset about that.
Not at all. I mean, I've had a wild ride since Worlds and had a lot of fun and skied actually really well. Came out here the other day, skied really bad, and came in today and I'm like, well, I don't know what to expect. So that was good. I had a really good start. I just kind of hesitated at 3. But yes, I'm happy, really happy. I've been really struggling with my gates since just before Worlds. And that was my best gate in one I've had. So, yeah.
Perfect. Yeah, I think a lot of us kind of dealt with like the post Worlds, not really depression, but like it's kind of a different ballgame after the Worlds, right? Different mindset a little bit.
Did you drink 200 beers too?
No, I didn't do that, but apparently you did.
I can't confirm or deny.
Plead the fifth.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, great skiing. Happy to have you out here today. Takes maybe a little bit of pressure off for tomorrow, but hopefully big scores tomorrow, right?
Yeah, for sure. I'm really happy with that because like 3 you just don't know. 4 should be in. I mean, there's big skiers who haven't got good scores, but I'll be fine, I think, hopefully.
All right, awesome. Well done. Back to you, Tony.
Thank you.
All right, then. So great stuff there from Freddie Winter, and it's good to see that he can find a bargain or two in the bucket so far as the shorts were concerned. But Nate Smith, 1 at 9.75 is your leader. Charlie Ross with 4.5 at 10.25. Corey Vaughan and Freddie Winter in a two-way tie for third. Fifth place, Will Asher, and from there you can see the results by going to the IWSF results page by doing a Google search for that very same search string. So, all right, so we've got Women's Slalom Round 1 coming up in less than 15 minutes, so enough time for you to replenish your drinks and find yourself a comfy sofa or something like that, because in a few minutes we will start off with the Women's Slalom first round right here at the MasterCraft Pro 2025, and we'll be back right after this.
Morning, Brian. Hey, morning. You have a good weekend? Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
Get ready, set, go! It's that time! Everybody kick it and go! On your mark! Get ready, set,
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat, a place where that summer feeling lasts all year long, place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down, and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.
All right, then. So before we go into the women's slalom first round, it's time to play that game show that is making the rounds around the world. It's called Pick Your Pass, and I'm going to pick first, and it's going to be Will Asher.
Oh, I was going to do that one. Jeez. Okay. Yep. We'd love to see that.
Here's the leaderboard, though. Nate Smith, your leader, with 1 at 9.75. Charlie Ross, 4.5 at 10.25 minutes in second. Then we got a two-way tie for third between Corey Vaughan and Freddie Winter on 4. But here is Will Asher and that moment where the boot released on him.
Well, and not just that. Let's look at the start. There was, like he said, he had a killer one. He was just happy with getting that start. He knew the potential. The 2 was big. He didn't handle 3 that well and got in all sorts of trouble right here going into number 4. Squeaked around it. And in his words, he had the boat on one side, his binding off, and the jump on the other side. So, all going on. A lot of drama for Will Asher's performance, but he did enough.
And a partridge in a pear tree.
Watching from the boat, we can see how great of a number 1 wall. It's about as good as it gets, and he knew he could count on this onside. He did say there was a bit of water in his face, so probably put his timing and his rhythm a little bit off into number 3. Safety turned it, said, I've done enough. A piece of 4 cemented it, and he was about to headbutt the ramp or the boat, one of the two.
Well up. Yeah, a bit of a tough situation there. So, what do you pick?
Let's go with if Charlie's 41. We just saw him talking about it, and he seemed pretty confident with it. If Charlie's 41 is ready to go, let's watch that one.
Indeed, here it is.
I thought he was a little down course out of 3, but when he was talking about it, he said, you know what, I still felt pretty good. The 1 was just like, Will, looked unreal. 2 was pretty good. A little bit of loose line. But when he was talking about it, he said he wasn't out of the game. This 3 wasn't the best, but he still thought he had a chance, which shows how confident he is at 41. The 4 was, he's going for a big one, but he still thought he could run this pass. And maybe he could. He's not far off. He's done it 3 times this year. He was so close. He's in second spot. And Nate Smith was the only one that got through it today, but tomorrow we could see several skiers get through it.
Yep, seems to be really, really confident there, and it only continues to grow from here on out. The Canadian national men's slalom record holder as of this season.
And why wouldn't he be confident the way he's been performing? He's really done the hard work over the winter and come out in 2025 firing, and a favourite to win any event right now.
All right, here's our women's starting order. We have Alice Bagnoli to lead off, followed by Karen Truelove, Whitney Reaney, Regina Jaquis, Ali Garcia, Neely Ross, Ali Nicholson, and Jamie Bull.
So 8 skiers will be competing here in the women's, and it's great to see our first skier from Italy, Alice. She's been dealing with some back injuries. You know a bit more about it, Tony. I know she's been sidelined for much of the season, came back and got the ski on at the Worlds, I believe, but only just. But now looks like she's ready to go again, which is it's great to see.
Indeed, indeed. And coming to us from Milano, this is Alice Bagnoli.
And a little like the men's slalom order, a little bit of a shake-up with that list. Some of the skiers who didn't travel to Europe, the likes of Whitney McClintock-Reaney and Regina Jaquis coming out fairly early in the draw.
Yep, and that's going to be reflected upon the current leaderboard on the Water Ski Pro Tour list. Scott Greenwood is our driver here for the women's slalom.
Yeah, only the best for the MasterCraft Pro. Scott Greenwood, one of the favourites, along with Chris Eller, who we saw driving the men's. They'll be piloting that MasterCraft Pro Star all weekend long. As Alice leaves the dock, we believe it is
14.25 meters. So Alice Bagnoli's first excursion of the season in stateside. Here she comes.
Okay, and a little deep out of number 3, but it's only 14. So we talked about her injuries, but she seems like she's overcome them. I'm sure that she's still dealing with a little bit, and maybe just taking it a bit easier on pass number 1. Warming up and getting this girls' event off to a good start. Following her will be Karen Truelove, who we haven't seen at too many events this year, but still able to get the job done on the slalom ski and scores into 39 off this year. You got Whitney McClintock-Reaney, you got Regina Jaquis, Ali Garcia, and then rounding out the top 3, Neely Ross, who's had a bit of a season on the slalom ski. Obviously, we all knew she could do it on the trick ski, but she's posted some consistent results all season. She's in 3rd spot so far. And then Ali Nicholson and Jamie Bull, who just seems unstoppable this the latter half of the year.
Yep, and was pretty much undefeated on the European side of the Water Ski Pro Tour. A number of events she competed in.
And with that, we'll welcome Corey Vaughan. How are you, mate? Good skiing out there. You're in 3rd spot, tied. Is that right?
Yeah, thanks, Kyle. Felt great out there today. I'm excited to watch these ladies get after it. A little different with the men being out first at 8. Had to set an alarm a little different time than I normally would, but all worked out and paid off. And, now the ladies have their chance.
Yeah, just hearing while you're talking there that Greeny still thought it was the men's event because the speed was 36 mile an hour, 58k for Alice's first pass. So that's maybe why it was a little bit of a tricky 14 for her. But yeah, he's woken her up. He's got her going early, so this probably feels pretty easy for her coming back 55. Obviously, the woman 34 mile an hour, 55k. Men 36. But Alice, yeah, getting back into it.
Let's hope that turns into an advantage in this set, that now everything feels slow. That can be tricky to adjust. Like for me, if it's the other way and this driver leaves it on 55k by mistake, it does not work in your favor, and everything starts to feel a little bit fast. So
it's an easy mistake to make. Even our top drivers can do it every once in a while.
For sure. So, yeah, I mean, hopefully that probably felt a lot more comfortable, and now Alice is all the more prepared for the 12 meter coming up.
While we're talking about speeds, like obviously some women do ski a little bit faster. Try and kind of. Have you ever tried that? And I know a couple of men's slalom skiers. Austin Abel used to do it a lot. I don't know if you know him. He'd come and ask for 36.5 mile an hour just on his first few passes. Is that something you played with, or
yeah, I've done a bit of that. I've varied that some. I used to do it more, I think, just for fun to see what was possible. Like I think my best was I ran 38 at 38, which was pretty intense. But yeah, this year, actually going into one of the tournaments, I was, I thought the boat was going to be a factor, and so I was just trying to run all the passes at 36.5 until 41 and then drop it back down. It's a little bit much for 41, but I think there's something there. I think that it's a valuable tool, and you do learn something. You learn that you're there to use the boat's power and not fight with it the faster you go.
Here we go, Alicia Bagnoli. This is 12 meters. She's already run 14 and 13, albeit one of
takes the dive around at number 3, and it's unfortunate stuff there for Alicia. We're, you know what, not the score she's looking for, but we're just happy to see her back competing at a pro event, and hopefully she can pick things up next round.
It's hard to come back to the water after a long break like that, and you kind of get those first tournament of the year nerves. Here we are in September. Everyone else is kind of already dialed in and ready to roll, and Alicia is just making her comeback. She had a nice start here. It almost speaks to the fact that she just hasn't had the reps under her belt. Like she was in fine shape here off of 2, and then this is just a little error at 3, and that's slalom skiing for you. She goes big on that 135 side. She was going for that big turn there and just didn't come up with it. I suspect that we'll see something more from her in the next round. I'm sure we'll get the speed right the entire second round for Alicia.
Okay, moving on. It's going to be Karen Trulove leaving the dock here in just a few moments. Boat coming back. And while Alicia has been dealing with some back issues, Karen Trulove has been dealing with shingles. I don't know if she wants everyone to know that, but she actually, she's been sick the last little while, and it's hampered her training. I know it's great to see her actually out competing here, but because that's not a fun thing to go through when you're a little bit older on, she's been dealing with a lot over the last couple of weeks.
It doesn't just happen to Terry Bradshaw.
No, it's great to see Karen back out. She's a longtime MasterCraft skier. So nice to have a kind of home boat. I know that's a factor for me. It's nice to not be changing boats from my home training at this event. And, we'd all love to see Karen go out there. Season's best 1 at 39. That's a good score. That certainly could put her into the money round here.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think she'd mind me mentioning that she's got more experience, than a number of these other skiers, but she's still getting results. Into 39 on, she can go 2 or 3 when she's skiing well. So still a very strong competitor, and still is determined to climb the list and get into finals and maybe even podiums. She's a tough competitor.
All right then, so here we go. We've got Karen Trulove, who originates from North Carolina but resides right here in Central Florida these days. Here she comes. Good stout pull out there for the entrance gates.
Starting off, again, 28 off, 14.25, and I'm really hoping she has managed to find some time on the water. She was at an event at my lake on the weekend, watching her kids compete. She didn't put her ski on, but she did get out on the water after the event just to try and stay on the water and kind of keep things moving while she was dealing with a few things. Hopefully this week has gone well, and we can see her put up a big score. She's second skier off the dock, and followed by two of the top ones. We'll talk a bit more about that after we hear from Freddie.
So Ali Garcia, not the hometown hero as much as the home lake hero. Your home tournament in many ways, that your boat company sponsor. You must be pretty excited to ski here.
I'm so excited. This is one of my favorite lakes in the world. I do not live here anymore, but I still know this lake pretty well, and it's a great site. The boats are amazing. It is so nice to get behind a MasterCraft in a tournament. So I'm excited for everybody to ski.
That's great. And so, walk us through since Worlds. You've come back from Italy. How's that all gone?
It's been good. I think everybody world where they question ski. And then kind of got back in the swing of it, and yeah, I've just been trying to enjoy it and finish out the season strong.
I think we're all there with you. All right, well, good luck today. Back to you guys.
Yeah, thanks, Freddie. We had a nice, solid opener there from Karen. Looked very cruisy. Like to just see that carrying on here. Pass number 2. This is going to be 32 off 13 meters.
All right, here we go with Scott Greenwood at the helm of that towboat. Here comes Karen Truelove, second pass, 13 meters. Shouldn't have too many troubles here.
Yeah, another warm-up pass really for Karen as she gets her way around number 3. Yeah, it's still looking a little bit uncertain. You can definitely tell she hasn't been on the water as much as she'd like. She's usually rock solid on that 135 side, well, on both sides. Very compact, very powerful skier. Hooks up to the rope, strong every single time. And you can see her just kind of wiggling around there trying to find her spot, right, Corey? She didn't quite get things aligned there at the start of the pass.
Yeah, maybe I just wasn't using the coach's eye on that one because it's an early pass for Karen. But, I mean, maybe you're being a little critical, Kyle. I thought that was pretty solid, pretty cruisy. I'll be sharpening up my view here as we go into the 35 and 38. But, I think maybe the same thing we said for Alice. It's one thing, if you haven't had many reps and then also not very many tournaments and not very many pro tournaments, there's definitely a different feeling. With respect to what Ali said, for everyone that's kind of coming off of Worlds, this kind of feels like, a little more back in your comfort zone. Worlds is so stressful. One round of prelims, you have to show up and perform. Here it's like we have the second round, and if you manage to blow it on the second round, there's Travers next weekend, which is another Pro Tour stop, kind of the same sort of deal, so you feel like you have more opportunities. Whereas, if you're just kind of starting out on the tour right now, this feels like this is your only time to make your shot, so it's a different mentality, and as we know, the mind is everything in this sport.
It sure is, as Karen Truelove comes back, and I've had the luxury of skiing with her for a number of years back in the day. I've been able to sit in the boat and watch her, and she is usually, just you can see it there, just not quite hooking up as well as she would like. She doesn't quite find her balance there. You can throw it on 2 and 4. It's sneaking out, but still a 6 buoy count, and hopefully she can find some touch, some form, and get through the 38 off next.
Yeah, I saw it there at 2. I thought it was a pretty good gate in 1, but then she didn't get the connection she was looking for out of 2, and that'll kind of make your heart rate jump up a few beats. But she took care of business. This is where the experience pays off. She stayed calm at 3, kind of got herself back on a better line. I thought 4 was better than 2. You'll see it right here. She kind of ended up with a bit of rope and some hesitation. Of course, stayed strong, stayed behind it. And then I thought, okay, she kind of reset some things right here. 4 wasn't perfect, but it was better than 2. A little more committed maybe. And then she finished it out strong.
All right, and by actually running through that 12, that pass of 12 meters, she therefore takes the lead away from Alicia Bagnoli, whose score of 2.5 now is in second spot. In the meantime, we see Whitney Arini on dockside getting ready for her turn.
Yeah, a little unusual to see the likes of Whitney out at third skier and Regina following her right up. But they haven't been to some of the events, so they don't have the points on the tour standings, and that's where we base the starting draw from. But it will definitely shake things up in this preliminary round. We saw it in the men's, likes of Calhoun and Neviu and Job Holland going out early. This is a crucial pass for Karen Truelove. Hopefully she can figure out the 2-4. It's a bit of a slow number 1, pulls a long way to 2. Again, slow out of 2 and squeaks around 3. Corey, what did you see on her 38 off pass?
Yeah, well, we'll get a replay and get a chance to watch the gate back. Obviously, coming off of 1, she was not where she wanted to be. She really kind of reared up, lost some time, lost some flow on the backside of 1 ball there. Let's see if we can see anything in the gate that would indicate why that came to pass, because I agree with what you said earlier, Kyle. She has a really wicked 135 turn, but of course you need the right line and rhythm on the approach at a pass like 38. Hard to tell right there from that angle of the pullout. But right there is what we didn't want to see. That stall, like you said, she went extra long to 2, and at this point she knows she's just going to dig out 3, let the chips fall from here. It's a solid score. There's going to be 6 moving on, 2 eliminated. So, for a first round, she's put something down that gives her a benchmark.
Yeah, she's in the lead right now over Alice, who 2.5 at 12. We've got Karen Trulove, 3 at 11. And now we have the next 6 skiers have all been competing pretty frequently all year. With Whitney McClintock-Rini and Regina Jaquist, the next 2 off, Garcia and Neely both having extraordinary years on the water. And obviously Ellie Nicholson and Jamie Bull both skiing exceptionally well all season long. So it's going to be a tough cut. 3 at 11. Don't think that's going to be enough watching the next few skiers come off the dock.
All right, moving on up. This is Whitney Rini, multiple-time world slalom champion, multiple-time world women's overall champion in a past life.
Yeah, focusing mainly on slalom now. I think she gets a trick ski out every once in a while, but chose not to compete at the Worlds for Team Canada with the trick ski. A strong jumper in her time too. But just focusing slalom, it's 13 meters. That's going to line up fairly well. 12 head, 11 tail. 10 headwind is kind of the game plan for Whitney today.
All right, then. Let's send it over to Freddie Winter.
Sitting near the end of the order here because you're doing very well on the Water Ski Pro Tour. Last couple of tournaments left. You've done really well at Worlds just a couple of weeks ago. Are you feeling pretty confident to keep that rhythm up that you've been having?
Yeah, I mean, it's been a pretty good year so far. Definitely Worlds was good. So 2 more events to go and excited to hopefully end on a high note.
And, I mean, you've been out skiing here presumably this week, and you're feeling good since Worlds?
Yeah, I mean, I've been skiing mostly at home, but haven't skied here since King of Darkness last year. Haven't skied a MasterCraft probably since about the same time. But yeah, today's going to be able to go out and fill it out, and then hopefully big scores tomorrow. Or, hopefully big scores today. But hopefully just a good tournament overall.
So probably, am I thinking right? Your last round here, you ran 39. You were part of the 4 women that ran 39 in a runoff, in a head-to-head, which was kind of spectacular for the sport. So you just do it again.
Yeah. So last set here, I did run 39. So that's the goal, definitely to do it again. That was the second time that I've run 39 and gotten 4th. So with the field that's going right now, I think that's the 3rd time overall that's happened. Because it happened to Manon one time as well. So the field's tough, but I definitely am here to compete with them.
Well, it's great you're there. It's all there for you. Go do it today. Don't miss any, boys. Good luck.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
All right, then. Here we go. This is Whitney Rini. Looking good. Pass number 2. Already crushing it out there with the opening 2 runs. So there we go. Some good skiing there all the way around for the first couple of passes, and already off to a good start here.
Yeah, let's see. I don't know if we're going to get a replay on this one. She settled that down, ran it easy. I mean, 12 meters is a very easy pass for Whitney. There was something I want to say. I was not paying as close of attention in a technical manner, but I want to say one ball was a little bit slower or heavier than I expected. I think on that end, I had that on my second pass as well. I was thinking headwind, went a little strong on the pullout, and kind of overshot it a bit.
All right, let's send it over to Ali, to Freddie.
So, Karen, good skiing. I mean, I was talking to your husband the other day, and he was saying you were skiing really well, but then you had a bit of an affliction, you've had a tough week.
Yeah, it's been the last 2 weeks, I guess, going into the second week. Maybe, a little embarrassing, but I just joked about increasing awareness or whatever. I don't know where it came from, but I actually got shingles week before last, and it's really wiped me out. I was really looking forward to with it being MasterCraft, being ready and whatnot, and I've just had no time on the water, feel out of touch. So, of course I wanted to ski better, but I have to just kind of remind myself where I'm at right now. So.
I mean, to come back from that sort of illness, that's very serious. I mean, good for you. And, did that affect you on the water? You were breathing a bit hard, maybe? Yeah,
way more than probably most other things I've had to deal with in my years. It's just the stamina. It just zaps me much more than I ever realized it would.
Happy to see you out there. We'll see you in the next round tomorrow. Yes. Good luck. Back to you guys.
Yeah, in the background there, we saw Whitney McClintock, Reenie just ducking her way through 38 off. It didn't look that comfortable, did it?
No.
Had the one ball that sort of went and grabbed it and kind of got pulled up a little bit. She was not comfortable right from the start, so hopefully she can settle things down, have the headwind coming back. But she takes her lead. She gets in front of Karen Trulove. Yeah, interesting to hear from Karen about what she's been dealing with, and that's what I've heard. It's not just, it's an uncomfortable, it's kind of a lot of nerve pain and things like that is what I've heard, but it also zaps the energy, and that's what, I think she's struggled with all the last couple of weeks. So really cool to see her out and to be honest, skiing pretty handily after what she's dealing with.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, all of us skiers are a bit familiar with pain management, and you know that when something's aching at you all 24/7, it does just take your energy. So I can only imagine all the more so. But yeah, we're going to pay a little closer attention to Whitney on this next start. It's kind of been 2 1-balls in a row that she hasn't come up with exactly what she wants.
Yeah, you said something that you saw something at 35, no?
Yeah, and it was just a brief impression. 35, you don't really, a skier of Whitney's caliber, you don't think too much about it. She's not looking for, the gate. But at 38, you start to need to be a little more dialed in and didn't come out with the one, to make the pass comfortable. Here she's going to need it to get down 39, which she most certainly wants to do. So let's see here. The setup looks pretty good. Big one, better than 38. Good 2.
Oh, good. Nice number
Ooh.
2. Or number 3 could have used some help.
Yeah, no, decent skiing, 2.5 at 39. She's out early in this draw. It's not going to be the top score of the day, I don't think, but a handy score and probably going to see her through to the final, we would assume. Better start. She does have a tendency to jump on that one ball. It kind of comes over the handle a little bit, and it got her a little bit, but still time and a great 2. Like the 2 was awesome then.
Yeah, that's when she came off a 2. I thought, okay, this is where Whitney likes to be. I'm, pretty confident that she is in a good position to take the rest of the pass. And maybe, it's unusual to see her have an issue at the 135 side. It's usually so bulletproof. She's a lefty, and she can hammer it over there. Even that, she's on a good line, but maybe not as balanced and moving on her ski as she is right there. Very nice.
2 was really, really smooth, considering the 1 was a little bit big. Yeah. But just not maybe finding her spot on her 135 side. It was an issue on some of the earlier passes, but I'm sure she'll figure that out going forward. And as we said, still the lead, 2.5 at 39, and the skier off the dock next. She has the lead score, or the highest score of any woman this year. It's 3 at 41. She achieved that last weekend. I think she has a 2.5 under her belt somewhere too. Of course, she has the world record. It's a full 5 buoys at 41 off. And Regina Jacquez has done it all on the slalom ski, pretty much all on the trick ski and jump skis too. She left things a little short at the Worlds. It could be redemption weekend for her. Jamie Bull got ahead of her yet again. 3 times for Jamie Bull, winning the world champs 2 weeks ago in Ricciotto. But I know Regina has been skiing exceptionally well. She was disappointed she left it out there and was able to go down 41 at the Worlds.
She certainly gave it a try. She had that big layout for the 2 ball, like the quarter. Wasn't enough, but she certainly has the heart of a champion. And someone like Regina, as decorated and successful as she is, the champion that she is, she does not like coming up with second. So she's going to have a little fire in the belly here. And with being off the dock a little bit sooner, she's certainly going to want to apply the pressure and make a statement in this round.
All right, then. So with that in mind, let's check in with Freddie.
Jamie Bull, you are the 3-time world champion. You are also 3 times in a row Water Ski Pro Tour champion, and you're leading the standings this year. 2 tournaments left. Let's see it.
Yeah. I'm actually not really sure what the standings are like right now and how many points are left in the last 2 tournaments, but we'll see.
We'll see. And, obviously an amazing performance at Worlds. You did 3 times in a row. It speaks for itself. But you just told me that you went back home and you're back here skiing. Skiing well?
No. That's okay. No, I feel like, 3 times is everything leads up to that tournament, and it's quite a big mental and physical build to it, and then it happens, and then I'm just fully switched off, and I went home and it was great, and then I came back and I was like, maybe it'll switch back on, and it hasn't yet, but I don't know, maybe skiing today is going to like spark something. We'll see.
I feel like it will. We've seen you come in. I always think of the Swiss Pro last year where you barely been skiing and you went and won it. So, I mean, I'm excited to see what you do today. You know, you've got the wind in your sails and things are going to be good. Let's see a big score.
Yeah, thank you so much. I'll try my best.
All right, so we'll see you on the water later on. Back to you guys.
Regina Jaquist coming back in. It's 35 off. And this is probably a skier that went home after the Worlds and said, you know what, I've got some work to do. She has a tough schedule, though. She works full-time, has a pharmacy up near Santa Rosa Beach. Works, and she tries to get down every weekend. She came and skied a tournament last weekend. Backed up near to Destin, worked a week, and then she was actually down this morning training, trying to get an extra set in because she didn't get much during the week. So she jams it in, but yeah, like you said, there's probably a fat fire in the belly after the Worlds. We heard from Jamie Bull saying, hey, you know, it's a little tough, but a little bit of a Worlds hangover, we call it. Went home, it's hard to kind of get back G'd up again after you put so much into an event. But I tell you what, I think it'll be today that she goes, okay, I've got to turn it on now and step it up.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think that cuts two ways. You know, I have some of that feeling that the build-up to Worlds is huge. You're looking to lay it all out there on that one, and it is stressful and emotionally draining, all of those things. But that can mean, like for me today, I felt very relaxed. You know, I felt like I don't have to make it a life and death situation the way that Worlds was, and that was a bit liberating in order to just go out there and enjoy skiing on a beautiful lake with perfect conditions, great boats, great drivers. And instead of having a list of 3 keys that I need to hit, my mind was kind of clear, and that made the skiing more fun and a little bit better.
All right, here we go. This is Regina Jaquist coming in. 11.25 meters, gets an awesome start there and continues on. Just trying to establish a decent rhythm there off the first 3 or 4 turns to give her enough space into number 5 and equally so into number 6 to run the pass with great aplomb.
What a 3-ball. That 3-ball was wicked. She's not quite hooking up as tight as I think she probably wants to on the 2-4. Sometimes when you have, you know, like that pass, I'd say her 1-3-5 was dominant. Let's kind of have another look here. Turning those sides super well. When that happens, you can end up running straight with the boat a little bit, and it can kind of take away from the other side's rhythm. You know, right here, not bad, but she just has to gather it up a little bit. I mean, nothing that's causing her trouble. This turn right here was just, whoom, so money. But then here again, there's just like a little dip in the line. She has to kind of wait for it. So, you know, I feel like she certainly can run 39 that way with the power she has side to side, but I think she's going to want to feel something a little more fluid and maybe a little more symmetrical side to side.
Oh, good to hear, Corey. You settled in now. Start you weren't that critical or that picky. Now you're starting to find your form and put that coach's hat on and pick away. I thought that was a pretty good pass.
You can pick on Regina. You can't hurt her.
Yeah, no kidding. Yeah. No kidding. I agree though. Her 1-3-5 is spot on. And the 2-4 she has been working on, and she's got on some new skis. She does it for good, and she's found some really, really good onside turns. And I've seen her run 41. Actually, only a couple of weeks ago, she got through that pass in practice. She's done 5 in a tournament. She'll be looking to at least get through this one and have a shot at it next. This is 39. It's another tight one.
All right, here we go. Regina Jaquist, 10.75 minutes, getting a really nice hook up there on number 3 and equally so into number 4. Number 5, safety check there on number 5 into number 6, and that is as good as it gets on 10.75 meters.
Can't find any faults to that one, can we, Corey? I think that was pretty spot on.
Yeah, I mean, there was never a moment of doubt. She didn't give us any single moment there to question whether or not that was going to happen. I think she actually was just a little calmer at a 2-4. She didn't look for the line quite as soon. You know, we'll see at the end if she watches it back, if she has any comments about it. But her 1-3-5 here, again, is just so good. And then at 2-4, she was like, you know what, let's just kind of flow with it a little bit more. I don't need a huge turn and some loose line. Let's just stay with the boat a little bit more. She certainly is getting it. That 3-ball, again, was the one of the whole pass. It was the best turn. But, you know, she's just keeping herself on a good path here at 4, has that great turn again at 5, and she's going to end up nice and early to 6. You know, just not a bit of drama, not a bit of loose rope to take out the gates there.
Line being shortened up now to 10.25, 41 off. Obviously, a little tailwind, playing with you guys out there a little bit, enough to kind of change some strategies, especially as we went through the men's. They started going to 12. She's got a tailwind, going to affect the start here a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, I think the way we've been seeing her one balls, I feel good about her coming off of that one. The question mark will be, can she do something with two? There she's off of the one.
Oh, that's a good
nice
start. Ropes two ball. This is going well. Pulls long into three, gets the ski outside. It's a full 3 buoys, ties their leading score from this season. And that's some great skiing. The one was sweet, and the 2 ball, she actually did pretty well for a tailwind.
Yeah, I mean, this is just the first round, so, she kind of she wanted to secure her spot. Let's have a look at it again here. Looked like a nice gate. We were kind of betting on the good one based on everything we had seen. There it is again. She had space into 2, and it's tricky with 41 in space, and Regina's not very tall. Really great job there. A very solid full 3. That is looking strong for a top seed. Jamie Bull would have to pull out a personal best and a new Canadian record to equal that. So, she's made her statement, and perhaps if need be, she could take this one tomorrow and crank up the offense here at 2.
Being on this new ski, that's what I've seen from her a lot out of 1 is hooking up. Even when it's not perfect, she still has plenty of direction, space, swing to get around 2. So it was really surprising Worlds that it stopped on her so much, and just the pressure of the moment, pushing a little bit. She tried her best, but it didn't quite come through, and it was very surprising to see her not secure that, at least a half, and tie up with Jamie Bull. But she is skiing exceptionally well and proving that she is here to compete with a 3 at 41 in the first round.
Yeah, well, to your point, we have to bear in mind that she was the top seed coming off the dock in the World's Final. She was the last one out. She knew what the score was, but I can tell you that line becomes razor thin at 41 between making the turn that gets you there and a turn that leads to a fall, and trying to ride that line in a high-pressure moment like that is no easy task.
All right, then, moving forward, so we've got our next competitor on the starting dock right now, about to get on in. It's going to be Ali Garcia, and I would imagine she'll be starting in at 13 meters, maybe. Oh, actually 14. She's going to go in on 14.25 meters, electing to go with the opposing wind strategy.
Yep. Well, she knows this lake. She's comfortable here. I mean, the wind, there's definitely a head tail. It's not severe. In my mind, it's the kind of thing that you have to factor in on the gate. But once you've entered the course, at these line lengths, 35, 38, 39, the power from the boat and the swing of the line certainly supersedes the power of the wind. So you really just have to generate that good line of attack from the gate. And you do need to be aware of the wind there. But Allie's got her plan.
Fortunately for us, it was threatening there to pick up a little bit towards the end of the men's slalom, and you heard a few skiers commenting, it's a bit of even Will Asher was saying, it's a bit of a tailwind. I think it's laid down a little bit. It's not as a major factor for these women as they choose what line length they want to start at and which way they want to take their hard pass. It worked out well for Regina. She had a 10.75 coming back and was able to still not have too much of the tailwind that made 41 or 10.25 tricky. Still got a great score of 3. Let's see what Ali Garcia. She has had a great season. She has just come on in leaps and bounds over the last 2 seasons, I think. Really kind of finding her form. And again, one of those skiers that's figured out how to do it when under pressure and when it counts.
Yeah, Ali's really stepped it up. She nearly ran 39 in the World's Final over there. She did all the way until out the exit gates, which is a huge... we're talking about Ali Garcia. I'm sorry.
Garcia, yeah.
Yeah, different Ali.
But still same. You're talking the same thing. Basically, she's figured out how to get a long way down 10.75. Her season best 3.5. But she looks like she's capable of running that now and believes she can.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like with Ali Garcia, we've seen a lot more grit come out. Yeah. I think it used to be that she'd kind of get into out of rhythm with the boat and not know exactly where to go with things, whereas now she just stays committed and she's determined to get to that next buoy, and in many cases, that's really what it takes.
Always been a technical skier, a pretty skier on the water. But the grit, when she got out of sync or got in trouble, wasn't able to find her way back. And now she seems like she's got that extra intensity level and can put things right when they get wrong.
All right, then as Ali Garcia makes her way through this pass number 2 on 30 meters, let's send it over to Freddie.
Regina, we're managing to steal you between your slalom round and your jump round. You just did a pretty special score. You're tied best of the year, I believe. You want to take us through it?
Yeah, I actually will be nice to see it. So it felt really great out there. It always is fun to be here and be at another pro event. But yeah, here's my 41. 1 felt good. 2, I just kind of realized I was in it, but a little too late, so I didn't get the hook up in the swing into 3. But good start for the first round, and like to be able to do that to build from there. And I think there's still some improvements that I can do there, but happy to tie my best score of the year. I did it at California Pro-Am and last week at a record event, and it'll be interesting to hear what Kyle Ead or Kiwi thinks, since he'll have some words of wisdom to give me. But it felt really great out there. Everything's very nice. The Mash Line rope feels great, so excited to be here. And next event's the jump event, so let's see what we can do.
Let me ask you a question. You skied that in the tailwind. Like, is that something you like doing? Does it make a difference to you?
No, I mean, sometimes I don't mind a tailwind, but probably at 41 would be better off in the headwind. So I don't really know, but that round was kind of make sure you get a good enough score to be top 6 for the finals. And then maybe if the wind's like that tomorrow, maybe I can play with it the first round.
Well, none of your competitors have ever run a full 3, so you're going to be fine, I think. So, we'll see what happens. But anyway, good skiing. Congratulations. Great score. Back to you guys.
Guess I'm chopped liver then. Okay. Ali Garcia getting round all 6 buoys on that 12-meter run.
Aggressive, too, on that pass. I think she kind of went, I'm not just going to get through this. I'm going to run it strong. She was turning her 2.4 with some gumption, like trying to, get things moving, setting a tempo for what she wants to do at 38 and hopefully even 39. Again, goes back to that thought that she is confident. She's not just out there she's really kind of after it this year.
Yeah, well, like for those of us who are on the tour and following it closely, it's great to watch the evolution of a skier. It's great to see somebody. I mean, Ali's still a very young skier and still has a long road ahead to keep improving. And these changes that she's made, the confidence comes from getting these higher scores, staying in passes. You have the trust to run a better line at 38. I'd say the other thing about Ali and her evolution this year is that I think she really put in some work in the off season on her fitness. She came in, with a plan for this year to be strong and to be ready. I first saw her at the LCQs this year, and it was just clearly apparent that she had been in the gym and putting in the time. And as we know, the mind is probably number 1, but you got to have the body there too. And to compete with the likes of Regina, Jamie, Whitney, you got to have the whole package. And Ali's stepping up and showing that she has that.
All right, let's see what she's got. This now is Ali Garcia on 11.25 meters. Gets a brilliant start there on number 1. Good extension on number 2. Keeping everything flowing in and keeping the water speed up into the turns. Nice turn on number 4, and 11.25 meters, Kyle, is all over that run.
Yeah, definitely consistent skiing through that one. Aside from maybe Regina, that's I think her 38 was pretty strong. Again, the 2.4 is probably better than the 1.35 right now. I think she's coming down course a little bit on 1.35, but confident on 2.4 that ski is going to stay there for her, and she's whipping it around and confident that it's going to get the angle and she's going to be able to hold on to it. Her strength, her power is there to handle it, and the confidence there to turn it. So great stuff. Nearly just conducting some business on the dock before she goes out. We'll see here in just a second.
Let's watch here the 1 ball. This, for me, coming into 39, that little bit of delay right there, I think she's going to want to trim out. Like you're saying, Kyle, the 2's bang on. But to kind of get the right rhythm for 39, if she can find the gate in 1 to then allow that 2 to just keep her up course, now we're in it and we're talking. So very good for 38. Had no problem, managing this pass the whole way down. But we're going to look for just that next level gate 1 here at 39 to give her a fair chance at getting all the way down the pass.
Well, here she comes now. It's 39. It's the difficult pass. She's got to 3.5 in previous competitions. And the season of her life, let's see what she can do. Can she sort out number 1 ball? It's actually not too bad. A little bit of a rear up, a little slow, but tries for 2. She's going to get a piece of 3. Hey, I tell you what, half a buoy off your season best, round number 1. Pretty happy with that, I would assume. We heard Regina in an interview saying, we're looking for what she wants to do next round, and same with Ellie. I think they went on the safety route this round. Wanted to make sure they ran their hard pass, which for Ellie that was 38, for Regina that was 39. They did their job. They got solid scores, in the first round to get them through to hopefully the final, but at least take the pressure off round 2. I have a feeling they'll pick a different path in the second round. Maybe try that 39. Well, Ellie will try the 39 headwind. Who knows? Regina might take the 39 tail and see what she can do 41 headwind next round.
Yeah, well, when you've got your ticket punched, it gives you those options. You can take a bit more risk. You can try an alternate scenario. I don't know what the situation is for the women's finals if they have to start at 32, but it may also just be good. See, right here, a little long on the way to 2. I think if this was the second round, she had to power down off of that 1. And also, to our point, that was very gritty off of that 2 to just take it up and
that was
load and go to 3.
In the past, she would have stopped skiing for sure.
Yeah.
She would have come around 2 and said, that's enough. She had belief, confidence that she could make the ski stick, even though she was slow into there and down course into 2. Still ripped it around and had a shot at 3, and that's what it takes, right? You've found out how to do that at 41 and get that extra buoy when it takes, and the men's, and she's figuring out how to do that in the women's and get past that score of 2 at 39, which she was stuck at for a little bit, and she's getting 3s and 3.5s, and that extra little buoy is in the women's is huge.
Yeah, we got a happy dad down there on the side. We'd like to see that. Of course, this is the home of the Garcias here, so we appreciate getting to come and play in their really lovely backyard. And wow, so Neely was next, so she really was taking care of some business on the phone right before skiing. That's I guess that shows a lot of composure. I'm not sure that I'm capable of dividing my attention that well. She looked very casual.
Yeah. Just another day at the office.
Yeah.
So the 2025 World Trick Champion. She's our world record holder still, I believe. I know she's been trading that record back and forth between Erica Lang and herself, but I think she's still got the mark to beat. It's 11,450 points, give or take. It's huge. But not only is she excelling on this trick ski, she's also figuring out how to get, just like Ellie, how to get down 39 consistently. She's been doing it in record tournaments for a number of years, but she's starting to figure out how to compete with the top ladies. And as it shows, she's 3rd on the Pro Tour standings list so far this year.
Yeah, and I guess, Neely does most of her training right next door. So I'm sure she makes her way over to this lake a bit, probably no stranger to it. And her grandfather had a hand in building these 2 lakes, so she's got a little bit of blood in the water, so to speak.
And she's made some changes earlier this year too. She switched up skis. She's now competing for good and in both slalom and tricks. And definitely made an impact, made a difference for her slalom. Well, and probably her tricks too, but I see the most impact on the slalom event.
I mean, it could be me being out of the loop, but I want to say that switch to good, I only became aware of it right before the World Championships. I think prior.
Yeah, there were quite a bit of social media posts on Neely Ross's Instagram with that change up from where she was onto good.
So was I right? Did it happen kind of right before Worlds, or was it?
Officially, I officially believe she switched then, but I have a feeling there was some tinkering going on earlier in the season and switching up that we maybe unaware of, but we're just gossiping about that and starting rumors. So, but she's officially on good now and competing very well for them.
All right, so we've got Neely Ross.
Okay.
All right then. So we've got Scott Greenwood at the helm, and we've got Neely Ross approaching the course. has a style pretty much her own there with the one-handed gate shot. Good counter rotation, making sure that the ski doesn't bite too hard in the middle of the pre-turn and upset her balance. But it's looking good. 14.25 meters first, 13 second, and 6 buoys for both of those runs.
Tony, counter rotation is probably the word you would, or the phrase you would use when you describe Neely's skiing, correct? She does it as much or more than anybody. It's kind of one of those things that's come and gone and come and people talk about. And Corey, your thoughts? She exaggerates that, and it works well for her.
Yeah, well, the thing that I liked, if I was going to show a video of Neely to one of my students, is if you, instead of thinking about that free arm that comes off the handle and kind of swings away and opens up, kind of the counter rotation that we're talking about, that's fine and good, but what I really like is the hand that remains on the handle as she opens with her shoulders and chest and that hand swings away. That hand keeps moving forward and into line tension, and I think that is really critical. And you can do that with your shoulders moving away to a more or less degree, but that's the thing that I would highlight for someone.
Okay, with that in mind, let's check in with Freddie.
Ali, we've skied a lot of tournaments together this year. We kind of did that, that whole stint start of the year through till, Europe and now obviously here. And, you've just been improving. Started off kind of a bit rough. And, now that 3, even more at 39 is right there. You just ran 3 in a tailwind. You've got to be very, very happy.
Yeah, I mean, it just that boat with Greenie behind the wheel, the Pro Star feels so amazing, and I was so excited to get to 39. And I think maybe next round I'll try and take it in the headwind because I felt so great out there. I had such a great rhythm with Greenie, so just happy to be out on the water. Every tournament's so fun right now, and just trying to lean into that.
That's amazing, and I mean, like you said, there is a win factor, and we were talking before you skied. You wanted to make sure that you ran your 38, but you've got a big daddy score at 39. You're sitting in second right now. You think, so you'll take 38 tailwind, big score at 39 coming up, right?
I hope so. I just, I keep wanting to put myself in the position at 39 to try it, and that's really all I can do right now. So that's the goal. Consistency.
Consistency is good. We'll see you later. We'll see you tomorrow. And back to you guys.
We heard it from them, Corey. Every once in a while, we kind of know what we're talking about up here. We guessed, and then I think next round she'll be going the 38 tailwind and really letting things go. And who knows? Hopefully she can get through it here at her home site. While she was talking, we were watching Neely Ross making short work of 35 off. No problems there?
Yeah, I think, this is a good time for interviews. We can safely trust that Neely's going to have no problem with 35. I think at 38 here, it'll start to tell us a little bit more of the story. On a couple of these skiers, we've started to pick up some observations that maybe give us a hint at what's to come. And, mainly at 38 to indicate what might happen at 39. It's not always directly. A lot of times we're out there, you're trying to learn from the prior pass, and you can make a change in the right direction. But, yeah, I think 38 begins to really tell us what we're looking for and what she's looking for, any potential changes that she might need to make. Let's see here.
Here we go. This is Neely Ross. Very, very quick with the handle there on the entrance gate into buoy number 1. But despite her going down course off it, she's still managing to keep a good pace here. And getting round number 5 a little bit down course there. She's round number 6. She gets through 11.
Well, she had to manage that one, Tony. If this were me, now I have the luxury of watching it on screen rather than being first person to it. But, I kind of picked up a hint of this at 35. I think that she was just a little, I'd say, narrow and kind of slow on the gate. Like, I would have liked to have seen more energy on that pull out. I would like to have seen her higher on the boat and bringing some more of that energy back through the turn in, where, like, here it was almost a little too passive.
Especially with a one-handed gate.
Yeah.
It's hard when you get a little bit in a headwind, get a little bit slow, get a little bit narrow to get everything moving back to the handle, right?
Right, and then it feels like she's kind of chasing the boat down the whole pass. She can't let it get away, and consequently she's having to move a little more down course and make turns from places that, it's not the way she drew it up. So, here, different story. She'll have 39 tailwind, so she'll have a little natural push from the wind to keep her speed up, but then, we're always thinking about that too, because the last thing you want is to overshoot the gate. That's a real problem. That finding that middle point becomes more important and more difficult as the line gets shorter. So let's see if she can find it right here, and she's going to need that nice, tidy one ball to get the things rolling here at 39.
10.75 meters, all getting a really, really good...
not finding it there. And but I think same strategy as Regina, same strategy as Ali Garcia. Wanted to run 38, post a decent score that's going to secure her spot into the final, take the pressure off tomorrow. Hopefully tomorrow she can figure things out a little bit differently, maybe choose a different direction with 38 or 39, maybe take the pressure off and try something a little bit maybe riskier and go for it a bit more, and then see what she can come up with to get her personal best is probably around 4, I believe, 3 or 4 at 40 at 39. She'll be shooting for that and to try hopefully seed her higher into the final. We'll return a little bit to your comment about that outside arm and stuff, and it's I'm glad you mentioned that, because a lot of people talk about that outside arm coming off and the outside shoulder, the counter rotation, as a bit of a band-aid fix, and it doesn't change what's actually attached to the rope, which is your inside shoulder and how you're standing on your ski.
Yeah, I mean, I think, you watch all these high-level skiers and you see a varying degree of the way the body swings off of the line, but the thing that coalesces is that handle control and that managing the line tension through that hand that's ultimately connected to the boat. I think that's what we want to feel. Is we want to feel the boat at the other end of the line and have an understanding of what the line tension is, where it's going to come tight, so we can move to that spot. If you get too wrapped up in the free hand, I mean, that one's got a while to go before it comes back to the handle, and it's not really your direct point of contact. So, I think a variety of things are good. Different skiers and different bodies have different ways of moving. But if you were to be studying this, I think you want to be focused on the different skier, the way that hand that stays on the handle, what it's doing.
Yeah, and some people who get a little bit overzealous with that outside arm movement and shoulder, they make such a dramatic movement that coming back to the handle is overdone too, and then it kind of stops what the ski's doing as it comes back to the under the rope. You see that a lot where it's a big stretch, it's a big movement, and then the finish of the turn is interrupted when you come back to the handle.
It can be, we got a watch party. Okay, now this is my buddy Charlie Ewell from back in Virginia, and he is a skeleton. I guess we got the Halloween vibes going.
Yep.
I'm not sure.
We're celebrating that early.
That's a picture of one of my T-shirts, the Grateful Rider shirt. I'm trying to just figure out all that's going. Oh, he wore this costume in my fun tournament at the beginning of the year, the Grateful Rider. He's got some Grateful Dead themed shorts there. He's got the skeleton on. I think I've actually got matching board shorts to his whole vibe right now. I can't show them at the moment, but I appreciate it, Charlie. I like what you're doing here. Let's keep the watch parties coming. We got to light this day up a little bit. We got some jump yet to come, and we want more watch parties. Oh, boy. That's just...
Okay, Ellie Nicholson taking to the water. She is fresh off the Worlds and picked up a bronze medal. She almost ran 39. She fell out the gates. It was great skiing from her. But came up just a little shy. She's run 39 multiple times and has been performing well this season. Second on the Pro Tour standings, and 13 meters, round 5 and 6. Top skiing.
Fantastic skiing, as a matter of fact. Ali Nicholson, the bronze medalist from the recent IWWF World Water Ski Championships that were held in Rocchetto in Italy, and scored 5.5 on 10.75 meters, just so agonizingly close to being able to have another opportunity to go on to 10.25 meters, which she made an attempt on for the very first time about what seems like an eternity ago now, like 3 or 4 years now.
Yeah, well, we were talking about the evolution of skiers when we were watching Ali Garcia go, and, Ali Nicholson is kind of case in point. She's been at this for a while now, and she's just continued to climb and build, and now she's put herself in a position that she's ready to scoop up the winnings if someone else has any bit of slip up. And with that, we're going to go over and check in with Freddie.
Yes.
So, Jamie, you've seen people go out and get some big scores. Does that motivate you? Where does that put you at your mind space?
Yeah, I think it's always nice when you see some big scores, that the lake skiing well, driver feels good, everything feels good out there. So, yeah, I think it usually, calms the mind a bit and, gives you some confidence going out.
And what are you starting at? Because we've got that headwind, tailwind. What's your tactic?
Yeah, I'm going to start at 13, keep everything same as normal. Yeah.
Good. Sounds like your plans work for everyone so far. We'll leave you to it. Thank you. Back to you guys.
Wow, so 2 pre-ski interviews for Jamie Bull. You know, she's working hard before she's even gotten to the water. I imagine we'll get another one once she has skied. But now we're back to Allie Nicholson. 12 meters coming back. Allie typically, always starts at 13 meters, 32. So this is just an ordinary progression for her. Looking on the attack right here and looking very solid and up course.
Well, when you've won the world 3 times in a row and you're top on the leaderboard, you deserve 2 interviews, I believe. So, she's in a position, Jamie Bull, we're talking now, that she's fair ways ahead of Allie Nicholson, who's in second on the tour standings. I don't know if she's catchable, but I know the other girls are going to give it their best shot. But Jamie is in a commanding lead right now.
Yeah, I think Jamie would have to really have some slip-ups here in the next 2 events. I think she's very likely to continue to pick up some points no matter how everyone else does. So I would pretty much put her in the uncatchable category. But that's not going to stop everyone else from trying. Certainly, coming out of this tournament, Whitney and Regina wouldn't mind moving up the running order a little bit coming into our final event next weekend. So everyone's got something to ski for here. And Allie looking very comfortable so far. I like the assertion that she's bringing to both runs that we've seen. It's nice when you can come out on your first couple passes, be on the attack, feel connected to the boat. That just inspires more of the same, which is what she's going to need as we get to, we're already on to 11 meters, 38 off. She needs to run this pass to kind of breathe deeply. We certainly imagine that she'll do so. Let's see how she'll do it, and if we get some hints at what might come of 39.
Very, very high-handed on the gate shot as she worked in towards that turn. And I'll highlight that in just a moment for you, Corey. But looking very strong out there on 11.25 meters. And just notice how high she brings the handle up just before she goes into a gate shot.
We'll take a look here in a moment.
Contrasting styles, obviously. You watch her, and she's a lot taller, maybe a little stiffer than some of the other skiers. But it works well for her. She's light, she gets across course quickly. But definitely different from, say, a Regina, who's a little more compact when she's slaloming.
Yeah, you see that handle come up as she's turning in, but then you also see it kind of drop right back down onto the hip. Basically in that position there where she wants it. So. That turn-in move's a little bit different than everything else in the course. It's the only time you're really making a turn from a sort of straight ahead on the flat part of the ski position. And, everyone has their own little signature move that initiates the sequence of events, getting you to move to the wake. And, I'd say Allie's is very good because it's working.
Right you are, and Allie Nicholson getting the job done on 11.25 meters, and we'll see what she can do on 10.75 meters to at least make Jamie Bull have to work for her money today.
Yeah, indeed. Well, Regina's gone out there and made quite a big statement, so Allie's chasing that too. At this stage of the game, Allie got denied that full 39 like we mentioned at the Worlds. I'm sure she'd love to get some redemption on that, come out those exit gates and get any stab at 41. She's a lefty, so if her gates and ones have been looking pretty good. It would be a huge day if she could get through this and then get over to that 2 ball.
Oh, look at that.
Ooh, that's...
No, you can see the writing on the wall there at number 1, couldn't you? I thought it was number 1 ball was a little down course, didn't hook up, and then had a bit of a funky pull across to number 2. Relied on a big 2, didn't quite pan out, but she slots herself into tied up with Whitney Rini. Yeah, 2.5 at 39 in 3rd spot. Let's see. Let's watch the gate again. Corey, your thoughts on the gate? So far, not bad. The 1 ball, not the best though.
Yeah, she went for that tight turn. She wanted to move along that line that was tight off the ball, just didn't have the line right there. If we get another look at the gate, from the whole pull-out, we might be able to see something more. It's always tricky to assess from the side, just kind of the speed, the width.
My thoughts almost exactly Ali Garcia kind of thing. She didn't have the 1 ball, went for it at 2. The 2 was good considering, but too much on number 3.
Yeah, it's almost like she got into a great position and got great drive, but maybe a bit late. Like maybe if she could have achieved some of that from a higher position on the boat and had a little more into the first wake rather than out the second. it would have been a different story at 1.
Something she does being a little taller on the ski and a little more stretched out when she reaches into her buoy, each buoy, she can kind of get a little bit where the inside shoulder's dropping a little bit. She follows that reach, and you saw that maybe a little more than normal at number 1, where she kind of starts to lean over a little bit. You're not maybe as in control of your
mass.
Yeah, your center mass when you're reaching that much. You get into that kind of reverse C position where your kind of shoulders are over-angulated for your hips, and then it can result in a little bit of a stall, which it did at number 1 there.
Okay, on a line length that I would imagine to be 30 meters, this is going to be Jamie Ball from Canada.
So far, Regina Jacobs with a commanding lead, a whole 6 buoys over our second place competitor. That is Ali Garcia with 3 at 39. But one skier that can change that, or at least have a good attempt at it. She's never seen 3-ball in a competition. She would dearly love to, and maybe today is the day where she can take down that Canadian record. She's been so close. I've seen her pull up short just inside 3-ball many times. But she said she hasn't been feeling that great since the Worlds. Let's see if she can find some form in round 1.
Well, hey, she's got a few passes before she gets there, so that first pass looked pretty clean and on the money. So, this is some valuable practice here, the 32, the 35. She can get herself dialed in here in a couple of passes and be ready to rock and roll. Kyle, you ski with Regina a bit. I'm curious, if she were to change up her strategy for the wind, do you imagine that she would go off the dock at 28 off or 35?
She would go 12 meters for sure. She's done that many times. At the tournament last weekend, she did that. We had the same sort of situation. It was a tailwind and she chose to do it that way, and it worked out really well. She had that little bit of a headwind. When she doesn't want too much, she's not the tallest skier in the world. You get too much of a headwind, it's actually probably detrimental. You want just that little light so she doesn't lose any speed, but can just find the rope. But not to the point where she's got to pull long off the second wake. That's where you get in trouble.
All right there. So the skier on the water, world women's slalom champion, not just once, but on 2 other occasions as well. And here she comes, Jamie Ball. 12 meters, looking in good shape here. I mean, it's a pass that she's normally quite accustomed to running.
Well, if she's feeling a little off, I would like to feel a little off too, because that's pretty damn good skiing.
I was going to say, was she just being humble, just kind of lowering the expectations for her competitors or people at home? That's looking pretty good.
Okay, let's send it over to Freddie.
Neely, trick world champion 2 weeks ago. Very good slalom skier in your own right. How did that feel out there? You didn't get the best start at 39.
Yeah, I didn't have the best start. Honestly, I've been a little bit of like a post-Worlds, weird situation. We stayed in Italy a little bit longer, and honestly, I haven't been doing the amount of slalom skiing that I should be doing, but it felt great out there. I was happy to get through 38. Definitely have some things to fix for tomorrow at 39, so I'll focus on that for tomorrow.
You mentioned Italy. I mean, I personally am happy that you've come back to deal with us mere mortals after the superstar treatment that you had with those very famous international sporting superstars a couple of weeks ago. Would you like to tell us about it?
We had the best time ever. Honestly, it was like a once-in-a-lifetime experience. I'm so glad that I got to experience that with my family, and it was awesome to be able to do it after Worlds and to stay there with friends, and we had the best time. We got to meet some of the drivers, and it was a great experience. And then now we're back home, and it's time to get motivated and get ready for fall tournaments.
And what is this like compared to being in the garage for Ferrari? Is it similar, different, like same level of intensity, like the professionalism? What do you think?
Definitely a little bit of a different vibe. I'll just say that. That's an understatement. Different vibe for sure.
Way more professional over here. You heard it from her. Back to you guys.
Okay, you chuckle on that all you will, but I mean, she and other members of her family went over to the Formula One Grand Prix in Monza and hung out with the drivers, Leclerc and Hamilton at the Ferrari garage. And
Tony, everybody's seen her social media posts. It's no secret. She was,
she was all over the place there.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
she had a good experience, I'm sure. But like she said, it's kind of tough after the Worlds. she deserved a bit of a break after performing so well there, and obviously enjoyed the time in Italy, and now back to work
Back to the grind.
Back to the grind, yeah. Has to find a few more buoys in the next round or two. But right now she's sitting in fifth spot. We expect that probably will get surpassed here by Jamie Bull as she goes around number 1 at 39. But still enough to make into the top 6. Things may change in the second round tomorrow morning.
Now, she's feeling a little bit off. This is where it's going to come to the surface.
I mean, yeah, she probably felt a little off in tournament. In practice, I guarantee you she finds that zone. These top competitors all have that ability. You know, it can be off in practice. Tournament time, pressure comes on. They find their spot, they find their zone, and churn out such good performances. Watch this. I guarantee you, she'll be another skier through 39.
Yeah, she hasn't shown us any missteps so far. Good one. She's on a path to go here. Ooh, a little slow off at 3. This is no longer going.
Oh, I'll eat my words there.
Well, we all believed, you know.
Yeah.
Well,
not only is she good enough to find the form, but she's so strong too. She's a tough competitor, and if she gets a little bit off, she can find it back again. And she did that at 1 and 2 then, not so much 3 and 4.
Well, with the score being under review, provisionally 4.
3. I think we've got a score of 3 on the board here.
A 3 buoy score. That puts her in a tie with Ali Garcia, I believe.
Wow.
Yeah,
that's remarkable.
It wasn't a perfect one ball right here, but I've seen, Jamie knows how to deal with a lot of things at 39. I thought when she connected off at 2, I was like, okay, I think we're going. But then there was this was the misstep into 3, and maybe this is what she was talking about. You have to be kind of so dialed in, and something in that approach. The timing wasn't quite there. Oh, she did look outside of 4 on that replay right there. I don't know. They've called 3, but
I wasn't pretty good angles to watch from. Yeah, no, that's let's say that score is gonna stand, and Regina's got to be feeling pretty damn good about round number 1. A full 6 buoys coming back from the Worlds where she got surpassed. She didn't quite pull out the form she needed in the final, but she's come back here, a 3 at 41, 6 buoys ahead of Ali Garcia and Jamie Bull in second tied, and Whitney Reaney and Ellie Nicholson.
All right, let's send it over.
Jamie, actually a pretty good start there, I thought. Just maybe kind of came up a little early into 3.
Yeah, definitely came off the handle way too early in 3. Like almost went inside of 3, so I had to deal with that. But yeah, the start was okay for sure.
And I think that puts you in second spot, so you're in, a solid enough place, going into the second round tomorrow, and you can, try and improve on that score, get some confidence for the final.
Yeah, for sure. Another round tomorrow. I'll try and just get maybe settled a bit, and then see what happens later tomorrow.
All right. Well, thank you, Jamie. Back to you guys.
All right then. So congratulations there, Jamie Bull, and making it through to the final, and I'm sure that these shorts will make their way to the final as well when Freddie Winter gets with them. He ought to know better and to leave his ski stuff next to the announcing booth. But these shorts are something horrific, aren't they?
It's a personal choice. If he feels confident, that's fine.
He's not. He's one of my direct competitors, so I'm not going to comment. Whatever brings you the luck, I suppose. Everyone's got their good luck shorts.
And there they go. All right, then. So with that, we'll continue on with the live coverage here of the 2025 MasterCraft Pro right here at the Isles of Lake Hancock. In a few moments, we'll go on to our next event. In less than about 15 or so minutes, we'll go into the women's jump round 1. So stick around. More to come right after this.
See you in Vienna.
At Houston Cadillac, at the moment you arrive, you will notice dedication to excellence. We deliver an unparalleled customer experience, and we're elevating our commitment with a new state-of-the-art facility. Explore our selection of new Cadillac cars, crossovers, and SUVs designed to meet your needs. We are redefining the luxury experience and investing in the future. Visit Houston Cadillac and begin your journey towards luxury.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure $1 million mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dillinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
My name is Thibaut Dalen and I'm the broker of Dalen Real Estate. And today I want to show you some of our special listings located in Florida's world famous water ski hotspots.
I'm Martin Coleman. I would like to invite you to the 2026 World Junior Championships here at Ahumada Ski School in Villa Dolores, Argentina. Sí, llevo 15 días acá y 16 asados.
When I left the dock, there was no doubt in my mind I was going to win.
Number 4 needs a ball when he gets inside, flips around 2, Wade moves into the lead, and Wade Cobb gets a monstrous turn at 4 and hangs on around 6. First time today.
Wade, you made it exciting once again.
Slingshotting himself around 1, and
that's large. He's here, the foot's up in front.
Wow, this is like my dream come true. Which one of the men is going to end up in this exact spot?
Morning, Brian. Hey, morning. You have a good weekend? Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got a set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
Get ready, set, go! It's that time, everybody kick it and go, on your mark. Get ready, set,
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat, a place where that summer feeling lasts all year long, a place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers, a place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.
Old logic says success is determined by wins. It says you can't be a mother and a professional athlete, that you can't take on giants. New logic says watch me. Watch me become the most decorated track and field athlete in the world. Watch me start a brand designed by women, for women. When old logic holds us back, it's up to us to defy it.
See you in Vienna.
At Houston Cadillac, at the moment you arrive, you will notice dedication to excellence. We deliver an unparalleled customer experience, and we're elevating our commitment with a new state-of-the-art facility. Explore our selection of new Cadillac cars, crossovers, and SUVs designed to meet your needs. We are redefining the luxury experience and investing in the future. Visit Houston Cadillac and begin your journey towards luxury.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure $1 million mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dellinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
My name is Thibaut Dalen and I'm the broker of Dalen Real Estate. And today I want to show you some of our special listings located in Florida's world famous water ski hotspots.
Martin Coleman. I would like to invite you to the 2026 World Junior Championships here at Ahumada Ski School in Villa Dolores, Argentina. Sí, llevo 15 días acá y 16 asados.
All right, then. Welcome back to live and continuing coverage here at the MasterCraft Pro for 2025. I'm Tony Leifert, and glad to have you on board. We've got our women's jump event. We've got 8 skiers on the list for the women's jump event, and we're going to be introducing you to those 8 very, very soon. But before we do that, let's go with the women's slalom leaderboard. After the first round, we'll have Regina Jaquist, your lead skier, a whole pass more than anyone else. We've got Ali Garcia and Jamie Ball, both tying with 3 at 10.75 meters. Two-way tie for fourth between Whitney Reaney and Ali Nicholson with 2.5. Neely Ross with half a buoy on 10.75. Karen Truelove 3 on 11.25, and Alicia Bagnoli with 2.5 on 12. So those are the results from our previously held event, and before that we had the men's slalom, and here are those results. Nate Smith, for the only person to get through 10.25 meters and scoring 1. Charlie Ross with 4.5 at 10.25 meters. Corey Vaughan and Freddie Winter both tying for third with a 4 at 10.25 meters. Then we've got in fifth place Will Asher with a score of 3.5 at 10.25 meters. And the remaining scores you can look up by going to a Google search and search under IWSF results. And from there, you can click on that link, and that should take you to where you need to go to. All right, there. So we've got our first competitor on the starting dock, getting ready to jump. It is Kate Pinsonneau from Canada. And then after her, we'll have Perrine Saunier, Aliyah Young-Hanifa, Janina Meckler, Regina Jaquez, Ali Deniashkaya, Alexandra Deniashkaya, or Sasha. And then we've got Brittany Wharton and Hannah Stroltsova. So we've got our 8 jumpers. We've got our MasterCraft towboat, 6.2 liter. And we've got our friends on dockside getting ready to go. So a lot of activity going on. We've got the women's jumpers to come. We'll have the men's jumping to come afterwards. And then we'll have a couple of LCQ rounds of skiing to determine the final spots for those concerned competitors. Quick reminder that if you subscribe to the TWBC YouTube channel, then that will enable you to be a part of the live chat during the webcast. And you'll also be informed as the next time we go live on air, which would be next week for the final time during the TWBC season. That next event is the Travers Grand Prix, and that will take place starting next week here on TWBC. Women's Jump Round 1 about to take place right here at the MasterCraft Pro for 2025. There is your start list. Kate Pincinot will be our lead-off skier, followed by Perrine Saunier of France, Malaysia's Aliyah Young-Hanifa. Then we'll have Janina Meckler, Regina Jaquez, Sasha Deniashkaya, Brittany Wharton, and then finally Hannah Stroltsova. All right then, Carl, settling back down again. Welcome back. How you doing, sir?
Yeah, doing good, thanks, Tony. Good little break there. Grab some lunch if you're on site. There's a couple of food trucks down there. And we're about to hit the water with the open women's 8 skiers, I believe, about to hit the water, looking for a spot in the final 4, make it through. And good to see a couple of newer skiers competing at this event. The first off the dock, Kate Pincinot from Canada. And she's actually jumping at 5 foot today, I believe. But yeah, making her debut at a professional event. And the next skier after her from France, Perrine Saunier. I'm going to say that wrong, but I saw her for the first time last weekend and had a
you said it right.
Best. Oh, it was good? Okay.
Yeah, that was right. Yeah, you're good.
Hey, amazing. But yeah, no, good to see some sort of first-timers in pro events and giving their shot and trying to earn their way into the finals. Then we go into some of the more experienced skiers. Aliyah Young, great, looking forward to seeing her compete. She did great at the Worlds, made the finals, went over 50 meters for the first time ever. And then, of course, Janina Meckler. She's getting her form back and jumping, flying well over 50 meters. I know she's not quite back to her best of up around say 55, 180 feet, but she's close. She's coming back. Regina Jaquez surprised everybody at the Worlds with 180 feet. Didn't quite finish it up in the finals. Was just one off the podium, maybe 0.1 of a meter, but showed she's still got it with 180 feet in round 1. And then, of course, Sasha Deniashkaya, Brittany Wharton, who had the silver medal at the Worlds, and our leader on the tour and a leader, the last couple of world champs, Hannah Streltsova. She's kind of out there on her own a little bit right now in this event, but I know those other girls are trying to chase and get as close as they can. Kate kicking things off here. It is speed 54 kilometers per hour as that boat comes in. She gets nice and wide. The letter on the cruise control set at P, and this is a pretty healthy approach into her first one. And hey, she kicks that one nicely. That's a beautiful opening jump technique.
Good jump
Spot
there
on, yep.
For the Louisiana Lafayette freshman, or for those of you who are of that persuasion, a first-year student. Coming to us from British Columbia in Canada. Skis at the Chimney Lake and Kamloops Water Ski Club, as well as trains under the tutelage of Matt Reaney. member of the Canadian team and junior Pan American Games jump champion for this season. We're going to get the jump distance for Kate Pinsoneau in just a moment. But a good push off the second wake and getting some good flight there. I like what I'm seeing here from Kate Pinsoneau. The jump distance should be coming through very, very shortly, any moment now. As you join us back here on the announcing area, I'm Tony Lightfoot. He is Kyle Eade.
And we've got a good afternoon ahead of us with the jump event. We've got 2 rounds. So the first round, prelims, 8 women, 8 men. And then it'll be going into a last chance qualifier. I think the top 2 women and the top 4 men go straight through. And then there'll be the last chance qualifier to fill in the spots for the overall, for the final tomorrow afternoon. And jump number 1, we see 46.6, 153 feet. I think that's a very, very strong first jump for Kate Pinsoneau.
Here she comes. Oh, nice. I like the look of that jump there as well. I mean, she's definitely putting in an exceptional effort out there. So 46.6 meters on the opening jump there for Kate Pinsoneau. Not too sure if that's anywhere close to a PB. That might actually, well, at least judging by the last 2 tournaments that she skied in, she's jumped as high as 42.5, 41.9, 43.2.
Yeah, I was going to say, Tony, I've seen her jump quite a bit at bigger events, and she seems like she's always in that low 40s. But for her to go 46.6, it was 153 feet on her first jump. That's quite an improvement. Maybe it's the speed. She's put the speed up since she was jumping at 51. She's chosen the lower ramp height, but exceptionally strong jumps, 1 and 2.
And probably significant in actually choosing that ram height because she does ski in the collegiate circles as well, so she doesn't want to have to crank up the ram height and then go straight back down again if she can possibly avoid it. 42.7, that is 140 feet.
Yeah, surprised on that one. That didn't look too far off her first one, actually. But, yeah, losing some distance on jump number 2. Hopefully she can get her cut in the course a little bit more. And maybe she's just, super happy with that 153 on her first one. Sort of back things off on jump number 2.
And I'm not seeing many other distances from Kate Pinsoneau that have come close to a 46.6. So I'll stick my neck out and say that's probably a new PB for her.
Well, that's what we like to see right from the get-go. I think she was definitely later on that first jump. This one's looking good too. I think that's somewhere up around those sort of 44, 45 again. So a great set from Kate, showing a lot of potential there. She's a young skier, still in college, doing well on the collegiate scene, and now maybe taking a little bit of a poke in the professional events. And hopefully we see her at the higher 5.5 and at a few more of our professional tours stops next year.
Yeah, 46.6, jumping off the 5-foot-high ramp height. Very, very close to the kind of distances that we're accustomed to seeing from skiers such as Maisa Jakobsen, who has been really pounding it hard this season on the jump ramp. So just looking at this again for Kate Pinsoneau, a good drive, good position.
I mean, the technique's bang on there, isn't it? And when I've seen her in the past, she's usually come off a little bit behind her feet. And she's lost a little bit off the ramp, but there she's sort of really found her balance. She's enjoying that headwind out there, the ramp setup, and she's coming off kicking well. And another jump, 147 feet on jump number 3, so 44.8, I think it was. So a great set for Kate. And yeah, like we said, let's hope she gets that ramp up. It's going up now to 5.5 for our next skier, Alia Young Hanifa from Malaysia.
Perrine Saunier, actually.
Oh, apologies. Yep, I forgot about Perrine Saunier is our next skier.
And the wind's starting to gust up a little bit as well, but the good thing about that is its direction. It's blowing as a headwind.
Yeah, definitely the right direction that we're looking for the jumpers this afternoon. And she had a PB last weekend. Jumped in excess of 45 meters, and she's chasing down Kate, 46.6. Yeah, she's been just starting school at Florida Southern, so also another skier on our collegiate scene. And she'll be probably going to the collegiate tournament that was referred to earlier by Charlie Ross and a few guys. That's tomorrow. But she'll be getting her jump rounds out of the way today. The preliminaries all today for jump, and only the finals tomorrow afternoon. All right, the ramp height now up at the full 1.65. That's the maximum height it can be for our open women skiers. The speed set at 54 kilometers per hour. Quite the difference, though, between going from 5 foot to 5.5, Tony. Quite a lot more impact, and obviously a lot more distance if you can get your airform, your extension through the ramp correct.
I certainly remember back in the day when I was jumping at 5 foot and wanting to get up to 5.5 feet, which I did. I mean, it was definitely a significant jump in ramp height. But the thing that makes it a little bit of an easier transition is way back in the day when I was jumping, we had the shorter jump skis, which meant that when you hit it really kicked you up and it kicked you back more than anything else. With the longer jump skis with more front on them, it's a little bit more of a kind of transition.
Everything's a lot more forgiving, isn't it? But also the jump ramps changed quite a lot since then too. It's got quite a bit longer. We set it longer and a little bit higher actually at 5.5. But the length affects the angle, and that impact that you're talking about is not quite so severe when we're jumping at 5.5 now, and even 6. So here it is. It's Perrine Saunier on her first jump, doing a double cut here, leaving a cut fairly late. Settles in off the second wake.
Oh,
squeaking
no.
on the corner.
Whoa!
Yeah,
Going full on Nordic style coming off the jump there.
Kind of staying close. He didn't really split and V them like we normally see our jumpers do. Kind of kept them fairly square, fairly straight, but pressing over them in the air. And I think that's a pretty handy distance. Whether it's further than that 46.6, well, you'd have to do a PB for that. But it's up there. Wobbled a little bit at the wakes, maybe lost her direction, and that's why we saw her squeak onto the corner. And just with those skis kind of staying straight in front of her, you can see them flapping a little bit, and I think she lost a little distance there. I think most skiers like to kind of get the skis a little bit apart, push the chest between them, and the skis kind of, your body and the skis form like a plane in the air, like a flat surface, and then can create a little bit more lift, a little more hang time in the air.
Okay, 41.9 or 137 feet. A best jump that I've been able to ascertain from here is that 45-meter jump or 148-foot effort that she produced just this past weekend at Fluid.
Yeah, that's right. She was come out of sort of nowhere. I didn't know who she was, but she's a very handy skier. I was actually sitting in the boat as a judge and posted a jump 45 meters, and she threw the fist, and she was extremely happy with the new PB. She had another couple of jumps that were very close too.
Her best previous jump prior to those championships was a 43.2. That was at the European Open Championships over in Salmsee in Austria. And here she comes, jump number 2. Getting pushed over the tips of her skis off the second wake into the jump there, which kind of spooked her a little bit on that jump, I would fancy.
Yeah, the decent jumps. She's been losing a little bit on the ramp, isn't she? She's not quite holding the direction, and then her skis split. I know she's been skiing with the Rocket Man Scott Ellis. A few of the Florida Southern crew do go out and jump with him, and he's on shore, probably giving her some advice to try and get that ramp work. Maybe this is the approach from the wakes to the ramp, just tidied up a little bit. You can see her skis split a little bit on that one. Lost a little bit of that upward drive, and then she's kind of just behind the skis the whole way through the air, and they're just kind of pushing air, slowing her down. So that's a lesser jump. It's 40.7, 134. So not going the right way on jump number 2, but hopefully some changes will be made, and we'll see a bigger jump on jump number 3. All these skiers, 3 attempts. Only the longest is going to count today. And we have a leader of Kate Pincinel, 46.6. I'm impressed with that one.
So how would she transition from the kind of technique that we see her take off the jump into something a little bit more conducive to getting more air and float off the jump skis?
I think she's just got to make sure that the weight crossing, make sure she lands strong on that right ski and keeps the direction there, and then you get a little bit more of a whip from the boat. Hopefully keeping direction through the ramp, and that's the support on that right ski, so these skis don't split on the ramp, and you can drive through the hips and get the lift that's the second ingredient to a long jump. Speed's one of them, and the lift is the next one, and she's missing a little bit of both because of that weight crossing and transition to the jump.
A little bit back on the turn here, coming up. Oh,
it's going to be
that was nice.
Similar hole, maybe a little bit further than jump 2, but I don't think she's pushed that 45 that she set last weekend. Again, through the wakes, you see her sort of stumble a little bit, that left shoulder go down, and I think on that one, it didn't split, but she lost her chest on the ramp, if I'm not mistaken. A little bit kind of tight with her arms there, and right there you see that chest go down and didn't drive up as strong through the legs. So a good jump. She's going to be reasonably happy with her efforts out there. Again, it's her first pro tournament. 41 meters we're seeing for jump 3, the third and final, 135 feet. So 41.9, her first is her longest.
Yeah, interesting to note that the first two jumpers, their first jumps end up being the furthest ones out of each respective set. But that could change.
Yeah, it's you see that a little bit, like for Kate, because she had I'm guessing it's her personal best and by quite a bit on jump number 1. And once you do that on jump number 1, it's hard to know where to go from there. You know, you're sort of pretty happy. You don't want to do anything stupid and overdo it on jumps 2 and 3. So that's maybe Kate's situation. Perrine, she didn't have a great jump on jump number 1. It wasn't too bad. She was trying to find some areas of improvement for jumps 2 and 3, but didn't quite make the necessary adjustments. She'll be more than likely, she'll be in the LCQ and get another shot at this jump ramp this afternoon.
So here we go, folks. Our next jumper on the water coming to us from the Southeast Asian nation of Malaysia. This is Alia Yonghanafa. And she really lit the whole women's jump category on fire, at the World Championships, jumping over 50 meters for the first time. And interestingly enough, that jump of over 50 meters is actually the national record, irrespective of gender.
Oh, really? Is it? That's pretty impressive. I figured I knew it was a Malaysian record. She's miles ahead of her competition in Malaysia, but it's got to be close to an Asian record too. I know Saya Hirasawa would have had it. Whether that jump at the Worlds was further, I've got to do some research on that one. I know Saya has jumped. She's from Japan. She's jumped in excess of 50 meters. Maybe 51, 52 is her record. And that Asian record is quite a, that's a very coveted title. There's a lot of skiers looking to try and get that Asian record, especially in the men's too. And we saw a little on-board action. We got the camera on. Yep, there it is. Alia is our first skier that has the onboard helmet cam. TWBC set a precedent for this last year with this event. Riding along board, here's our skier making their turn.
Here she
You can
comes.
see the angles. You can see the speed as that big red jump ramp comes into view, and she floats one down. It's a decent opening jump. From that angle, hard to tell kind of her timing, the speed, how she came off the ramp.
I think
Didn't
she
see
was
the
early.
skis flare. It looked on the early side, didn't it? But a pretty solid first jump. I'd say that's right in that hole where we saw Kate end up.
And I think the skis probably banked out a little bit to her left as she came off the jump as well. But let's have a look and see what this looks like from our shore side camera. Coming off the handle, and 44.8.
44.8, 147, slots herself into second. You're pretty correct on your assessment, Tony. She was looking at that angle. She was a little early to the jump, wasn't she? And then you saw that left ski kind of fly up a little bit, and we probably saw that on the helmet cam angle too. So right here, come off the left-hand side, left ski kind of flying up a little bit, lost a bit of direction. And she's got a lot more distance to add to jump number 1.
So we see our next competitor getting ready, Janina Mekla. who's been known to jump in the 170s, 180s. So let's have a look and see. Aliyah Young-Hanifa. Oh, this is a later approach. She went through those wakes after the set of yellow buoys that we saw her go through.
Ooh, but maybe too much, Tony. Maybe too much. A little bit overzealous on jump number 2. You saw her change the timing down on the 5 and 6. I didn't see the yellow buoys you were talking about, but definitely came down on the 600, which is where these skiers set up their approach to the ramp way back 600 feet before the jump. They make their turn and swing up on the side of the boat, and a few feet way back then can make a huge difference on their setup. And obviously that one, not quite right, elected to pass. It's not going to hurt her. It's just one of her 3 jumps. She's got a 44.8 on the board. Not what she wants. A 0 on jump 2, but only the longest counts, and she's got one more to go.
And it's a real balancing act so far as the jump event is concerned. I mean, for many years, jumping was treated as an event where you would have to really be hard and tough and really put muscle your way through the event. But so far as today is concerned, you've got the long jump skis, which carry more speed, and you've got to turn them a specific way, in order to get good angle and to get good traction behind the boat. But at the same time, you've got to make sure that you have enough speed coming into the turn, because if you get bogged down, then things can happen rather quickly and not in a good way.
No, for sure. The techniques changed a lot in the last 20, 30 years. The long jump skis leading the charge, and that's obviously back in the day. Ron Goodman kind of set up some longer skis, and a lot of these skiers are electing now to jump on Goodman's, and he's really kind of changed the direction of water ski jumping way back when.
And an impressive looking third and last jump there from Aliyah Young-Hanifa, almost getting tripped up a little bit coming off the second wake into the jump there, but managing to hold her direction and a position all the way through on jump number 3 as...
What are we seeing there? That was interesting.
Yeah.
But a bit way better approach. It's good to see that dock there, isn't it? You can sort of see how close they are
there,
to that dock.
She started to rise up before the jump.
A little bit, and you're right, her shoulders off the second wake. She has a tendency to do that. They just come a little bit in front of her skis, and her shoulders drop a little bit. She adjusted and got it back before the jump, which is good. And she drove up, and that's a 48.8, I think it is, coming through now. 160 feet. This is a good view. Right in the right spot. Just a few feet from the corner. You saw her first jump. She was to the left of middle. That one, her timing was good. She had a good drive through the top of the jump, and that's her longest by quite a lot. And she takes the lead.
All right.
Aside from her jump at the Worlds, that's probably right up near her best, 48.8 meters.
Yep, 160 feet there for Aliyah Young-Hanifa, and here is a skier who's definitely capable of jumping that distance, if not a little bit beyond. Coming to us from Germany, this is Janina Meckler.
All right, taking a second here at the dock. We'll be right back with Janina here in just a few moments. The leaderboard right now. Aliyah Young-Hanifa, 48.8. Followed by Kate Pincinel, 46.6. And Reen Saunier at 41.9. 5 more skiers to go. We've corrected the technical issue we had there with the jump switch. And Janina, I expect her to take the lead on jump number 1. She's a very, very strong jump skier. Small girl, but packs a punch when it comes to jumping. Really kind of comes off that ramp strong, drives up, great ramp work and air form, what you'd say.
And for the folks that are watching this event for the first time, what's a jump switch?
Yeah, so of course on the cruise control there's a switch that's attached to the rope, and it gives some feedback to the cruise control system. And when the skier makes the turn, that switch, the pressure on the rope closes that switch and tells the boat to start accelerating on a predetermined program, depending on what letter you choose, and also a few GPS factors. It's very complicated, but the skier can choose that setting, and depending on what sort of letter you choose, how aggressive it wants to be. You don't want to go too strong. The boat will get going, and then it won't finish into the ramp if you don't hold it back. But if you're a stronger skier and you start a little harder, you want that letter up so it kind of counteracts the pressure you're putting on the boat. So very technical. A lot of other factors go into it. We'll
try and demystify it for you.
Yeah, no. But you'll see most of these girls' letters are probably around the T, the U, somewhere around there. You'll see some of the guys push up to X, Y, Z. Yep, letter U there for Jeanette. And she's electing to do a 3/4 cut here on jump number 1.
And it takes about 130 pounds of pressure to actuate the switch, just in case you're wondering. So here we go. Here comes Janina Meckler.
And there's the ramp work we're talking about. Floats one down, and very, very tidy jump. Not the biggest cut we've seen. It might squeak in front of Aaliyah. It would be there and thereabouts, I would say, on jump number 1.
I'm probably guessing like about a 48 too.
Oh, that's very precise. Well done.
Whether it's correct or not, it's another matter.
Yeah, Janina, you said 130 pounds to put on that rope, but obviously she's not weighing much more, well, not even that. But obviously when you turn and you start applying that pressure through your cut, these skiers will load up that rope up towards, closer to 400, 500 pounds on the cut into the jump. And that's what triggers the switch and gives them the acceleration they're looking for. And actually, as the boat leaves, or as the skier leaves the jump, the boat actually frees up and keeps going, keeps accelerating up to, say, 35 mile an hour, 36 mile an hour while they're in the air, just so they don't outrun the boat. And our distance coming through, it's the new leader, 163 for jump 1.
49.7.
49.7. They have a very tidy first jump. Really easy too. Showing that conditions are nice, but she'll be wanting to push. I don't think she's going to elect to do doubles. I think she's just choosing with the 3/4. 3/4 we mean she's just pulling out at the 6 from the wakes. Doesn't get as wide as when you do a double. And a little bit more of a progressive approach.
But it is a simplified approach compared to the 4 double cut, because whereas the double cut you have to take an additional cut to around about the.
Oh, she's choosing now.
She's going now.
There we go.
Okay.
So the double cut, she pulls out to the left-hand side first, makes her turn around that 600 foot, that red buoy, and pulls a lot harder, swings up wider on the boat, and can afford now to bring her cut into the course. You'll see that dock just come into play there. Still on the early side, probably a little too early, I think. The wind kind of set her up. She drifted back a little bit and didn't have the same drive into the bottom, couldn't get the lift. So although the cut was a little more intense, the timing was off and didn't get the same ramp work.
Mm-hmm. And that's another thing with the headwind. I mean, pretty much every jumper worth his or her salt, dreams of having a headwind for the jumping event. But it's a double-edged sword, though. While you get more aerodynamic lift off the top of the jump, like that, for example, it does mean that whenever you set up for your cut to go wide, that wind is going to sting you, and you could end up taking a pretty good setup and almost throwing it out the window because you're not wide enough on the boat by the time you turn.
Well, it's a cool angle, isn't it, as you see the approach? And she came off the left-hand side on the jump. Didn't quite get the full ramp work, but still a jump of 161 feet.
49.1.
Yeah, more speed, not the ramp work we're looking for. But you're right, every skier here is looking at these conditions right now and saying, hey, these are brilliant. As the wind picks up too much, these lighter skiers, and the girls especially, get shut down. The speed gets... they get the float in the air, but they get knocked down with their speed a little bit. The guys will probably prefer a little stronger wind. They got a little more mass. They go at 35 mile an hour to sort of penetrate through the wind, and if they can get on top of it, that's when they have their really long jumps, and they will be itching to get out there very shortly. Janina showing us 1 and 2, 49 meters, both jumps, and let's see if she can we'll get behind her and see if she can punch one out over 50 meters on jump number 3. She's definitely made the right adjustments. Yeah, she's way later here. She makes her turn. Hopefully she can hold it on, and still not getting the ramp work, but more speed. Hopefully our first 50-meter jump.
Yeah, fantastic effort there from Janina Meckler. Definitely had a lot more speed coming into the jump there, but it doesn't I mean, it could take just something very, very minor to really catapult that jump to being something just over 50 meters to being in the mid-50s.
Yeah, for sure. Just missed the ramp work that would have taken that. Yeah, just squatted down, butt a little bit behind her heels and couldn't drive forward and up as well as she normally can. We'll see the distance come through. I think she's got a little more out of it. It's going to be tight. But she knows what she needs to do next round. Yeah, it's right in the same hole. 49.5, very consistent set. 163, 161, 162. But she knows what it's going to take next round if she doesn't make it directly into the final.
Okay, and with that, let's send it over to Freddie.
Sasha, you live just about right over there. You know the lake very well. Have your competitors come up to you and asked you for all the secrets of the ramp, of the course of the lake? Are you the font of knowledge for your fellow competitors?
I mean, it's hard to tell. I mean, the site is awesome. There's not much secrets. It's perfect. So I hope we're going to see a lot of good scores, and yeah, everybody enjoys it and has a good time.
And this wind, we'll just quickly ask you, this wind, it's a sort of quartering headwind for sort of from this way. Is that a good kind of wind? Are you feeling good about this wind?
Yeah, I think it's awesome because as we climb up, it's going to help us stay up and hopefully get a bigger distance as long as we get our speed.
Well, we like big distances. We'll let you get ready for your big distance. Back to you guys. Thank you.
Yeah, Sasha will be out after Regina. Regina Jaquist, our top seed after round one in the women's slalom, our world record holder. But she posted a huge score, dominated that event this morning with a 3 at 41. 6 buoys ahead of her next competitor. Jump, she's got some more competition in jump, obviously, today. She did extremely well at the Worlds with 180 feet in the round one. And she was actually setting up for a great overall score with 2 at 41, 180 feet. And it came down to tricks, and unfortunately for Regina, she didn't stand up her toe run. And her dream of maybe picking up another overall title, she's won that a few times in the past, but the dreams of doing it again were quickly squashed with the tricks. It's so hard, the overall event. You got to perform so well in all 3 events, and it went to Hannah Streltsova yet again. She's a 2-time champion, and we'll see her about on jump skis here in just a second too. But here's jump 1, full double cut right from the start. Just before the 6, she moved her timing back. I think she'll probably want to relook at that. I think she's going to set up a little early here on jump number 1.
She jumped a little over 50 meters last weekend at the Fluid Fall Classic, and really uses a good direction off the top of the jump to extend that distance out. She jumped 50.8 meters or 167 feet last weekend, and looking to do something of a similar vein again.
Well, yeah, she's looking to do more, really. I mean, the last weekend she used as practice, I think. She wasn't on the water that much during the week after the Worlds, and then he squeezed in another tournament just for a little bit of get an eyesight on what was happening, get behind the MasterCraft towboat and figure it out, and we're all right around the same distance, 161, 49.2. So the last 4 jumps, 5 jumps pretty much, all in the same vicinity. But you can see there for her, she didn't quite get her lift off the ramp, lost the chest, and she'll be looking to make some adjustments on jump 2.
All right, let's send it over to Freddie.
Janina, 163, not your furthest jump of the year, but you're sort of happy with it?
Yes, it's okay. I haven't skied the last few, or the last week or so, and only had a couple of jump sets yesterday. So I'm still trying to find my way back into it. So it was a pretty good opener. And after that, it's just like I couldn't really find my timing. The headwind is pretty strong, and I kind of always struggle a little bit being light to keep my speed. So I got sucked back a little bit and got tense. But it was a good first round, and now I'm happy to go out again in the second round and hopefully improve my performance.
I'm sure you will. We'll get back to some action right here. Back to you guys.
Oh, there we go. She's
there
come
you
off that
go.
one well.
Good pull into the landing there.
Yeah, it's a handy jump for Regina. She's definitely taken the lead. Is it over 100? It should be over 170 feet, I would assume. It definitely had some pull. Maybe not the perfect lift, but got a lot more distance over jump 1. And yeah, you heard Janina talking about the speed just getting shut down a little bit. Seeing that interview, how big were those jump skis on her?
Yeah, they were twice as tall as she.
Twice as long, yeah.
Tall as she was.
You look back on the old footage of jump events and the Bud Pro Tour, and you see the dudes standing on the dock in their interviews, and their jump skis maybe come up to their nose. So
Yeah.
she's got a lot more surface area to work with. And
Oh,
there it
look at
is.
this, 54.9.
Like we said, 171. She's in the 70s. Yep, it's 52.0 there. I know you're getting excited, Tony. Sorry, calm yourself down. 52 meters, 171, but it's still a
Okay.
very strong jump.
But her best jump of the season is 54.
That's right, yep.
Around about 54 meters.
54.9, I think it was, at the Worlds. 59.9, that was 180 feet.
And this
So-
and this jump of 52.0 meters is about 1.2 meters more than what she did last weekend.
Yep. No, she's moving forward. She's finding her timing. It was a strong jump. Like I said, she didn't get the perfect lift, but I think she'll be happy with that distance. That'll definitely have a chance on getting through. She's leading right now with 3 skiers remaining. How many go through from the LCQ? There's only 4 in the final, so maybe 2.
3 advanced.
Oh, 3 advanced. Yeah, it's going to be close. She knows she needs maybe a little bit more. Sasha, Brittany, Hannah, all capable of going well into the 70s.
And really trying to push forward right over the tips of those jump skis to try and milk out about as much distance as she can with that effort.
Yeah, another good jump. It's going to be close again, right around the same hole, I think. Maybe lost a foot or two. A little bit earlier to the jump, and then you see her upper body go down a touch. But she's going to be happy with her form there. Like I said, she came down, actually got a set in this morning on the jump skis. She hadn't jumped all week or since that tournament. So just kind of feel things out, and I think that was helpful for her. Yeah, lost some distance, 163 on jump number 3. A little early, and lost some power through the jump as the chest came down. Don't want to push that too much more than that. You know, that's where it starts to get a little dicey. But she's got the experience. Didn't phase her too much on that one. Her second jump, the longest, 171, a commanding lead over Janina Mekla and Aliyah Young-Hanifa, both just underneath 50 meters in jumps in spots 2 and 3.
So some great skiing, and let's not forget that provisional personal best effort from Kate Pinsono with 46.6 meters, and on the water, and electing to go with the remote camera is Sasha Denierskaya. Waving to the crowd there. Absolutely. It's these little things, isn't it?
Yep, and we'll take a ride with her back down the lake. We've got the camera on the helmet. We just need a little microphone on there, Vincent. We look for a microphone.
A microphone, heart rate monitor.
Yeah, some more stats. Stats are always good, but
blood pressure.
The microphone, and maybe even a little speaker. We can talk to them and get a little interview on the way back.
Exactly.
Who knows? That would be kind of interesting.
Yeah, with like the Britney style mic.
Yeah, exactly. That'd be kind of fun, actually. So some things to be improved on there for next year, I think.
with
BC. Always pushing the envelope. I think that would be a good improvement. Yep.
Or at least Vince tries anyway.
I'd like to hear what they say when they make a turn and they're really late to the ramp.
They're bricking it at that point.
Yeah. Okay, let's get on board with her. She's right around the 600-foot.
Turning a lot earlier than Aliyah Young.
Yeah, but probably a little later than we saw Regina. So hopefully she's got her. That's definitely later off of that dock.
Oh,
and maybe a little too much.
Passing up our second pass of this event.
Yeah, she's got her eye on here. She jumps here every day, pretty much. I know she had a little bit of a strange fall the other day, I believe, and maybe had a slight injury with one of her knees or something like that. But I think she's recovered well, and hopefully she can put that behind her. Maybe back up a touch for jump number 2. Get one on the board. She's chasing 52.0 meters, Regina Jaquist. This is important. This is Regina's on the bubble right now to make it straight through to the final. And she would dearly love to do that. I don't think she's going to want to jump again today if she can help it. Just to conserve energy. I mean, she loves jumping here. Conditions are perfect, but she wants to save some energy for the round 2 of slalom and the finals of jump tomorrow.
And let's check in with Freddie.
Regina, you're the only 2 eventer today in the women's field. How do you change your mind between slalom and jump? That's got to be a very difficult sort of edge to find.
Yeah, you got to keep your brain on in slalom, turn it off in jump. That's what you do.
And is, you're a compound pharmacist with quite a big brain, I would imagine. Is that easy for you to do, to just turn it off?
No, not at all. That's why jumping sometimes is a struggle. But no, they're two very different fields, and no, you can't really turn it off. There's so many technical things going out there. But it felt great out there today, and we'll just see how that goes and go from there for the rest of the afternoon, because the girls are going to fly. So it's going to be nice out there, and I can't wait to see the guys.
It's exciting. Well, you're top scoring in slalom by a fair distance, and yeah, we'll see where you end up in jump. Well done. We'll see you later on. Back to you guys.
Maybe dropped it back a little bit at the 600. Only a little bit. A little earlier. Hopefully she can control her turn. She started pretty hard on the one before, panicking a little bit. Again.
And passing up again. Now that's going to complicate.
No, pressure now. The pressure comes on. Jump number 3. Jumping is a great event. It's not so cutthroat like tricks and slalom. In water skiing, it's all over if you make one mistake, basically, isn't it?
Yeah.
Jumping, you have that affordability of making error on your first one, trying to find your timing.
It's a
trying to
bit
figure
like...
that only the longest counts. But when you fail on your first 2 to get a score on the board, and the pressure comes on you, it gets cutthroat then.
It's a bit like high jump in the track and field, isn't it?
Yeah, the high jump, you get a couple of misses.
You get 3 attempts, and then you
at each height, or do they only have 3 attempts?
3 failures.
3 failures, doesn't matter what height. You get 3 failures no matter what height, right?
Yeah. And obviously, the highest height you can go by the time you recorded your 3rd failure. And that's the height that's credited to your score.
Gotcha. And on shore, no one better than Mr. Freddie Krueger to offer some advice. Unfortunately for us, especially for you fans at home and us on the banks, Freddie Krueger will not be donning his skis today. He's just fresh out of knee surgery. He's rehabbing well. We're cheering him on to get back on the skis as soon as possible, but he will not be competing. We saw him last year at this event. I think he pulled out a second.
I definitely want to see him jump before he gets inducted into the Hall of Fame.
Oh, he's got to get going, because that's coming up next year. We're looking forward to that one. There'll be a lot of people going there to support Freddie. He's had one of the, pretty much the best jump career ever, and so well-deserved induction into the American Hall of Fame next April.
Yep, organised by the USA Water Ski and Wake Sports Foundation, and they are entertaining sponsorships for that.
Tony, let's get back to the water. So Sasha
needs
go. This one. She's got a 0 so far. It's another late cut. Oh, sneaks on and
just about
gets some lift. Right in the same ballpark.
I
think she's pushed
I want to see that camera view. I want to see that head camera view. See how close she was.
Yeah, it was close. It was a healthy attempt. She definitely not holding back, which is good to see. A lot of people after passing 2, they go on the easy side just to get a score on the board. But she didn't hold back. Still pushed it hard, and wanted to be, in the hunt. She wants to make that top 3. Get out of the LCQ.
Oh, 50 points.
Not going to happen today. Oh, just. It almost led up to kind of sneak on a little bit and lost the chest a touch. 50.2, 165. She slotted into second. Only by a little bit ahead of Janina Meckler.
Oh, here we go. Here's the view that we want to see. And just getting pulled off the wakes and getting closer and closer to the bottom right-hand corner.
Game of inches, isn't it? Game of inches there with the right ski just sneaking on the corner. And I think because of when you're that late, or you're getting pulled up like that, the focus tends to become on the right corner, doesn't it? You start watching it, and you start to lose your position even more so.
Yeah,
you don't get your lift.
Yeah, you try and find that right balance. You try and come off the turn, you edge. You're getting pulled to the bottom right-hand corner. You're tempted to push some edge, but then that puts you onto your left ski, and that could raise a whole other set of problems.
Well, we've all done it when we were learning. When you're really late like that, and you think you might hit the corner, you do a little edge change and get your skis on, and wrong thing to do.
Yeah.
But you got to go through that learning process, because if you do that, you're definitely slipping out or crashing. And she did the right thing. She got pulled up a little bit, but she kept her body position and kept edging as much as she could, and was still able to get some ramp work out of that, and a pretty decent jump but not one she's going to be happy with. It's in second spot right now, and chances are she's going to have to go out again this afternoon and prove that she deserves this place in the final.
All right, then continuing on with live and continuing coverage of the 2025 MasterCraft Pro here at the Isles of Lake Hancock. I'm Tony Lightfoot. He is Kyle Eade, and we're building up to a climax now so far as the women's jump is concerned with our penultimate competitor, who comes to us originally from Little Rock in Arkansas, but now resides in South Louisiana, specifically the city of Lafayette, to the best of my knowledge. Here she comes. This is Brittany Wharton.
And she's improving very, very steadily. Had some knee surgery maybe a year or two ago. Has come back strong. Posting jumps close to 180 feet. Very, very smooth jumper. Technical. Jumps the wakes well. And unfortunately, not the timing she wants. We'll see what she can do with jump 2 after we hear from Freddie.
Sasha, not crazy satisfied with that. You said just now that you didn't quite get what you wanted.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's a home side, so I know I can jump really well. And I feel like I was trying to jump perfect instead of just go and get a score. I do feel like it's in me, and there is obviously a lot left. I didn't kick, but I mean, it's nice. It's nice out, and I think we're going to see some big scores.
So you're thinking that you might be just outside of that top 3 that'll put you in LCQ?
Yeah, I feel so. I mean, Britt can jump far, Hannah can jump far, but I'm not mad. That means I get to ski home side 3 times. So hopefully I get a bigger score.
Finding the positives, that's what it's all about. Well done. Back to you guys.
Okay, so we're still discussing the format here. We'll get back to you as soon as we can. There will be an LCQ this afternoon, and believe it's the top 3 from this round advance, and then one more will be joining them. That's going to be a cutthroat event later on this afternoon. The rest of these women who don't make it are going to go out chasing for one spot, and historically that sometimes that LCQ can be just as competitive as making the final outright, in the first round. Everyone pushes a little harder because they only got that one spot to make, and Sasha's going to be, unfortunately, looks like she's going to be in that event later on this afternoon.
All right. We're down to last 2 jumps here for Brittany Wharton.
So she picked up the Moomba Masters title earlier this year.
And by taking that title, she qualified for the Masters.
Yeah. And she's been on podiums and podiums and podiums over the last couple of years, all with jumps in excess of, sort of in the mid-50s, 52, 53. And that's exactly why.
Go.
That ramp work. That ramp work is what gets her there. She doesn't
Solid
have
effort.
she doesn't really push the cut as late as some of the other girls, but technically off the second wake and through the ramp,
but take a look.
Gets great ramp work.
Take a look at her edge through the wake. She collects a bit of air. She holds on to that direction and gets a magnificent pull off the top of the ramp there.
Oh, definitely, Tony. You can see that pull come through the shoulders, and she's in a position where she can handle it. It doesn't sort of fold her, and she loses that. It sort of pulls up through her hip, and it takes her way up. A lot more lift than some of the other skiers, and down the lake. And right there, that's what you want as a jumper. You feel when you achieve that, when you get the pull from the boat, like it sends you up so high in the air, and a great feeling.
Okay, let's send it over to Freddie.
So I'm here with 2 Brits that have been competing against each other for your whole competitive career, about the same age, right? And Rob here is gonna jump. We haven't seen you out here at a pro tournament for a little while. Rob, you excited?
Yeah, a lot of fun. Funnily enough, I remember nationals. What was it? 2010, I think, was the last time I beat Joel on a pair of jump skis. So no, it's fun to be back out. We've been through a lot of jump tournaments together as kids. Then I took the better path, and he carried on doing the cool stuff. So it is what it is.
So 15 years. Can that end today, Joel?
15 years since he beat me? I mean, I do remember him beating me at Gosfield Nationals. I passed and got disqualified. So you got me on that one. And then after Malaysia, actually, I think you beat me because I saw Jack on the dock in a wheelchair and I slipped every jump. Yeah.
Well, I mean, world jump champion Joel. I mean, it's nice that you're sort of giving him you're not saying immediately that he won't beat you.
I like to take credit for that. I like to take credit for that. All those years that you've kicked my ass and I've stayed just firmly a couple meters behind. It adds pressure, I think.
You were known as Rocket Rob, as I remember back, go back a few years.
Yeah, man. When I was 10, I was the jumper. That was my age. When I was 10, I think still. I don't know if Tub Al beat it, but apparently I'm the youngest person to go 100 feet still. So yeah, I beat Rich by like a month. Apparently, was what I learned on research. So yeah, I used to jump, so it's fun to get him back on. And I mean, the headwind looks absolutely beautiful. I can't wait to do it myself and then go watch Joel do like 250 out there.
Well, I mean, what I'm hearing reading between the lines is that, Joel, you would be nothing without Rob. Do you have something to say to that?
You know, you ain't wrong. Like, he's the reason I do 3 events. I still consider you, like, my greatest to that point. He just kept, I'd feel like I was getting ahead, and he just would still get there and knock on the door, and he was really consistent. So, yeah, definitely, like, a big put. He jumped 200 foot before me as well, which really annoyed me.
By how many jumps? Yeah. By one singular jump.
But yeah, we were very competitive as kids and still competitive in that slalom field, and I slightly pulled ahead in the jump, but you never know. You might kick one.
Yeah, he's going to take more than a kick, I think, today. Jesus.
Well, good luck to both of you. Stay safe, have fun. Back to you guys.
Jeez, you give 3 Englishmen a microphone and they just don't stop, do they? They just carry on. We missed... it was good to hear from them. I mean, we missed a lot of Brittany's jumps, and she just took the lead with 178 feet, 54.3. So congrats to Brittany Wharton, and sorry we didn't cover your jump
and,
while we're listening to...
And backed it up with 52.3 on the last one.
Yeah, so she did exceptionally well, 178 feet, really nice.
But I can exclude myself out of that situation because I'm dual national now.
Still, give you a microphone and... Keep going. That's good.
All right there. Hannah Stroltsova, who comes to us from Zachary, Louisiana, is our last competitor on the water in this round of the women's jump. She is the current and 2-time world jump champion, current and 2-time world overall champion, current Water Ski Pro Tour jumping regular season leader, and is the defending Water Ski Pro Tour jump champion, seasons-long title for the last 3 seasons.
Yeah, pretty dominant in the sport. It's a familiar story, isn't it? Hannah Streltsova goes out, top seed, and pretty much first jump can take the lead. She's chasing a big one. It's 178 feet. It's not going to be given to her easy. That is a late cut. Way down close. Yeah, too much. You saw her get very, very, very close to that dock, and we're using that as a bit of a guide on how late these skiers are, and she almost touched it as she made her turn to the jump, and that was too much for jump number 1. Some adjustments to be made down there at the 600 foot on her setup.
I think she over adjusted a little bit on that one. She came into the turn a little bit on the back of her skis instead of staying over the tips of the skis, over her feet, to at least give herself a chance of actually making it onto the jump surface and knocking one down.
Yeah, pretty hard to do when you come in that fast, that late. It's a common sort of occurrence for the skiers to sit back, put their brakes on, sit down, and try and get those skis to turn and go. And out of position. Even if she had a good turner, that would have been probably on the too later side. But one thing you got to remember when you're looking at the side of the jump is don't panic in the turn, because if you don't get through your turn and establish a strong position, there's no way you're going to get there, and it's a very difficult thing to do. Even the likes of Hannah Streltsova, who's done it all on jump skis, had some issues there with jump number 1.
Yeah, certainly that ramp can be quite intimidating if you let it get the better of you.
It can be quite intimidating all the time, especially when you're seeing more white than red.
Yeah. That's my one.
That's your one. How does it go again?
More white than red.
Oh, I thought there's some more to it. Sorry.
No, there isn't.
Oh.
Yeah, it went. Yeah, if you see more white than red, then you got to drop.
You're claiming that one. I've heard that many times before. I didn't know it was come from you, but okay, I'll give it to you.
Fair enough. All right then. So here we go. Hannah Streltsova pass on jump number 1, coming in on jump number 2, needing the jump distance in excess of
178. 54.3, yeah.
54.3. That
just
is
a tad in front of the 600, the 180 meter buoy. She's backed up her cut. Hopefully we can see her make a smoother turn here. Yeah, we're not seeing that dock as close. It's a good jump.
Nice jump.
I don't know if it's enough. I think Brittany really milked a lot out of that second jump. It's going to be close.
It's probably going to be over 50 meters, but not deep enough into 50 meters to worry Brittany Wharton by any way, shape, or form.
Yeah, definitely a big adjustment for the turn and the setup, but you can see she wasn't powering into the jump. And
she was actually early off the second wake.
And not really getting the extension off the jump that she's looking for either. So having a guess saying Brittany's still got the lead, 178. That might have challenged Regina's jump of 171 or 52 meters. Little flat right there as she landed off the second wake. Knew she was early, just kind of picked the line, went through it. If she'd really pushed from there, she would have come off far too much to the left and would have lost some lift. What distance is it?
Okay, we're just waiting on that distance to come through. A zero scoring.
Yeah, there it is.
52 point something.
171 feet. So just, 52.2. So just slight ahead of Regina. And there's our top three. They're the ones making it straight to the final tomorrow afternoon. You'll be seeing them around, I would say, 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon with the women's jump final, maybe a little bit later than that. And there's one more skier to be determined. Who's going to join them? It looks like Sasha, Janina Mekla, Alia, all those ones were very, very close. All right around 50 meters. We'll find out in a few hours this afternoon.
All right, here comes Hannah Stroltsova. One last jump.
She won't be happy going in as second seed. She wants to be top. She wants to take that lead from Brittany. Here it goes. 1/3 and final jump. Wow.
That's better.
Beautiful jump. Better. Beautiful view. Hard to gauge. It's going to be close. I think that's right around the same area, right on that 180-foot mark.
Probably about 54 or something like that, deep into the 54 towards 55 meters. But good-looking last jump. We're about 10 minutes away from starting the men's jump competition, and minimum ramp height, I believe, is going to be 1.65 meters high, or it might even be 6 foot high. But let's take a look at this. Still coming into the jump remarkably early into the bottom left. And hasn't practiced here an awful lot. Hasn't practiced here at all.
Surprising that distance, though. 51.6, 169. Again, probably not the timing she was looking for. That first one spooked her a little bit. Backed it up a little bit. Didn't have the wake crossing to really drive and get the most from the wakes to the ramp. So a 169, 51.6. She's in second spot, but Brittany, congrats to her. A commanding performance in round one. Sits ahead. And we'll run through the leaderboard right now.
Okay, let's have a look at it. 54.3 or 178 feet for Brittany Wharton, your leader ahead of Hannah Stroltsova with 52.2 or 171. Regina Jaquist on 52 meters, 171. Sasha Denyaskaya with a 165. She is on the outside looking in right now, and she'll go into the LCQ round and join Janina Mekla, Alia Young-Hanifer, Kate Pinsino, and Perrine Saunier. And we'll see if we can determine our one last competitor to go. But let's check in with Freddie.
Hannah, probably fair to say not the jump set that you're happy with this year. Didn't hit the heights. I mean, you've been going so far. You want to talk us through it a little bit?
So I thought the wind was a little stronger. I think I overshoot on the first one, got so deep in, and then just had to find my spot. Yeah, it felt like I was all over, but I hope I'll feel better tomorrow.
It's kind of funny. I noticed that too. Like, it was actually quite windy earlier when the men were skiing, and then it's almost like died off a little bit just as, through this round. But something you got to deal with, I guess. But you'll be through with that, right?
So like when you don't ski here every day, so you don't know. Like, you look at the ruffle on the water, so you think it's strong, but like you don't really know how it actually feels. So just had to figure it out.
Well, good stuff. Good skiing anyway. We'll see you again in the tournament. Back to you guys.
So a few surprises in that round. Hannah not quite figuring things out. Brittany coming up trumps with a 54.3, 178, taking the lead. She'll be ecstatic with that performance and, more so the position that she's going into the final. Hannah needs to figure a couple things out. She will. She always seems to be able to find that extra few meters when it counts. And then obviously Regina getting into third spot. Sasha not quite figuring stuff out, and she has the added advantage of being here and skiing here quite frequently. So that was, to me, that was a surprise.
Yep, quite a few surprises in that round of jump, and we're going to get ready for the men's jump competition take place in just a few moments. So make sure you grab your favorite chair and grab your favorite beverage. We're going to throw down with the men's jumping competition, and should be in about 10 minutes or so. The jumpers that we will have on tap are the likes of Benjamin Lutz, then followed by Rob Hazelwood, Brandon Schipper, although Brandon Schipper was scheduled to be a competitor on this list, but unfortunately, due to an injury that he picked up in practice, unable to be available, but we do wish him the best of luck in his recuperation. We'll have Emil Ritter next, then we'll have Dorian Llewellyn, Ryan Dodd, Will Roberts, Jack Critchley, and Joel Poland.
As with the order for the slalom, men's and women's slalom, the order's a bit switched up there. We're going to see Ryan Dodd out fairly early, middle of the pack. He hasn't been to some of the pro events, so he wasn't at the LA Night Jam, I believe. And then after him, obviously, Will Roberts, a higher seed. He did well in some of those tournaments. So a bit of a mixed up order. I'm going to throw some excitement to it. Dorian Llewellyn, another skier that didn't kind of fire early on in the season, was kind of focusing on the Worlds, and did he figure that one out, and came through strong at the Worlds, not only in overall but also jump too. He picked up a bronze medal, was very, very close to our leaders too, close on 70 meters, and he sort of found some late season form. But yeah, he's going to be out fairly early too. Fourth skier off the dock, followed right by Ryan Dodd. And then our last two skiers, Jack Critchley and Joel Poland, who have performed well in some of our earlier pro events. Ramp has gone up to the maximum height, 6 foot, 1.8 meters for all of these men's competitors. And we are not going to break. We're going straight through into the open men's section. Again, the top 4 going straight through to the final tomorrow afternoon. The remaining 4 will be doing an LCQ this afternoon, and 2 of them will join those 4. 6 will be making it in the final. There's your format on the left-hand side there. So some more jumping. This is the preliminary round for men's. There's 8 competitors, but LCQs will follow this straight away with the women's and the men's. So more jumping action. Yeah, so like you said, grab a beverage. If you're at home, a little snack. Put your feet up. If you're at work, try not to get caught. Watch some of this exciting webcast footage.
All right, just waiting on our officials to make everything, get everything in order before we send our jumpers, our 8 jumpers in this competition.
For those of you who don't see a lot of tournament jumping, the woman, exciting event, the leading score close to 180 feet. But with the men, the ramp height's extended up to full 6 foot. The boat speed goes 2 miles an hour faster, 3 kilometers faster, a max of 57k. And these guys push it even later distances. We're looking at in excess of 220, maybe even 230 feet from our top competitors. This site has proven to be one of the prime locations for long jumps. Freddie Krueger, back in the day, first skier ever to go 250 feet. He broke the world jump record here. I'm going to guess at the year, Tony, 2007, 8?
Yeah, I think about 2007. You'd have to look back in the archives.
It's been a while now. Obviously, that's been surpassed by Ryan Dodd. He's going to be competing today. The 254 is the world record. Long jumps, very site specific though. It's sometimes hard to compare distances from one site to another. The ramps, the setups, the winds, and definitely the boat can all make a big difference. We have everything set here. Freddie has jumped a long way here on this ramp, and behind the MasterCraft Pro Stars. So all things are set in place. Let's see what these men can come up with today.
I made that decision after doing that, though.
Okay, you're asking when that world record by Freddy Krueger was produced.
Yep.
2014.
14, was it? Okay.
Yeah.
It was off by a few years. I know he went 247 was the record previous. That was set down at McCormick's.
Yeah, that's right. That was 2008.
Yeah, okay. So that's what I was thinking of. I forgot he surpassed it here, and that was a little bit later. But he's had a lot of jumps in the 240s, and 247, 250. The same tournament here, that the European record was broken. Bojan Šipner went 235 or 6, testing my knowledge now. Yeah, it was a bit of a jump fest here. Both those skiers went very, very far. That has been surpassed now. Joel Poland, 237 at the World Champs, has the European record. So, yeah, some great scores at this very site behind these super strong 6.2 litre MasterCraft Pro Stars. We've got it all set. Driver Scott Greenwood, he's one of the favourites for these men. They want to make sure somebody is sitting in that driver's seat that can support them and make sure they get the strong whip into the jump. And he delivers every single time, very consistent.
Here we go, Ben Lutz, jump number 1, 57 kilometers an hour, letter T.
It's a pretty late approach. You see that ramp coming into, or that dock coming into view. I'm surprised by the letter. Letter T is a little on the lower side. He's not a big guy. He's tall, probably not all that heavy. So a little bit of a lighter letter than I was getting ready to see. His longest jump, Tony, research shows he's been well over 200 feet. What's his longest?
Don't have that information to hand, although I can actually obtain it through
You're
through
very
the
quick
email.
at pulling up information, so
I tried to be.
Let's see what you got. We're here in 63. Is that what you? Season's best is 58.3, but I know he's been further than that. He is capable of going over 200 feet. Qualification for this event, I believe, was something like that.
Okay, so at the Worlds, he jumped 58.3. Illinois State Championships, he jumped 53.7. It wasn't particularly fast. 62. He jumped 62 meters last season at these championships. That's 203 feet. So he's a handy jumper, but a little inconsistent in places.
Yeah, it's always hard looking back on results, though, isn't it? You don't know what the conditions were on the day for those performances, how many of jump events he's got to. But yeah, he's a strong jumper. He's been over 60 meters, over 200 feet is a very, very big achievement. But all these jumps have done that. That is the qualification to even get an invitation for this event. Got to have jumped over 60 meters, over 200 feet. He's done it several times. Maybe this season not quite finding the opportunities to get big jumps. He's got an opportunity here on jumps 2 and 3. Hopefully he can find his timing. Lifting up that right ski fairly early as he turns off the 6.
And the best jump that I'm seeing from him is the 64.7, which is 212 feet. So let's have a look and see if he can get anywhere close.
Oh, that's nice. Floats one down there.
Nice.
If that's not close to 200 feet, I'd be pretty surprised. 64 meters, really. So, yeah, he is a very strong jumper, isn't he? That's 60 meters is good. When you start pushing it out around 210, 212, which is where 64 meters ends up, and that's starting to be very, very strong.
And he appreciates competing in these types of events because by trade he is an aerospace engineer.
Wow, he seems too smart to be going over a jump ramp.
Well, there are some smart people out there.
Well, you heard 62.4 popping up on my screen, 205 feet. And, yeah, very strong first jump. Season's best. He seemed pretty happy with that land. He wasn't sure how far it was, but he seemed pretty happy. Like he's sort of like, yeah, that's pretty good. Look, his gestures, body language says, yeah, I'm pretty happy with that.
All right, so 62.4, 205 feet. That's about 7 feet shy of his personal best of 212, which he performed last season.
Rob Hazelwood strapping his bindings on to go out there next. Obviously, four going through, straight through. It's going to be a big jump to do that. We got guys from a meal down. The top 6 have all been well over 220 feet. So I expect a big jump to make the straight into the final. And even that LCQ is going to be tight. You're looking at jumps. So 205 is good, but he needs more. He needs somewhere upwards of 215 to 20, I would believe. Can he pull out a little bit more on jump 3? Back a little off the ramp. It's still a handy distance.
Longer. That's got to be longer. Just had that little bit of float.
You got some confidence on that one? Got to be longer? I don't know. Close.
I think it is. I think it is generally longer because he seemed to have that little bit extra at the end just to extend that jump out a little further.
Waiting and seeing here as the computers do some calculations. We've got 3 cameras set up on high poles overlooking the lake with the landing area. And you'll see some grid buoys out there marking certain distances. They're all surveyed in. It's overlaid on a computer screen with that video footage, and they can plot exactly to the 0.1 of a meter. And you're right, 64 meters, 210 feet. That's a very, very strong jump, and probably right up there and close to his best.
Yes, indeed. Yep, 64 meters. Its personal best is 64.7, which would calculate to a jump of 212 feet. But now he's shown what's possible out there, and here we go. We've got our next competitor coming to us out of Lincoln in England from a highly storied water ski family. His name is Rob Hazelwood.
So Ben Lutz making up a little bit of after a less than desired slalom round. He went out first, came up a bit short with 5 at 38. I know he's going to look to improve on that in round 2, but coming out and jump and really kind of going for it and showing us how strong of a skier he is, and 210 feet opening this event very, very well. Rob Hazelwood, he's got the camera on the top of his head. I hope he doesn't embarrass himself here and go nice and early, and we all go, "Oh, come on, Rob, bring it down."
And just a partial note there on Ben Lutz. Actually, was reminded that he broke his wrist, and he's only just gotten back into the game, starting off with the World Championships.
Gotcha. First time on the water. So Rob, we heard from him after slalom. He's dealing with a bit of an injury from that jump fall when he broke the rope. He's only doing 3/4. He only did that at the Worlds, but he still jumped very, very strong. Something like 205 feet, 62-something meters at the Worlds. And I think he'd be happy with something like that again here today. Realistically, he knows he's probably a little bit of an outside bet for making it through to the finals, especially just going 3/4. But he's enjoying his jumping, getting back on the water. He's enjoying his tricking, and he's always at the forefront of slalom skiing. So. He's got an overall event later on this year. He's going to be doing one of the World Water Skiers Pro Tour overall stops. And he placed really high in overall, too, at the Worlds, didn't he? I think he was in 4th or 5th.
He was.
But
here he comes.
From this, you can see 3/4 cut, a bit of an easy approach. Comes off, hits the ramp early, comes off a little bit back. So
I thought the skis were more or less going to hit him.
Yeah. We'll forget that one.
So
just a warm-up jump.
I'm sure Rob's a little bit nervous about the rope. It does have to be said, given what happened last week. But I mean, he's skiing with a compound rope, which has 2 elements. It has polypropylene and it has something akin to Spectra. Now, when your rope broke a few years ago, was that a compound rope as well?
It wasn't a few seasons ago. It was more like 30 years ago when I think we were still using 60-strand ropes, and it was back when jumping collegiately, and yes, the ropes definitely not even nowhere near as strong or as supportive as they are today. But Rob Hazelwood, nice easy one to just kind of warm things up and jump one.
He has jumped in excess of 60 meters this season, and with that, let's send it over to dockside.
Ben, you just told me that previously, up until this point this year, you hadn't been sort of jumping that well in tournament, but that was a big jump for you. So what's changed? What have you done different to get that big jump, finally probably be very happy with it?
Well, the headwind definitely helps. I've been struggling this year. I mean, I fractured completely my wrist late May, so I've kind of just been getting back into it, so it's kind of that ladder. I was hoping to do it at Worlds, but I'm glad that I kind of took that next step and did it here.
That's great. Well, congrats, mate. We're going to go back to some jumping, but we'll catch you later on. Back to you guys.
All right, then. Here we go. Here comes Rob Hazelwood.
We were on board with him, but we've got a bit of a freeze. So here's from a different angle, and he's another jump.
Back.
Yeah, he hasn't got his setup styled. He hasn't got his ramp work. And that's one of the things I would say that's his strong point is his kick off the ramp. Because he's not really attacking the jump as much as he used to, he focuses on his form, and he goes a long way with just kind of edging into the bottom and really extending and getting some really good ramp work. But he's missing that today too. Maybe a little bit too early, a little too easy.
We'll have a look at this from Rob Hazelwood. Jump number 2, and just squatting a little as he hit the ramp.
He looks a little bit, sometimes when you do a 3/4 cut and you get caught out with speed in the turn, you end up sitting back a little bit. He doesn't look too bad there, but he definitely is sort of a bit behind his skis into the first wake. A bit behind him here and not really getting the pull to get him back over the top of his skis and float one down the lake. So he's not real happy with that one. He's got some adjustments to make. He's going to stay with 3/4. I don't think he's been working on doubles lately, but I know he can still find a jump over 200 feet. 177 so far. So 172 on the first, 177 on the second. Jumps to forget about if you're Rob Hazelwood. He's got a lot more in the tank.
So 53.8 meters for those of you that know more about metric than you do feet and inches. It's 53.8 or 177.
You mean for those of us in the rest of the world?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Don't
All
want to
right,
embarrass
jump
anyone.
number 3. This is Rob Hazelwood. This is later. Hopefully he can find some pull into the bottom of the ramp and get his legs. He's missed it again.
Aww.
And that is
Whoa.
unfortunate. Not happy after 3 jumps where he's kind of sat back a little bit. And it's around 180 again. It's not going to be the jumps he's looking for today.
Well, Rob Hazelwood, back to the drawing board there for him in regards to getting much of anything out of those 3 jumps. He 177 on the second is his best jump distance up to this point, and I don't suspect that last jump is going to be much of it.
He's come back a couple feet. 175, I think, is the third and final. There it is on your screens. And it's unfortunate there for Rob. I saw him jump yesterday. And he looked good. He came off the ramp well. He seemed pretty happy. His ribs weren't hurting him as much jumping as they are slalom. But we saw him out there this morning grinning, sort of gritting his teeth and bearing, some of those pulls as his ribs were flaring up. So maybe that's kind of hurt him a little bit and affected his jumping this afternoon. He's collecting his breath. He knows he's not done what he would like to do out on the jump skis. He's got some adjustments to make, both in slalom and jump, and hopefully his body can hold up to another round of competition later on today and tomorrow morning.
Okay, so next skier to make it out onto the jump course is a skier from Chile, the current Pan American Games jump champion and representing Chile. This is Emil Ritter.
Okay, yeah, this is where we really turn things up a notch. Although that jump from Ben Lutz is going to put some pressure on the guys like Emil. Emil's fully capable of going well past 210 he's been over 220. He's a Pan Am champion. However, if he slips up a little bit or doesn't get to one that he'd like, 210 is still a respectable distance. He fell short a little bit at the Worlds, didn't he? He one of those jumpers I would have expected to make the finals. Came up a little short, and hopefully he's going to kind of find some form here and punch one down. He doesn't take the biggest cuts, but he's got brilliant technique when it comes off the ramp, and typically more than often he's in the high 2 teens, close to 220.
Emil Ritter, you do mention with the World Championships, ended up in 14th place with a jump of 64.2 meters, 211. And it took a jump in excess of 65.3 from his compatriot Felipe Miranda to be part of the top 12 skiers through to the final.
Yeah, well, that was a good performance from Felipe because he definitely hadn't been skiing much, and he kind of turned it on when he needed to and made that final. It wasn't a bad score from Emil, but at a World Championships, you need more than 210 to make a final, and that's not going to be the approach or the jump he's looking for on jump one. A little bit of shades of Rob Hazelwood there, doesn't he? Came off on his heels, didn't get his legs. And the more jumps we have, the better Ben Lutz's distance is looking.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, a few jumps will certainly do that, won't they? Here comes Emil Ritter with the instant replay, just trying to edge away, and it almost looked like he was giving up a lot of that pull and a lot of that edge towards the boat just before he hit the jump, and the evidence of that is clear. 50.7.
So yeah, 166. He won't even want to see that distance. But you know, some of the skiers will come out and go a little bit easier on their first jump. But if you take it too easy, you really don't have any sort of speed or pull. You kind of don't get into the right position through the wakes, and then you can't get your lift. So you don't want to go too easy. And he sort of erred on the cautious side on jump number one.
All right, another brilliant shot of our lake facility here at the Isles of Lake Hancock, the home of the 2025 MasterCraft Pro. Boat making its way into the course now, and be running up parallel next to the jump. Average boat speed is 35 mile an hour or 57 kilometers an hour.
All right, jump number two. Hopefully he's brought this one down the lake a little bit. Looks better off the second wake. There's your more normal lift from Emil, but it's not a big jump. It's okay. It's going to out-jump Rob Hazelwood. I don't think he's got the 210 out of that. But taking a step forward on jump two.
All right. So just waiting on that distance to come through. I'm sure that it's going to be somewhere around about the same distance, if not a little bit more there for Emil Ritter. The lift was there. It was a better jump. Oh, is it? Man alive, it is 61.1.
Yeah, that was obviously quite a lot further jump than his first one, but still he's got to find some distance here. He's put himself in a little bit of a tough spot. He's behind Ben Lutz, who had a 210. He's got a 200 on jump two, but we know that's not going to be enough. He needs well in excess of 210, maybe even closer to 220 to stand any sort of chance of bypassing the second round this afternoon, bypassing the LCQ, and making it straight into the final.
So, including Emil Ritter, who has one jump to come, we have one Chilean, we have one American, two Canadians, and two British jumpers left.
All right, we hear that roar of the MasterCraft Pro Star. It's a 6.2 litre. This is one of the best jump boats in the world. A lot of power, a lot of speed into the bottom, and these skiers kind of power it in right from there. It's another better jump, but it's not going to be, he's not going to take the lead. He's going to be in the same ballpark, 200 and change, I think. It's not a great round for Emil. I was expecting more from him. Hopefully he can adjust things in the LCQ. We want to see him in the final. But today, not putting it all together.
And once again, that jump of 210 feet from Ben Lutz is starting to look once again even better than had previously been seen.
Yeah, it is. It is. I did expect more, like I said, from Emil. I know he can do it. Hopefully, he's had the training lately, and he's in form to find one of his bigger jumps. Waiting on distance for jump three, but it's not really going to be the jump he's really looking for. He looks a little unsettled, a little bit sort of stood up off the second wake, and then not getting his characteristic ramp work and sending it down. So 198 feet on jump 3. 200 feet is his longest. He's slotting himself into second spot. But, yeah, the remaining 5 skiers will well surpass 200 feet. And pretty sure they'll all exceed Ben Lutz's mark of 210. Dorian Llewellyn, the next skier about to go, world overall champion, and this bronze medalist in jump at the World Championships, really found a way to go far in Ricciotto, and actually put some good pressure on the top 2 jumpers, Ryan Dodd and Joel Pollan, who were out after him. And yeah, we're so close to 70 meters.
All right, a lot of activity around the dockside area. People getting ready for each of their respective 3 attempts.
Not quite sure what's happening. We've got a little pause, maybe a little technical difficulty, as Dorian just kind of holds tight there. Hasn't been given the signal to get his bindings on. Obviously, these skiers using jump skis and bindings extremely, extremely tight. So they'll leave it to the last minute to get their skis on. You know, if they can stay in their jumps, in their bindings about 3 jumps, that's about 8 minutes or so before the cramp starts to set in. Maybe some of them eke out 4 jumps, but after that, it's kind of painful to be in these such tight bindings. So you can see Dorian just kind of giving it a little bit of time. He's been set on pause here for a second or 2.
Not too sure what the pause is about, to be honest with you.
Yep, a slight technical difficulty as we wait. As with every sport, there's a lot of computers and video screens and cameras and all involved to make sure everything is set and fair and 100% correct. And we're rebooting the computer system. The jump measuring system will be back up and live here in just a second. And we'll see Dorian Llewellyn on the water in just a few moments. Maybe the first skier of this preliminary round that has been in excess of 230 feet. He has a personal best of right on that mark, maybe just a shade over 70 meters. We did see him go 229, I believe it was, at the World Champs. He was a little bit behind Ryan Dodd, who was then a little ways behind Joel Pollan, who ultimately took out that title, 237 feet. And that was Joel's longest jump since he competed here at the King of Darkness, and that's when he went 235, I think it was, of last year. So some big jumps of late for Dorian. All right. Hopefully we'll be back on the water in just a few moments.
Hey, Greenie, are we getting in Sim Pass territory, or?
What's he talking about there, Tony? Sim Pass.
Well, I think the rule is, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that if there is a pause from the officials which exceeds 10 minutes, then it would go into simulation pass, and then.
Yeah, so anything longer than a few moments, well, longer than what the other skiers get, the boats should go up and down. That rule is applied a bit loosely, isn't it? I mean, at a site like this, a simulation pass is not really necessary.
But there's a little bit of conjecture right here, because like Dorian is yet to jump. Now, if this were in the middle of a 3-jump set, then it becomes a little bit more complicated, to which the skier would have a free pass of a non-scoring free pass of the jump.
Yeah, well, anything over 10 minutes while the skier's on the water, they get a warm-up jump or warm-up pass in slalom. But since he's yet to compete, he's just kind of on hold But the boat running up and down at a perfect site like this, I don't think they're going to waste their time and worry about that. Maybe they are. They're going to run up and down.
You might be wrong.
At a site where it's where it's rolly or the conditions can change, that's a necessity. They need to go up and down to make sure it is the same for everybody. Or an empty tent there on their screen. Everyone's down watching this exciting jump footage. They're lining themselves up down by the jump ramp. They're not hanging out in that tent because they can't see what how far these skiers are going. They're all down in the landing area, around 60 meters, 200 and something feet. You get a pretty good view from the banks here. See just how far these skiers are going. You can also see how late they're pushing it, looking across the lake at that dock on the far side. You can really see kind of how late everybody is. I always like the what did you call it up in at the night jam, or the lake cutometer, or whatever you call it, with the green, the red, the yellow, the red, or whatever it was.
Latometer.
Latometer, is that what you call it?
Yeah.
I like that.
I think they also had that in Soundsea as well for the World Overall Tour.
Okay. Yep. Not quite as applicable as it used to be, is it?
No.
Back in the day of the Mike Hazelwoods, the Sammy Duvals, latest cut often won it. Nowadays,
exactly.
Everything's a little bit more technical. Not sometimes these skiers will push it too late, and doesn't result. They start a little bit hard and don't get the same pull through the ramp. It's a little bit of a different story. Still, late cuts result in big jumps, but pushing it too hard doesn't always
more moderated.
Go further. Yeah.
They're more moderated because you have the longer skis now, which can hold a little bit more of their speed. Coming off the turn into the jump, so you don't have to push nearly that hard to get the same amount of speed. However, because the larger surface area, if the skis slow up and you get slow up and you get buried in the turn a little bit, then you could set off a whole deal of things that you don't want to have happen.
Yeah, everything's a little bit more progressive these days, isn't it? Especially out of the turn. They sort of weight on the pull of the boat a little bit more. This MasterCraft drives so strong from the wakes to the ramp, so the skier is really waiting on that feeling and pushing hard from the wakes to the ramp to really maximize the pull through the ramp and late into the air, and that's what gives them the big jumps. And you'll see if the skier on the water, Dorian Llewellyn, he does that as good as anybody. Nice and light through his turn, doesn't push his cuts too late, but drives in hard from wakes to ramp and got some of the best ramp work in the business. Okay, the issues have been fixed. Dorian is on the water, coming down, ready for jump number one. The leaderboard stands at Ben Lutz, 210 feet. Emil Ritter, 202 feet. 201 feet? 200 feet, I'm sorry. And Rob Hazelwood, 177. So 3 jumpers have been, 5 remain, and I expect Dorian, jump number one, will be pushing that 210 lead.
All right then, folks, here we go. Dorian Llewellyn, 3 jumps at his disposal. Bronze medalist with 69.9 meters or 229 feet.
Yeah, huge jumping in Ricciotto a couple of weeks ago. Unfortunately, Dorian's out kind of early. He's not going to know what it's going to take to make the top 4 to skip the LCQ this afternoon, so he's going to have to go for it. He knows he needs something big with the remaining 4 skiers. This is a nice approach. Maybe not the full extension off the jump, but it's a good first jump. He waves it away like, yeah, so, but he's still got himself at least into second.
But he can get height off the ramp like no one else.
Yeah. He's got springs in his legs, kind of like his old man. He loads into the bottom and just uncorks one off the top of the ramp. And
yeah, we'll find out the distance.
When he's on, he can go as far as anybody.
and also doesn't take as much air off the wakes into the jump as a lot of other skiers do, and that too was a trait of Jarrett Llewellyn's jump in mastery.
Yeah, it's sort of gone that way a little bit of late. A lot of skiers used to jump through the wakes, like Freddie Kruger and Scott Ellis, Curtis Shears, those sort of jumpers. Jump the wakes, relieve a little pressure, and land on their right and drive in. A lot of the skiers, younger skiers these days, follow maybe a bit more of Jarrett's technique through the wakes, staying down, hopping the wakes a little bit, not jumping them. We see Ryan Dodd obviously copied a lot of that stuff and took it a little bit further through the wakes, and Dorian does something similar. Joel Pollan, stays down through the wakes. So yeah, a bit of a, depending on who you learn to jump with. I'm not saying there's a right or a wrong way. Obviously, it worked for Freddie pretty well, but yeah, it's kind of what you grow up with and what you see and what works best for your, especially the smaller skiers. I think the lighter skiers, smaller skiers get through the wakes a little bit more clean like that.
Here we go. Dorian Llewellyn opens up with 60.3 meters or 198 feet, and here he comes with his encore up, and still left a lot on the ramp back there.
No, it was a later cut. It was a later cut, Tony. He had more speed, but both those first two jumps, he come off and that left ski flail sort of flayed up a little bit, lost some power, lost some direction and some drive, and it's not a big jump. It might have eked out a little more distance. I thought his first one would have got ahead of Amir Ritter, but it came up short, 198. The extra speed on that one might have carried him down the lake a little further. Ben Lutz, he's looking pretty here at 210. And just falling short, 209. Yeah, you can see he's coming off the ramp. His butt's a little bit behind his heels. His legs aren't, well, he's not driving up through at that point. He's still actually on his way down. And then he kind of extends as he leaves the ramp, so leaving a lot of distance on the ramp. If he can find that, he will take the lead here on jump 3.
So 63.8 meters, 209. Ben Lutz still in the lead with 64 meters dead. So about 20 centimeters of lead, courtesy of Benjamin Lutz.
One guy that definitely had a world's hangover is Dorian Llewellyn. He peaked for that event. He really rose to the occasion. Huge slalom score of deep 39, tricked 11.5, right up near his best, and jumped as well as he possibly could, 229 feet. It secured him the overall win. It's been hard for him to get kind of back going again. He had an overall event in Austria the weekend afterwards. Ended up third in that one. Joel Pollan took the lead. But he's trying to find his motivation again. Can he find it on jump number 3? It's a late approach. Can he get his legs to go with it? And that's going to be his longest jump. Floats one down.
Definitely a lot better.
Still not happy with it, but I think he's maybe just got the lead by a couple feet.
Yeah, certainly a better jump on that last one. The question is, how much bigger is it going to be as opposed to his longest jump up to that point? He doesn't sound or look best pleased about what is produced out there, but we'll get the distance in the fullness of time. As we look at the instant replay for Dorian Llewellyn, it is, 63.9.
So not enough. Ben Lutz still holds on to our lead, only by 0.1 of a meter. Same in feet, but we go back to metric. And Ben Lutz, 210 feet, 64 meters, is our current leader. And the good news for that is he only needs one more skier, and he will secure a spot into straight into the final. The likelihood of that happening, I don't know, who knows? Ryan Dodd, Will Roberts, Jack Critchley, Joel Pollan, all capable. But hey, it's got to be done. It's a tough sport. 210 feet is a fair distance. We're expecting these guys to go a long way past that, but as we've seen from Dorian, it's not always easy.
All right, jumper on the water. Our second and final Canadian in this competition. Multiple-time Masters men's jump champion, multiple-time world jump champion, multiple-time Pan American Games jump champion. This is the one, the only, Ryan Dodd.
Yep, multiple-time titles. only one-time world record holder, but it still stands.
It still stands to this day.
He's only broken it once. He took it from 250, took it off Freddie Krueger, pushed it down to 254. Absolutely insane sort of distance. That's just astronomical jumping.
77.4 meters that distance.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. But anyway, jumps in excess of 230 feet are huge at pro events. I've seen him win events with pro events with jumps in excess of 240 feet. He won a Masters in a few years back, 243, which is one of the longest jumps I've ever seen in a pro event. So yeah, he can still go a long way, but 254 is everything needs to be bang on. And we hope he's how many times world champion is he? 5 times? He didn't 4-time world champion.
4-time world champion.
Yeah, it was going to be 5 this year. He fell short by 1 place or a few feet. Ryan Dodd, big, strong guy, Canadian guy from Alberta.
On ZA.
And powers into the bottom. That's the longest jump of the day, right from jump number 1.
Yeah, that should be enough. That should be enough to send him through to the next round with however many jumpers we got left. We got 3 jumpers to come. 4 are automatically advanced.
Just got a lot more out of the jump than we saw from Dorian Well, and I think that cut was good. It was strong. He always kind of just absolutely drives from this point into the ramp, but he got his extension off the jump, floated one down. I expect that to be in the 20s, actually. He added a lot of distance. Let's hear from Freddie real quick.
Yes, indeed.
Dorian, you just told me you're a little under the weather. After an amazing performance at Worlds, you came 3rd there. I think there's a lot of residual world stuff going on. How are you feeling after your set today?
Yeah, it was all right. I'm a little tired. I immediately got here and asked you to take my speed suit off because I just felt like I was overheating a bit. But no, it's good. The Worlds obviously for everybody, I'm sure, was a lot on the nerves. And then we had our overall tour stop right after, and I skied through it. Felt okay, and I was so fired up from the Worlds. I wanted to keep training and got right back in the gym. And I think that was probably I should have taken a couple more days off and just relaxed. So I feel okay, but I definitely left a lot to be desired in the jump set, as Ryan just showed you. So we got some work to do.
You'll be fine. But another round later on, or maybe not if you make the top 4. So we'll go back to Ryan's second jump. Thanks, mate. Back to you guys.
Well, Ryan Dodd definitely showed what's possible out there. 232 feet, Tony. 70.8 meters. Didn't even look hard.
Nope, 70.8 meters.
A score to settle, some would say, after coming up second spot. He's driving hard. This is going to be just as far or even further.
Oh, man alive.
Let's see his reaction. I thought he was pushing harder into the bottom, which means he had a bit more speed. Whether he came off quite as clean, that first jump was so easy, and that's often the indication of a long jump is just how easy it can, how smooth it can be. He said, that's enough. I've gone 232. I've nailed a jump on my second one too. We're waiting distance on that one. I've done enough. I'm saving it. He's really pushing right there, holding a lot of direction, a lot of pull. Whether he came off as clean in the air, he was moving around a touch. We'll wait and see. It's a big jump, but 232 on his first. That's going to be hard to surpass.
Yep, a jump that would have been a world record at the tail end of the last millennium. 69.8 meters, or 229.
That's a little showcase on long distance jumping. Goes out 232 feet, 229 feet, taps ahead, says, I've done enough. I'm in the final. There's only 3 skiers remaining. So, yeah, he's definitely secured his spot. Ben Lutz will be looking on interesting at these next couple of skiers. Golf clap?
Yeah.
Golf clap from Freddie. He knew that was pretty good.
Yeah, we saw that camera.
He's like, I'd like to be out there too and having a go, but that was a pretty good jump. Obviously Freddie, we're missing him not competing here. This time we haven't seen him at the MasterCraft Pro. This event's been running 5 years now, could be 6.
At least.
Yep, and more often than not, Mr. Freddie Krueger has been on the top of the podium at the completion of this event. But sidelined with injury, we hope to see him back pretty soon.
All right, our skier on the water is Will Roberts. Will Roberts, our next competitor on the water. Will Roberts, wasn't that a character in Lost in Space?
maybe. I'm not sure about that one, Tony. Lost in space. Yeah, I don't know. But Will Roberts has got to find some distance here. He trains, he skis a lot with Ben Lutz, doesn't he?
He does.
Good mates with him, and
they're all part of that Midwest
together. Yeah, the Midwest jumping crew, or I think they both went to the same school. Did they both go to Alabama?
Alabama, yeah, they did.
So trained together, and that's the guy he's got to take down to make it straight through into the final and skip the LCQ. It's a 2:10. It's a good distance. Will Roberts can do it, but he fell short at Worlds. He didn't have the best tournament there. I've seen him go in excess of 220 feet. Obviously, Ryan Dodd showed it's possible, and I have a feeling our next couple of skiers will push his mark as well.
All right, let's see what he's got. Jump number 1. Ooh, decent looking jump there. A little bit squirrely in the air, but not a problem.
Yeah, just over my shoulder, looking at the wind, it's picked up a notch. You saw on Ryan's second jump, his skis moving a little bit in the air. So maybe affected his timing somewhat. Yeah, we see the wind west, 13 kilometers per hour for Americans. That's probably, we're looking at about 8 mile an hour, aren't we? Which is enough. It's good for a long jump, but it's if it's moving a bit, you can see those skis kind of flail, especially if you come off back in the air, which he did. It's hard to get over them and kind of keep your speed in the air, which I think he kind of ran out of speed on the exiting the jump there. 198 feet. Let's hear from Freddie.
Ryan, 5-time world champion, probably, a disappointment a couple of weeks ago, but you're out here. I'm really happy to see you. You just put a big jump out there, or a couple of them actually. How did that feel?
Yeah, I mean, that's just like a normal day of jumping, and it's been a little kind of alarming and annoying to go to tournaments and not even just jump like I do at home on a normal day in the midst of all the stuff I do. So I was like, I'm healthy, I feel good, which has been rare in a while. I love to jump. It's my favorite thing to do. I checked the wind forecast while I was at Disney with my kids, signed up, and we're here. So I'm pretty stoked.
That's great. And I mean, yeah, we haven't seen you do too many tournaments the last couple of years. And I mean, this would be a big win for you if you're able to take it down tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, I know while I still can jump, I feel like it just needs to be done. So I'm here. I'm stoked. If I win, if I jump like I can, I'm going to win. So regardless, this was pleasant. This was a good time. So I didn't like roller coasters on the weekend, but this was cool.
That's good. So you had a pleasant time. Happy to hear that. We'll see you. You'll be into the final. So we'll see you in the final. Back to you guys.
Oh, and he just slips in 2 hours at Disney as well.
Yeah. So some confidence from Ryan Dodd. It's good to hear. He knows he's got the creds to back it up, obviously, but it's good to hear he sort of found some form, and looking to put some pressure on Joel Poland, who's definitely had his number the last couple of events, Masters, Worlds, but Ryan Dodd looking to take that back. So jump number 2, again, sitting behind his skis. That's Will Roberts not coming up with the distance he needs. It's 197 feet. Ben Lutz rubbing his hands together just quietly, thinking, hey, I might be skipping the LCQ and going straight into the final.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so we've just seen jumps of 60.2, 198, and 56.9, 187. He's got one more jump to come. So it's
a lot of pressure, and he doesn't look like he's got to find something else. It's not like he's close and he's missing his lift, or close and he's got to just bring it down. He's missing a bit there on both aspects. So hopefully he can find it.
He needs wholesale changes here.
Yeah, he needs some big changes, and hey, he knows how to do it. Hopefully here, jump number 3. He's in the course. Stays down through the waves clean. No, not the lift again. And he's going to slap his hand on his leg and say, you know what, it was close, but the better cut, but not getting his ramp work. He will be in the LCQ. Ben Lutz, Ryan Dodd have made it through so far. Well, let's see what happens with our next 2 skiers, Jack Critchley and Joel Poland, both from England, and both going to be pushing to chase that lead of Ryan Dodd, 2:32.
And looks looks like he was pulling back on the line rather than holding that edge all the way through. Maybe the wind is starting to swirl a little bit uncontrollably for a lot of our skiers, but we'll see what that distance is on jump number 3. His best jump so far, 60.2, and it's been improved to 60.9, but that doesn't make much difference in respect to him making it through to the next round of the competition. He's going to have to wait and see in that regard. In the meantime, our next competitor about to take to the water, the first of 2 Britons, 2 British skiers to round off this event in this round. It is going to be none other than Jack Critchley. All right, so Jack Critchley, originally from Lincolnshire in England, trains over at Ski Fluid, hence the reason why my colleague here at the announcing point, Kyle Eade, has decided to step away a little bit to provide Jack Critchley some advice going forward. So it looks like we see Joel Poland getting ready to go. Shouldn't take him too long. But on the water right now, getting ready for his first of 3 attempts here in the first round of jumps here at the 2025 MasterCraft Pro. This is Jack Critchley jumping on Goodman skis. Turns in, drives hard. Not a bad effort there for Jack Critchley, getting it situated. He certainly has the speed and the drive off the top of the jump. The distance is going to be another matter. Jack Critchley looking to redeem himself somewhat after his performance at the World Championships, and he looks like he's going a good way around it as well. It's 68.6, 68.6, 225. 68.6, 225. And that is going to be his first jump, and that should be enough. Should be enough to send him through with 1 jumper to come. Our best jump of the competition right now is 70.8 meters or 232 feet. So he should have some knowledge of the fact that he's made it through to the final now. Making it to the final is certainly one thing, and it is definitely applaudable. But let's see what he can do by way of pushing the envelope, getting some more distance, and maybe have enough to hold back a potential challenge from Joel Poland as he knocks that one down. Not an especially long jump, not least by his high standards. It's the reason why he pulled on the front edge of that jump ski on his way down. Just trying to maximize as much out of the ramp as he can, but not in this instance, I'm afraid. 68.6 on jump number 1, 225. It is 64.7 or 212. So, Getting a little bit of slippage there on jump number 2. Just unable to collect his skis together and push the envelope even further to try and get some distance. That is Jack Critchley. The skier that we see at dockside getting ready for his 3 attempts is Joel Poland, the current world men's jump champion. So, Jack Critchley. Here he comes. Turns in. Jack Critchley, one last attempt. He was a little later on that one. Managed to get as far as he could on that particular effort. He certainly brought in a lot of heat. But there is Jack Critchley skiing into the dock. I don't know how pleased he's going to be with 68.6, but it's certainly better than a good portion of our previous competitors, save Ryan Dodd, who's the only jumper in this competition with a distance in excess of 70 meters. Until now, 70.6. Season's best jump for him, 232 feet. That's one way to redeem yourself, I suppose. 232 feet or 70.6 meters. He got everything out of that jump, and then he used the wind to help him up a little bit longer into the landing. So the skiers whom we know are through to the next round of the competition: Benjamin Lutz with 2:10, Ryan Dodd with 70.8, Jack Critchley with 70.6. We'll double check on those jumps from Ryan Dodd and Jack Critchley to determine if there is a potential tiebreak. It doesn't matter in this round. I think both are through to the next round of the competition anyways.
Well, Tony, that was quite the jump set from Jack Critchley, wasn't it? 225, 212, just missed his lift with the grab, and then 232, just coming up short in meters from the lead. But two guys in excess of 70 meters already, and the guy that's been on top of the podium more often than not is on the water right now. Yeah, definitely a redemption song there for Jack Critchley. He was jumping so good leading up to Worlds. Something went wrong. Something didn't kind of pan out at the Worlds. He didn't get his lift on his 3 jumps, didn't make the finals. Came back last weekend, 232, 70.8, exactly the same distance that we saw Ryan Dodd. He's backed that up with another 232, 70.6. And it looks easy. He's got more in the tank. And another guy that's excited about jumping always is Joel Poland. What can he do on jump number 1? 235 here last year at the King of Darkness.
Here he comes, a personal best of 72.1. Let's see what he's got.
It's not going to be it on jump number 1. He got a lot out of the jump, but definitely was a little early on the setup, so I'm drifting back a touch.
But safe to say it's enough to get him through to the next round?
Yeah, he's chasing 210. The way he came off the ramp, I think he's got it. He didn't have the speed. Definitely couldn't bring his cut a lot later. That's probably his first jump here, his setup. Maybe underestimated the wind. But hey, still, it's a good jump on jump number 1, especially if it makes it into that top 4.
Still has 2 attempts remaining. Just rocking back a little bit as he hit the ramp.
Just slightly, then gets over them and floats one down. Still 220 feet on an early, easy cut. Some big distance out here to get from Joel Poland if he can find some timing. This guy is so balanced into the ramp right now. Stays right over his skis. And even when he's slightly off, still drives and goes up so high. Great distance, great height. Jump number 1, 220.
And let's go over to Freddie.
Well, Jack, we were just saying there's nothing like coming off a disappointing Worlds and realising you still know how to water ski. But hey, you're jumping big jump last weekend, big jump today. That's got to feel a little bit better.
Yeah, a little bit of redemption for Worlds. Worlds was a little disappointing, but so far it's been a good season. So hopefully big scores in the prelims, big scores in the finals, fingers crossed.
That's a big jump. So, like, what, 2:25 was that? And, I mean, yeah, it's one of your bigger jumps of the year.
Yeah, last weekend I equaled my PB with 2:32, and then this weekend 2:32 again, but a little bit less, I think, in meters. But, no, super happy. Joel's coming in for a second.
Good stuff, mate. Back to you guys.
Yeah, a lot
Here
later
he comes.
here it is, Tony. A lot more speed. Stands up a
look
little
at that,
bit.
just stamps on that one.
It's a big jump. Has he gone over 2:30 as well? Is he chasing our lead? I thought he kind of just slid up a little bit in front of the jump to get his legs and maybe lost a bit of pull. That's getting picky because that's still a long, long way. He was definitely in the course. A lot of speed. It could challenge our lead, but I think he's got more.
Just getting set here with his kart on the instant replay and just launches off that turn and good transition off that second wake into the jump. Knocks that one down. It is, what is it?
2:26.
2:26.
8. He's got some work to do, and that's good. I think that's good. He's won a number of events this year, but he's going to have to chase this one to be top seed going into the final. You've seen Ryan Dodd and Jack Critchley floating them out over 230 feet, putting pressure on this guy. It didn't on the replay. It didn't look too bad, but I still think he's not quite driving through and getting the same pull and extension that we've come to see from Ryan Dodd. He is probably the best right now out of the turn, being patient, staying tall, letting the pull come to him, and then really working it from the wakes to the ramp. And because of that, getting so much height. But I think there was a little transition as he got ready to kick the jump. That's my 2 cents worth. If he can change that, well, who knows? Hopefully he can add another 10 feet and push that European record, that British and European record.
Yes, indeed. And Joel Poland, as a matter of fact, I mean, when you look back at the history of ski jumping, and I'll give you that fact in just a moment. Let's have a look and see what we've got here from Joel Poland. Decent-looking jump. Oh,
well, it's a good set. It's 220. It's 225. It's probably up around 25 again.
Yeah.
Somewhere he didn't come off the ramp as clean again behind his skis. It's not gonna take the lead. Ryan Dodd is gonna securely hold on to that. I think Jack Critchley will be in second, but who knows? Joel Poland might kind of get a little closer after that third and final jump comes through. What's he missing, Tony? What's he missing? It's great jumping. It's in excess of 220 feet.
That's what he's missing.
Yeah, a little back. Where is it? 224. That's what we thought, maybe right around the same hole. Just that ski flicking up at the Worlds when he launched one, into 237, I think it was. I mean, he came off and was moving over his skis so clean, and really milked the distance. But that just banking, left ski coming up, and you lose, 5-10 feet pretty quickly off the jump.
Yeah, he'll take a look at this and he'll make the adjustments for the next round. That much I'll know what he does. Okay, so here we go. Ryan Dodd, your leader after the first round of jump with a 232-foot effort with 70.8. 20 centimeters behind, but still 232 feet is Jack Critchley. Joel Poland with 226 or 68.8 meters. Ben Lutz with 64 meters exactly, or 210 feet. That is 10 centimeters more than Dorian Llewellyn. And Dorian Llewellyn will join Emil Ritter, Will Roberts, and Rob Hazelwood into the LCQ. And let's send it over to Freddie.
Joel, you just told me you didn't quite get your spot, just figuring it out, but everyone here on the dot was saying you were cutting as hard as you can. Was that about fair?
In pieces. I wasn't going as late as I could. I didn't take the speed I needed through the turn. So I was cutting hard, but not taking the speed with it, right? So a lot of load, not enough speed. But yeah, I mean, it was a good set just to kind of dial everything in. Hopefully we get something similar tomorrow. I kind of feel like I know where I want to be now. Just got to dial it in.
I feel like you will. And your driver was saying to you, he said, "Wow, where did the wind go?" So you lost a little bit of that wind. So what's that worth if that little bit of wind in feet, what would you get more?
I mean, if you connect with it, you can gain 5 feet pretty easily. Yeah, my drive off the ramp wasn't great today either, so something to work on for tomorrow for sure. There's way more out there. Just got to put it together.
Well, a solid day skiing, if not your best, but you're a finals guy, so we're looking forward to that. All right, back to you guys.
All right, we love watching Joel Poland perform at his best, but we also like seeing him be human and have some things that are not quite right, and he knows he needs to change for the next round. He is. It's surprising sometimes when he doesn't get it dialed in, but he knows what to do to change it for next round, and I'm sure we're going to see him out there in the final.
All right,
over 2:30.
All right, we're going to take a break in just a moment, but before I do, you remember the snow ski jumper way back in the day, Eddie the Eagle Edwards?
Of course, yeah.
He jumped, his personal best was 71.6 meters. So,
okay.
And you know that the hill falls away from you, and that gives you a lot of your distance in snow ski jumping. Well, Joel Poland a few weeks ago jumped 72.1 meters without the benefit of having that downward slope. So,
Tony, where are you going with this? Are you comparing Joel Poland with Eddie the Eagle, or where are we going?
No, I'm just trying to give you a little bit of perspective there.
Okay.
All right,
because I'd say Joel Poland is
a lot more capable.
A little bit more capable, yeah. I would say, but yeah, it was pretty impressive his jump at the Worlds, and I'd say he's going to do even more tomorrow.
All right then. So that concludes the men's jump opening round. We'll stick around because we've got the LCQ coming up for women and men jumpers on the other side of this break. So stick around. More coverage of the 2025 MasterCraft Pro will be coming your way right after this.
When I left the dock, there was no doubt in my mind I was going to win.
Number 4 needs a ball when he gets side and flips around 2. Wade moves into the lead, and Wade Cobb gets a monstrous turn and 4 and hangs on around 6. First time today.
Wade, you made it exciting once again.
Slingshotting himself around 1, and
that's large. He's here to put you up in front.
Wow, this is like my dream come true. Which one of the men is going to end up in this exact spot?
All right there, welcome back to live and continuing coverage of this, the 2025 MasterCraft Pro, coming to you live from the Isles of Lake Hancock. Kate Pinsonow will be our lead-off skier in the LCQ round. We have 5 competitors, and it's a case of whoever wins out of this LCQ has an advancement through to the women's jump final. Just to give you an idea of the kind of distances that we're talking about, and how this could conceivably be one of the closest jumping competitions to qualify a competitor. We've got the likes of Kate Pinsonow, who jumped a 46.6 meter jump in the opening round. We've got Perrine Saunier, who jumped 41.9. We have Aliyah Young-Hanifa, who jumped 48.8. And then we've got Janina Bonneman, who jumped 49.7, and it's a case of whoever wins advances. Here is Kate Pinsonow from Canada. Here we go, Kate Pinsonow, jump number 1. Oh, and taking a pass on jump number 1, and I don't know if she was at all that early on jump number 1. I thought she might have been a little bit late there, starting to see more white than red.
Yeah, so Tony, hard to tell from that angle from the helmet cam. It's surprising. It always looks a little bit on the earlier side from the helmet cam. It's definitely, when you're out there and doing it, it looks a lot later. But we'll see from a different angle probably as we see the setup. Was that? Yeah, that was into the course. You can see that she was pretty close to that dock there, and chose to let go right after the second wake, didn't she? There was no, hey, I'm going to cut for a little bit and see if I've got a chance of making it on. She'd made the mind up right at the wakes.
Yeah, that would be a perfect example of spiking the switch. Tell us a little bit more about that.
Yeah, well, when you're late, you get a bit panicky and you want to turn and get going. So she turned, jumped on the cut, and sometimes the boat sort of reacts. The switch goes. The boat also reacts with its GPS settings and fires up, and then it kind of can pull you out of position a little bit because it's got to equalize that speed. Also, when you start that hard, it's often hard to hold it at the wakes. That's where the pressure increases, and if you're not all aligned, or you've been eating your Wheaties, it's hard to hold that position when you start that hard.
So ideally, you'd want to take a little bit of speed into your turn, but you'd also want to carry some more of that speed off the turn, so you're not reliant upon the switch at that moment in time to give you your speed and your power into the jump. Somewhere between the turn and the cut is ideally where you'd want to hit the switch.
Yeah, we definitely, as you heard Joel Poland talking about it, like he was cutting hard, but he wasn't having the speed through the turn. That's what's changed with jumping. Years ago they'd get in deep in a hole and just power it through. Now they want to be as light as possible and get the speed into the bottom, which he's doing better on this one, and it's a good ramp work.
Yeah, nice. I think
we had a 46.6 round 1. Is that pushing that? It's going to be in the mid-40s, I think.
Yeah, I would say so. Not as far as 46 meters, I don't think, but I would probably say I'd surmise about a 44, or maybe on the cusp of 45 meters, I would say, at least from this perspective.
Let's watch that replay. It's a good spot. Comes off nicely.
Though.
Yeah, I mean, she still came off the ramp. You can get away with things a little bit at 5 foot, can't you? She's jumping collegiately. That's probably what the ramp height she's used to. They've got to jump 51K, 32 mile an hour, but the ramp height's the same. And you can come in a little bit of different position and still, it doesn't have to be perfect. You can still kind of transition through the jump and get some distance out of it. There it is, 44 meters. We're right on the nose, 144 feet. Round 1 was still her longest of 46.6. She's got 4 competitors after her. Realistically, she knows it's going to be a tough one to make the final. Only taking 1 more spot. She knows it's between Aliyah, Janina, and Sasha. They're all going to go in excess of hopefully 50 meters or there and thereabouts. She's a 46-meter jumper, as we saw in the first round. That's her longest. If she can get something again like that, she's going to be a happy camper. And, the mission will be achieved that she wanted to do at the MasterCraft Pro.
All right, then. So we're on the 5-foot ramp. And let me ask you, Carl, you've heard of Daniel Dobringer, right?
I have, yes. I skied against him number of years back in the day, yeah.
Jumped 194 feet off a 5-foot high ramp at 57K.
At 57, wow.
Yeah.
That's a lot of speed at a 5-foot ramp height. And,
Proving you can get distance.
And sitting down on jump number 3. I've seen her do that a little bit, where she kind of hits the ramp, crushes a little bit, and then comes off a little bit behind her skis. She's corrected that in the first round. That second jump was pretty good too, 44 meters. Third one's not going to be her longest, but a pretty happy day for Kate Pincinel. Back to 5-foot jumping. Yeah, well, obviously, it's a great jump from Daniel Dobringer. I mean, he's been around a long time, got a lot of experience, and good to see him still competing and still charging at it to try and go that far. Collegiate record is now over 200. Is it 199 or is it over 200 feet? Quinn Haynes, has he got it?
I think about a 198, so 199.
I thought he went over 200. Whether it was actually at a collegiate tournament or not, I know it was at 5'32". He went right on 200 or something like that. So, but yeah, those guys in collegiate skiing to be able to go almost 200 feet at 5'51" is huge. But for Daniel to be able to do it at 57, in his senior years is pretty impressive.
Yeah, indeed. I actually saw that at the European Open Championships, and I could scarcely believe my eyes. Yeah, the European Open Championship.
He was at the Open Championship at 5 foot.
Yeah, 5 foot. It
Wow.
was it was about one of maybe one or two or three jumpers to jump at 5 foot.
What's his theory? Is he can't handle the 5.5? Is there an injury, or does he just feel like he can?
He can handle 5 foot a lot easier.
Because that's still a long jump, no matter which way you slice it. But at 5 foot, that's you think if he can go that far at 5 foot, he could probably still handle 55.5.
Yeah, indeed, and it was a remarkable jump that we saw earlier on. In the
Mind
season.
you, we got to talk about the ramp height. Obviously, the 5 foot height ramp height is a bit higher than it used to be, especially being a little bit longer. So that could come into play too. We're going to hear from Fred real quick.
Indeed, let's go to Freddie.
So, Kate, not as good as the first round, but a good day's jumping for you. You're happy?
Yeah, my first round was a PB, so I was really happy with that. And this one, the cuts felt good, just couldn't get much through the ramp.
Well, that's good. And is this your first pro event, did I hear?
It is, yeah.
And is it a different vibe? You're here with a lot of the very best in the world, and it's interviewed on TWBC. Like, is this a fun thing for you?
Yeah, it's amazing. Being right after Joel was a crazy feeling, and skiing with all these amazing skiers that I've idolized for so long.
And how old are you?
I'm 18.
Yeah, so the start of a big career. Yeah, well, fantastic. Well, good stuff today, PB. We'll see you, I guess. Well, we'll see what happens today, but if not, we'll see you at many other pro events. Back to you guys.
Yeah, cool to hear that from Kate. First pro event, having a PB in her first pro event.
Which was 46.6.
Yeah, and a handy PB, by quite a bit. She's ready to step up. She's making her debut, and hopefully we see her at many more events. And even at the 5.5 foot ramp height next time.
Did you see someone on the jump back there?
Oh, they're putting the ramp up still. Yeah, they're making sure everything's good.
Yeah, because we're moving up from 1 meter 50 to 1.65 meters.
They're doing it quick changes. Keep the event rolling. We're coming into what time is it now? It's what time is it? We've been here. 2:40. We've been here since 8 o'clock. We've had a ton of exciting slalom and a lot of jumping so far in the afternoon, and we're finishing up with this LCQ. Obviously, still in the back of the organisers' head too. The afternoons in Central Florida can get a little stormy, so they want to keep things rolling here. Make sure we get these LCQ rounds done. We've got 4 women and 4 men chasing their spots into tomorrow afternoon's finals. So far, the weather is looking good. The wind is holding. I don't see anything on the horizon, but it can change quickly here in Florida this time of year.
All right, here she comes from France. This is Perrine Saunier, who jumped 41.9 in the previous round. Let's see what she has in store. Oh, handle up a little bit high off the turn, and a little flat in towards the bottom of the jump. She was definitely determined.
Yeah, it looked uncomfortable is what I would say after that turn. She looked panicked in the turn. I don't think she was that late, but maybe she thought she was. And handle came up, got out of balance in the turn, then rocking around through the wakes, and definitely not in a position to really drive and get her lift. But she'll make some changes. She went 41.9. That's going to be a little shy of that. on jump number 1. She has been 45 meters. And if she can do the same, she'll get herself ahead of Kate Pincinel, who flew 44 on jump number 2.
Yeah, I think she laid an egg on that first jump there. But we'll see what Perrine Saulnier's opening jump is distance-wise in just a few seconds.
Yeah, you can see landing a little flat on 2 skis off the second wake and kind of riding on 2 skis. And when you got some weight on that left ski, it's very easy just to kind of fall over a little bit on the jump, lost her shoulder, kind of lost her balance, and didn't get much other ramp. 129. That's probably last round.
That's 39.4.
Yeah, last round she was had ahead of that on all 3 jumps. So not the ideal first one. Maybe it was the wind has picked up a little bit from when she jumped previously, and maybe there's some changes to be made. World Trick Champion on a, what does he call it, a scooter, a Vespa? Honda Huku, is that what it's called?
Huku or Ruku?
Ruku, okay.
Okay. I thought that was something you watch TV with.
Yeah, Mateus Gonzalez proved how good he is on a trick ski, won the Worlds by 10 points over Jake Abelson, and this is a better jump for Perrine. She'll be happy if she can ski it away. She got rocked, she pulls it back, and that's probably the tidiest jump. Whether it's the furthest one, she definitely got control all the way through, though.
So Perrine Saulnier looking, as you rightly described, very tidy. And sometimes the best jumps that the jumpers will take tend to be the easiest ones and the tidier ones as well.
Yeah, so she definitely got through the wakes cleaner. You could see her land on her right ski. The left one actually stayed up a little bit from the wakes to the ramp. What do we got here? 43.6. That's a nice jump. 143. 5 feet from her best, but probably right in there, the ballpark of her previous best before last weekend. She was strong into the bottom and able to kick. You see her kind of rising up through the top of the jump. Got a bit of a squirrely landing, and obviously these skiers need to stand up. They need to assume a skiing position, which is back on top of their skis with control of the rope before that jump is credited. If they don't, the score gets 0. They still get to carry on and get their next jumps, but they would not get credit for it. Could be the longest jump they have, and they will not get it. So landing and keeping the focus on landing. We've seen so many times in the past, skiers have a big jump, get excited, and then bounce or don't stand up and celebrate a bit too early and miss their scores. So so far in this event, that hasn't happened. We haven't seen anybody fall on any landings, which is good to see. And Perrine, can she come a little later and get a couple more meters, challenge that PB? 54 Ks, let her
be.
Yep. Running split, that means the boat's going right down the center of the course. And she gets a little pulled out and says, no thanks, I'm good. I'll let that one go.
Tell you what, when that handle got out of her hand, we weren't in a position to be able to tell how late she was, but sometimes when the handle gets out of your grip, when you spike the switch like now, you lose all control and you could end up going off the bottom left-hand corner.
Well, that's a risk too, right? But I'm glad she didn't try and take it because she was losing position through the wakes and she would have got pulled up into the jump. And, if she left it any later to let go, there's a chance she would have hit the bottom left and, sailed across the corner, which can be problematic.
And ended up in Steve's garden.
Possibly, or in the laps of some of our spectators down there on the shore watching this LCQ 2025 MasterCraft Pro. We're moving on now. It's Aliyah Young. She's our 3rd skier in this LCQ. She is our Malaysian jump record holder. She is close to being the Asian jump record holder if she isn't already. If anyone can do some research and figure out what that Asian jump record is, I'd love to know. It's very close. Then following her, we've got Janina Meckler and Sasha. We'll be rounding out our 5 competitors. They're going to need to look for 52, 53 meters, I think, to make the cut. Be that single skier, I think. Because Sasha, she's got 180 in her if she puts it all together, but definitely in the mid 70s. And Janina can do the same.
All right, so let's continue moving right along.
We're riding on board, yep. This is Aliyah Young, Hanifa.
Jumped 51 meters.
See exactly what she's seeing.
and another chance for you to win a ski of your choice. Go to waterskibroadcasting.com/play for your chance to win yourself either a D3 or a Connolly slalom ski.
Yep, get on that. I haven't put mine in yet, but I'm working on it.
Yeah.
Do we get? Can I pick the top 3 jumpers? Can I work on that and win anything? You got any little prizes for me, Tony?
It's only for slalom, unfortunately.
Okay.
But you can still enter.
Can still enter. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, you could win yourself a C1 if you wanted to.
Oh no, I'm definitely entering the slalom.
Or
I'm going to throw some
or a
predictions
carbon
out and jump too.
Or a carbon V.
Yep. Is your ski of your choice? Is it? Yeah.
Or a Big Daddy.
I might need one of those these days.
That Big Daddy is actually rather reliable.
Great ski,
versatile.
Yep, I've got one at the ski school.
I teach people how to get up on that thing on the daily.
Yep. Even skiers who have skied a lot, but they haven't been on the water as much. It's an easy start and it's easy transition. You can get kind of going again.
Here comes Aaliyah Young-Hannaford, jump number 1.
A little bit early, but came off well.
And swinging in the air a little bit.
Trying
at least
to
from
see
that
the buoys
perspective.
she's passing as she flies through the air. I didn't quite couldn't tell, but I think that's mid to higher 40s. We're going to say 46-ish, maybe 47.
Now, Aaliyah Young-Hannaford jumped 48.8 on a third and last jump in the previous round. So needing something closer to her personal best, which is 51 meters flat.
Yeah, that's a good jump. No, she came off well. 49.8.
Wow, that's within 1.2.
Yeah, that's a really strong jump, and that's right there around about where we saw Janina and Sasha in the first round. She's got a shot here. She's got find a little more distance to put even more pressure on. I think she did better off the second wake than she did the first round. She was a little bit tight.
Oh, look at that, though.
Yeah, a little tight off the second wake, shoulders in front, couldn't kick as strong. Looked more relaxed, driving. Was it a shake of the head on the landing? I don't know. But she should be happy with that jump. It's probably her second longest ever. But hopefully she can find even more feet, even more meters.
It might actually well be the second longest one, as you suggested, because her preliminary round distance of the World Championships was a 158 or 48.2 meters, and a jump in the final was the personal best jump of 51 meters or 167.
Didn't those guys fly at the Worlds? Everybody went a mile there. It was such good conditions. The pressure was on, and everyone responded well. Third and final. Can she find a little bit more? It's a hard cut into the bottom, and flailing a little bit as she left the ramp. That ski flicked up a little bit. I think. Oh, sorry. That is the second jump. Apologise. Getting ahead of myself there. That's she's got one more attempt. I don't think that's as far as jump 1. Didn't maybe tried a little bit too hard there. Found some distance on the first one, 163. Felt good about it, and sometimes you get a little bit too excited and push it a little bit on the jump 2. Just pushing there, and right ski coming. Oh, she's found more distance. It's 51.1.
All right,
that's huge. 168,
and that's a new Malaysian record.
What was the world's? 51
meters flat.
51 flat. And that is a new Malaysian record. That is a huge jump. Obviously had more speed than I realized. And even though she didn't quite come off the ramp, ski flailed a little bit. Had the speed to carry some way down the lake, and serious pressure applied to the next 2 skiers. Close on 170 feet from Aaliyah Young on jump number 2.
And because no one else in Malaysia has jumped anywhere close to that, it's safe to say that that's the Malaysian jump record, irrespective of gender.
Yep, for sure. And knowing that her jump at the Worlds was 51 flat, and that was 51.1, I have a feeling Saya's Asian record is a little further, 51.5, 51.6, somewhere around there. But that's going to be in her sights next. She's looking at trying to put it up over 52 meters. Saya doesn't ski as much, doesn't jump as much anymore. It's Aaliyah's for the taking if she can find another meter or so. It's a late cut from third and final. Can she push in?
Whoa!
Oh, there it is. Off the corner.
Up the bank.
She's okay.
Up the bank, right. into the food truck.
We're going to need to...
Well, there's no food truck anymore.
We see somebody running down, but I think she's okay. It's a pretty soft.
Look at this view.
Well, don't laugh yet, Tony. Hopefully she's okay first. She's
she's fine.
She's in some soft grass there. But we were just talking about that, weren't we? about passing and then hitting the corner. Decided to let go late.
And we've already got a camera person right next to her.
They're like, don't worry about that. Is the camera okay? Is the camera okay?
Yeah.
We're gonna run that camera down to the dock and get on the next gear. Let's look at this angle. It was a late cut, wasn't it? She made the decision a little too late. Right here, she thought, I'm going to hit the corner, let go, and I'll hit that corner instead. And lost a little balance. And that's some good footage. That's what we've been looking for from that helmet cam for a while.
Yeah, that's almost like something out of NASCAR. I'm sorry, folks. I do apologize to every single one of you listening out there. I apologize for a little bit of humor there, but sometimes you just have to laugh.
Apparently. No, that's. I'm glad she's okay. It's all right if she's okay. Hey, you know what? After a PB, a new Malaysian record, why not? Why not push it down a little bit and see what you got?
Yeah.
Take nothing away from her for that. That's,
and that jump
I'd be doing the same thing. See how far you can push it, and
that jump could be enough to be in the mix for tomorrow.
She's still on the hunt. Yeah, she's put some serious pressure on. She showed us some great angles of some big jumps, and then also a little scare on the last one. But Janina's got to step it up. Sasha can do it. Her season best for Janina is right around the same mark, I believe. She's back jumping, but only just, after getting back on the skis. And I think her season best is somewhere around that 51-meter mark. So she's going to have to really kind of chase after if she wants to have a turn on jump skis tomorrow.
All right, so our good friends over in Malaysia who are watching that, and what time is it in Malaysia right now? It's about 5 minutes to 3 in the morning. Sunday.
I'm sure.
On Saturday, I should say.
I'm sure Hanifa's up.
Yeah,
watching.
Yeah, he's
say
up.
Good day. How you doing? And your daughter did exceptionally well. Congratulations. All right, we're moving on. It's Janina Meckler. Letter S, 54K. And last time she did a 3/4 on her first. She says, no way, I'm getting into this. I'm doing a double straight from the get-go. Still a little bit on the early side by the marks of that dog.
Oh, that's a good-looking jump there.
Always comes off the ramp with extension and floats one down. I don't think she had the heat. I don't think she had the speed to carry in front of Aaliyah. Could be wrong.
But wasn't that something she said herself, that she just didn't have enough to push?
Yeah, in the wind, she struggled with getting the speed in the wind, but she made some changes, went for a double straight away, and hopefully she'll find a little more intensity. But beautiful ramp work. Comes off and really pushes over the front of the skis. I wonder what size they are. We saw her on the dock with them earlier. She's 4 foot nothing. I mean, her skis are probably 88 inches long, so she's got a lot to work with as she comes off the ramp and really leans into them to maximize that float. And we've got a 48.7, 160 feet. She's got to find 8 more feet. 9 would put her in front. Couple meters. That's only just to get ahead of Aaliyah, let alone Sasha, who's sitting patiently on the dock, watching, taking it all in.
And just to kind of mention a little bit there at the tail end, almost forgot to mention this with Aaliyah's jump in. She comes to us out of Putrajaya, Malaysia, and there is a possibility of a water ski pro tour stop being held there in Southeast Asia next season.
Oh,
so
really? Okay, awesome.
So we'll keep an eye on developments there from Kuala Lumpur as we move forward, as we see Janina Meckler.
Always enjoy going down to Malaysia. We had Asian Australasians there in Kuala Lumpur a long time ago, and obviously some World Cup stops in Putrajaya. This is a late cut. She's turned it up a notch. Can she hold on, get the lift? It's a big one.
Oh, I don't think so.
The skis spread a little bit. She might have gained a little bit more, but I don't think it's enough to take out Aaliyah at this stage.
I think a lot of it is down to her timing of a lift as she hit the jump, because she's starting to rise way before the ramp surface. This is the most forensic look we're gonna see off the second wake, getting set, and she rises, and then she sits back down again.
Yeah, we call it pre-kicking, just getting ready for the ramp. It's a fine line. You've got to do something before the ramp. We tell skiers not to. You tell skiers to stay down and drive all the way through, but every skier comes up somewhat to transition into their lift.
By 10 centimeters, our new leader is Janina Meckler with 51.2.
Ooh, that is just sneaks ahead. Same in feet, 0.1 of a meter. Does her job, but she's got one more jump, and she's got to contend with the skier on the dock.
So that eliminates Aliyah Young-Hanifa.
Sasha is now married to Taylor Garcia.
Yeah.
We would appreciate if she changed her last name to Garcia. Then we wouldn't have to pronounce that last name anymore.
But you raised
That's a tough one.
You raised that point, but there are a number of countries around the world, Italy included, that don't allow you to change your last name.
Yeah, I think it's fair enough. It would just help us out, that's all. Because Danishevskaya is not easy. Doesn't roll off the tongue naturally for a New Zealand guy.
What about an English guy?
Neither. All right, late cut, got a little slack line here, and she ends up there, getting there early enough, rush the turn. It's probably not going to be her longest. She's done her job, though. She's leading this LCQ by 0.1, and it all comes down to Sasha Garcia, who's going to be coming off the dock next.
Oh, you're trying. You're really, really trying.
I am.
All right, there. So we see Janina Meckler. 50.5 or 166 feet, but the damage is already done. 51.2. That's just 1 centimeter ahead of Aliyah Young-Hanifa.
Yeah, it's a good jumping from Janina. Her season's best, I think, is right around that mark. Like I said, she's just back on the jump skis. Isn't back to full force yet. Starting to push it a little bit. Starting to find some distances that could see her into the finals of these pro events. Definitely strong enough to compete in overall when she can trick 10,000 points and run deep 38 off. The jump, she's just letting that come back naturally. You never want to kind of push jumping when it's not quite ready. But she's got all the elements there, and I'm sure she'll find a few more meters in these next few tournaments to come. She's got a couple overall events in October, and I'm sure she'll see her stronger than ever next year in the jump event as well.
All right, and we've got the camera on top of Sasha's helmet. Now, the one element that we haven't really talked about an awful lot is the actual ramp itself. I mean, we've raised it to 1.50 meters, 1.65 meters high, and that's about the extent of our discussion there. But how about the amount of weight that you put onto the jump and the amount of barrels and flotation? Because I see about a dozen concrete blocks underneath that ramp surface right now. So why would you put that much weight and reciprocal flotation?
Geez, you're testing me now, Tony. But every ramp's built differently. Some are over constructed, or the frame's heavy or a frame's light, depending on how much sort of metal you put underneath it, whether it's an aluminium frame, a steel frame. Sometimes you can overdo the. Put too much flotation in it, and then you got to kind of weight it back down again, and that kind of settles it into the water, makes it feel a little bit more sturdy as well. There's a few different ideas to it. The base, well, you want it consistent and floating well, but it's really the surface and the flex and the actual and the structure of the surface. That's what gives you the long jumps. As long as that's not too solid, it has got a bit of give in it, and then a little bit of a curve. That's what gives you the really long jumps.
There we go. There's Sasha Denierskaya.
Has she done it on jump number 1? It's going to be extremely close.
I think it is. It's probably going to be on the cusp of 50 meters.
She doesn't often fall short of 170 feet when she's jumping well. We saw her last round pass jumps 1 and 2, and then didn't quite connect. She was a little late on jump 3, and she came up short with 50 meters, right around 50 meters. She looks like she's got her spot a little better, and she has got jump number 1, 54.4. Wow.
Tap of the head, please.
I think she's going to call it a day. That's what she was looking for in the first round, 178. That actually ties what Brittany Greenwood came up with, and showing her true potential, almost 180 feet.
But yeah, you do raise a good point there. That's equal to what Brittany Greenwood produce, but it won't actually get her into a tie for the lead or anywhere close. It would still mean that she'll be the first competitor off the dock.
Yeah, well, it's further than Regina went, right, in the first round, but no, she'll be off the dock first. And then we'll go follow with Regina, Brittany, and then heading up the field is... No, sorry, it wasn't Brittany, it was Hannah. Hannah's in second. And Brittany's in our top spot. Yeah, that's
but
right.
just to say, whatever the distance is,
I think that's actually the longest jump of the tournament so far. 54.3, I would say it was Brittany's, if I remember rightly.
That's correct, 54.3.
I'm getting old, but memory's still holding in there sometimes.
Still chugging away.
54.3 was the longest in preliminary rounds. Sasha's taken that lead, but she will be the first off the dock, as you said, Tony.
Here we go, jump number 2. And
decides to pass. Now she's out there testing things, I think. She's going, okay, that was a great first jump. That's where I want to be. I've redeemed myself from the first round.
And she now she's turning for some advice.
I know I'm capable of it. Let's see what I've got here and see if I can kind of find my spot.
Look at that turn, though.
Yeah.
She really rotates well off that turn, almost overdoes it.
Tell you what, if that had been the final, I think she might have taken that. I think she would have said, you know what, I can hold this. She's done her job, though. She can't win the event on these next couple of jumps. She can definitely lose it if we don't see her compete tomorrow. So she's just kind of finding her spot. We'll see her back tomorrow. First one off the dock in the women's jump final, followed by Regina Jaquist, Hannah Streltsova, and our top seed will be Brittany Greenwood Wharton.
Yeah. And it's nice to actually see the jumps as they're performed from this view because, I mean, in most instances, the only person that knows what's going on out there is you, the skier.
Yep.
Now you can actually see what you're seeing.
So, it's just POV, is that what you call it?
FPV.
Sorry, yeah. First-person view is what we're getting here from the helmet cam. I am requesting a microphone for next year.
The type of microphone that goes along the cheek.
Yep, something just so we can hear exactly what they're thinking on their way back, or even what they're thinking when they turn to the ramp.
Would you like a 5-second delay to that as well?
No, we might need the Vince might need to put the little beep if there's some curse words used, which there often is when you don't come off the ramp right.
That's just on a normal jump.
All right, one jump remaining. She's done her job. She's in the final as our LCQ qualifier at the 2025 MasterCraft Pro, presented by Action Watersports. One more jump, and it's another beauty.
She was up in the air a while. Look at that.
You know what? The first round wasn't great, but I've got my form back. I'm ready for tomorrow.
Wow. And I think she's definitely spared her blushes with that set, 54.4 meters on the first jump, and I think that one could end up being a little bit further if all the elements are in the right place. A skier who practices here every single day. Look at that.
Textbook jumping, came off the ramp really strong. It's going to be right there, thereabouts. Spared her blushes. Explain that one. That's a new one for me.
Yeah, I mean, because she skis here.
Is that an English thing?
Yeah, it's an English thing.
177 on jump number 3. Talk more. Spare what?
Spare your blushes.
Okay.
English expression just basically avoids embarrassment.
Okay. I'll have to use that in a sentence tomorrow.
Yeah, okay.
54 meters, great jumping. She's very, very consistent.
Maybe I should look under Amazon for a book of idioms and send that to you.
Yeah, I'd like that. If I'm going to sit here on the mic with you, I'm going to need that to refer to every once in a while.
All right there, Sasha Denyaskaya, our lead skier out of the LCQ, 178. Janina Meckler, first person out with 51.2. Aliyah Younghanatha, new Malaysian national jump record with 51.1 meters. Kate Pinsono with 44 meters flat, but she does have a new personal best from the earlier round of 46.6. And Perrine Saunier with 43.6, 143 feet. All right, there. We're going to go into the men's shortly, but stick around. More live coverage here at the 2025 MasterCraft Pro. And when we return, we'll have the men's jumps, LCQ, next. Okay, before we go into our break, let's check in dockside.
Sasha, that was a bit more like it, wasn't it? I mean, that's a very, very good set. Big jumps, big scores, and you're in the final.
Yeah, that was fun. I just needed to relax and not try as hard, I guess.
Well, you said after the first your first round there that you kind of you know the place well, you just didn't kind of put it together, but you put it together here. What was the big difference?
Honestly, I went easier. I did not go for like perfect jump. I just wanted to jump, and yeah, I did it. So it's fun.
And I think 178. You tied for the best score of the day, so that puts you in for a really good spot for tomorrow. I mean, okay, I think you'll stay in fourth. You'll be first off. You can put some pressure on.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it's actually going to be nice because skiing at home is already a lot of pressure, so I feel like I'd rather go, have fun, don't know the score, go for whatever I can do, and then enjoy the show.
Well, you've had 2 attempts at it, and you know what now works. Go easier, go further.
Exactly, yeah. Just go easier and jump farther.
Perfect. Well, you heard it here from the finalists tomorrow. Back to you guys.
All right, then, and amongst all the celebrations going on dockside, we have a new national record for Malaysia. Aliyah Young-Hanifa, and from what I understand, that record applies almost to both genders, doesn't it? To you're the women's national record holder, but it also happens to be the best one, irrespective of gender, right?
Yes, indeed.
All right, then, let's have a look at that first jump, the one. I believe it is jump number 2 that set the record, 51.1 meters. So, jump number 2. Let's have a look at this. And what were you thinking around about this point here?
I was like, just go for it, because I was also already a little late and just pushing my limit. But I knew I mean, it's a great lake, great boat. Like, I should have done that.
All right, then. So this is your third jump right here. You want to take...
Yeah. Oh, God. Oh.
This is the second jump where you got the most distance out of, and we'll re-rack number 3. But kind of swinging out a little bit in the air there, I fancy.
Yeah, a little bit. I was like I said, I was slightly late, so I was still getting like pulled by the boat a little. So that's probably why I was swinging a little.
All right, let's have a look at number 3.
Oh, God.
Yeah. Let's have a look. Let's try and gauge a little bit of reaction here, especially from that camera on the helmet. Let's have a look and see. At about what point did you realize you weren't going to make it?
Probably like here, and then I let go. Yeah, that was just a little silly. I mean, yeah, because I felt, I had my 51.1 already, and the Asian record is 51.2. And so...
What?
Yeah, so that's why I just decided to go a little later and then try to push it a little, but that didn't end up well, as you could see.
Okay. All right, then. So have you got any other tournaments this season? Collegiate Nationals, I take it it's going to be one of your next ones?
Yeah, we got regionals first, and then nationals in October. And then, I'm also doing the overall tour, so I'll be going there.
Well, okay.
At Fluid.
No worries.
Yeah.
So you'll ski at Fluid. You'll probably ski at Travers as well with that one as well?
Just Fluid.
Just Fluid, okay. Well, we'll certainly look forward to seeing a good performance from you. Once again, thanks once again for your efforts, both at the World Championships and right here at the Isles of Lake Hancock at the 2025 MasterCraft Pro. New Malaysian jump record, 51.
Record, new PB. Yep.
New PB.
Thank you so much, Tony.
All right, then. So we got our men's jumpers up on the list, and congratulations to you, Miss Aliyah, and best of fortunes come your way. All right, there. Rob Hazelwood, Will Roberts, Emil Ritter are ready to go. And Dorian Llewellyn as well. All right, there. So good to talk to Aliyah there.
Yeah, good stuff from Aliyah, and just discussing, I don't know if she mentioned it on the interview, but the Asian record is 51.2.
Yes,
so
indeed.
close
it is. Yeah.
At the Worlds.
That's why she
by
took that
0.2.
third jump.
So close by 0.1 here, but I have a feeling she's going to take that record here pretty soon. And I'm sure, although it's Saya Hirasawa's record, she's going to be the first one to congratulate her, because it's great to see some Asian skiers coming up and claiming spots in finals and performing so well on an international stage.
I'm surprised that Hanifa wasn't calling around about the time of that interview.
Yeah, I thought he'd send us a photo of his watch party at 3 a.m.
Yeah. Oh, that yeah, absolutely. Let's hit us with the QR code. Thank you very much, Vince. He's always on the.
He's on it, isn't he?
He's on it.
Sometimes I think he sleeps in there, but no, he's on it.
No, he doesn't. I don't think Alicia would appreciate that too much.
All right, we're onto the open men's. We've got 5 skiers remaining, and 2 of these guys will join the other 4. Actually, sorry, 4 skiers remaining. 2 of these guys will make it through to the final. Will it be Robert Hazelwood? Going a 3/4 cut. He couldn't find his legs. Couldn't get his lift on the first round. He's still struggling, splitting on the jump.
Here.
It's better
and
than
he knows
he did.
it too.
It's maybe mid-80s, but it's not the jump he's looking for today. He's competing against the likes of Dorian Llewellyn, who's probably the favourite to make it in, along with Emil Ritter. Will Roberts could do it, but all 4 of these guys fell short of the 2:10 magical mark, and Ben Lutz snuck his way straight into the final. So congrats to him. And then obviously our other 3 jumpers were miles down the lake with the 225s, 226, 232s from Jack Critchley and Ryan Dodd, leading the way for an exciting afternoon tomorrow. Stay tuned. We've got a few more skiers before coverage finishes today, but starting again tomorrow morning, 8 o'clock with the women's slalom, followed by men's slalom. That's preliminary rounds 2. No LCQ in slalom. It's just 2 rounds. Best 8 scores make it through men. Best 6 for women.
Yes, indeed.
And then once that's completed, we'll be going straight into the finals. Starting a give or take lunchtime tomorrow. So stay tuned, guys.
All right.
Subscribe or put a little reminder up. Join that watch party.
Okay, so two competitors out of this LCQ men's qualifier advance through to the finals, and hoping to be one of those 2 to advance.
And Robert Hazelwood finding a little more distance. That wasn't the jump he's looking for, but 192 feet, nothing to sneeze at, and hopefully he can build confidence. That's the ramp work that we are accustomed to seeing from Rob Hazelwood, and he's pretty happy with that.
Yeah, that'll be over 60, I would
that's
say.
That's over 200 feet, yeah.
So 58.4 on the first, 192 feet. I suspect that one is going to be maybe about a 61 or 61-ish meters, I would say.
Yeah, just from his reaction, he's found another 10 feet or so. It's not going to be enough, I don't think, to make the top 2. Something will have to happen adversely to our next couple of skiers. 62.7. He has found a lot more feet. 206. As easy as it was a bit misleading, that distance.
Yeah.
Really kind of hung up in the air a long time. Going from the round 1 where he couldn't buy a 200-foot jump, and then just does that so easy.
Still has a lot more room to give, though. But a decent-looking jump there. That is 62.7. All right, not bad there from Rob Hazelwood as we see Will Roberts get ready for his turn alongside Emil Ritter.
So 206 feet. That's further than he went at the Worlds, isn't it? He went somewhere around that vicinity, 205, 62 something. He was chuffed with that jump. And that's a little pressure. These the other 2 guys, aside from Dorian, the other 2 guys didn't really find that much distance in the first round. They were right around 200 feet, just over. So he's put some pressure on them. They have to increase, and that's another beautiful jump.
Huge jump there.
And he's going to be happy with that set. He's he's been injured. He's come back and figured it out. 3/4 cut, 206 feet. He'll be happy with his set, and hopefully we can see him back slaloming back to his normal standard tomorrow as well.
He jumped 62.5 in the recent World Championships, which was enough for a 204-foot effort.
Technically, that is a beautiful jump. That wake jump, the landing on the right, just super smooth. just a tad behind his skis, ever so slightly. And he's found another foot. That's probably his longest jump in 4 or 5 years, 207 feet. I don't know what his personal best is outright. It's probably somewhere around 210 to 212, 64 meters or so. But so easy, doing that on a 3/4 cut. Congrats to Rob Hazelwood. And yeah, Will and Emil and even Dorian got to find some distance in this LCQ.
All right, so excellent jump in there. Now Rob Hazelwood has thrown the gauntlet. A reminder that it's the top 2 jumpers out of this LCQ round that advance through to the men's jump final, which will consist of 6 competitors in total, because we've already qualified the top 4 out of the previous round.
That's correct. 2 competitors will join our top 4. And a 6-man final tomorrow afternoon. That's going to be extremely exciting. Everyone kind of, you'd think they're kind of just taking it a little bit easy, making sure they secure their spot in this first round. But we've already seen distances over 230 feet. And that wasn't even from our top-seeded skier, Joel Poland, who we know can do even more than that. Will we see a 240? We haven't seen one for a little while. The last time we saw a 240-foot jump, I'm going to say it was at the MasterCraft Pro from Ryan Dodd maybe 3 years ago. That's a stat you can look up for me there, Tony. But yeah, he won that tournament with 240 feet, and I think that's the last time I've seen a 240-foot jump in a while.
Yeah, there have been a number of 240-foot jumps.
There's been a lot of, between Freddie and Ryan Dodd, there's been a lot of, and maybe Jarrett Llewellyn has been over 240 a long time back in the day, but there hasn't been too many at pro events. I know of Freddie might have done it a couple times at an event or two. I know Ryan's done it once at the Masters and maybe at the MasterCraft Pro, but I haven't seen a 240-foot jump. Prove me wrong over the last few years. Obviously, Joel Poland 237 was up there, but it's a whole new ball game going from 230 to 240. Oh, that's a big slip back and almost going out the back. That surprised him, and he did well to pull that one back. Yeah, he was pretty a little casual about this one, possibly. Last round, he wasn't finding his legs. Maybe tried to push his cut a little bit and just slipped way back on the ramp. And that'll be a distance he will wave away. He'll forget about it. Hopefully he can find some power into the jump on jumps 2 and 3. He's chasing 207 feet. And right now, Rob hasn't done his job to get a good score for the slalom final. How cool would it be to see him in the jump final? We've got a couple more skiers to wait and see if he's going to earn his spot. Are you crunching numbers over there? Come on, tell me. When was it? It was 2022.
I mean, I'm researching all the way back to like the U.S. Open where Jimmy Seamer's jumped 235 feet there, but
yeah. So we are trying to figure out. I remember Ryan Dodd going 240 feet at a MasterCraft Pro. It wasn't at this site. It was at a slightly better site, just down the road. I got to say that. Come on.
You're not biased or anything.
No, but he did have the longest jump of the year there, and like I said, that was the last time I've seen anybody over 240 feet. And one of the few times in pro events that we've seen distances that far. I know Freddie's done it. I know Ryan's done it before too. But yeah, the guys who've been over 230 is maybe a handful, 12, 13 now. Over 240, maybe only 2 or 3. Will Roberts coming in. He's going to forget jump number 1. The skis almost went over his head, but he's found a little bit more here and extended off the jump. It's a good jump. He's going to challenge,
certainly
challenge Rob Hazelwood. Was it 207? I don't know. He's going to have to kind of put his foot down a little bit more, get his cut dialed in. You saw Rob do it on a pretty easy cut, but he got a lot out of that jump and floated one down. Let's wait and see on the distance. 138 feet, 42.1. I'm surprised they even read that one on the first one. That was a lot better. That's over 200 feet. How far? It's 209. He's done his job. He's eked out Rob Hazelwood. It's not all over for Rob yet, though. We've got 2 skiers remaining. But 209, that's going to stand him in good stead. You got Emil and you got Dorian to follow. .240 feet was Ryan Dodd.
73.2.
73.2, 2022. Memory's good.
Yeah.
I'm still good.
You still got it. You're not going doolally just yet.
No, of course I remember that event because that was one at our place down at Action Watersports in Lake Crew in Polk City, and one of the best jumps, like I said, I've seen in pro competition. 240 feet. Love to see that again. I think Joel's going to be the next one over 240 feet. Possibly you got Jack Critchley knocking on the door, getting consistent over 230 the last few competitions. One of those guys is going to put some big distances up, and obviously we're seeing Ryan Dodd back to full form too. Last one, 209, 63.6 meters. It's good. Is it enough? He doesn't know until Emil and Dorian take to the water. It's another good jump, same ballpark, maybe a little less. It's really going to come down to what Emil, and I think Dorian's been jumping well enough. I think he can turn it on. Emil, I'm not sure. I know he's capable. Whether he's been skiing as much as he'd like, I know he lives in an area where he doesn't get on the water as much as he's all year as long as much as he'd like. Definitely got the ability to go well in excess of 209, but to do it when you've been undertrained is difficult. 205, he rounds out his round of the LCQ with 205, 62.9. Better jumping than we saw from in the first round. Very smooth, this guy. When he's jumping well, gets through the wakes very clean, and shows some good potential in their jump event.
So Will Roberts there with 63.6 meters, just nudging Rob Hazelwood off the top step in this LCQ. Got 2 more competitors to go.
Yeah, well, if I was a betting man, I wouldn't bet against Emil or Dorian. They've got the creds to surpass the distance from both Rob Hazelwood and Will Roberts. But just quietly, I'd love to see Rob into the jump final.
I think everyone does.
Well, maybe he'll do a double for us and push it down the lake a little bit.
Maybe. Or maybe you can back it down a little bit so he doesn't give Flo a heart attack.
Possibly.
All right, then. So skier on the water.
What that does mean, though, I'm sorry, back to Rob's jumping. 207 on a 3/4 cart. He's training at it. He can trick. He did it at the Worlds. He tricked high 9s. He can run 3/4 at 41. That's starting to get some respectable overall scores. If he can just add a few more feet, in anything over 210 with that sort of slalom and a 10,000 point trick run, that's some.
But that's too much. That's too much like hard work.
Well, yeah, but he's been working hard. He's been training for the last month or so for Worlds, and so he's done the work. He's got it behind him. He's just got to kind of keep just fine tuning and get all 3 events together in one round. And who knows what he can do?
Maybe you should do overall every other year.
Shows how talented he is on the water in all 3 events. Emil Ritter now, letter X, 57K. Still a little early here on jump number 1, waiting for the ramp.
Oh, yeah,
he's come off the ramp
well.
Oh, that's
does he land? Does he land and ride it
landing.
out? Come on. Oh.
Yeah. He keeps it alive that no one has missed a landing yet.
And you know what I'm noticing a little bit with some of our jumpers? Their actual binding setups, because I've noticed that these white wraps have been a
few people making wraps. We'll give a shout out to
I think Waters,
Brandon Waters, who's Waters Wetsuits. He's been making jump wraps, a little stiffer than the traditional Wiley's wraps. Provide a little bit more support. There's a few guys around. I know Jim Clooney up in Canada has been playing with some different material just to find the right support. And a good opening jump, 207 feet. Where does that slot him? It is...
That puts him in third right now.
63.2. Well, he's probably going to slide ahead, isn't he? Because he's got a bigger jump than Rob Hazelwood, and the dream is over for Rob Hazelwood, unfortunately. Will Roberts is going to get ahead of him, and Emil Ritter going to back up in round 1 and will get ahead of him too. So we won't see Rob tomorrow, but congrats on his jumping. It's 2:07. Emil has earned his spot so far, but he's chasing down another, what are we looking, 2 feet, 0.4 of a meter, and then I think he'll feel secure, so feel safe that he's going to sneak into that final tomorrow, because he knows Dorian's quite capable of flying in excess of 209.
Okay, so it...
he did that easy. He didn't have the big cut, did he, Tony?
No, he didn't.
Can he find it here? A little bit more speed. Yeah, this is later. Commits a bit better through the wakes. More speed. A little bit pulled up. Is that what you saw?
I saw him straightening his back off the second wake, you know, almost as if he was trying to back away from it.
Yeah, sometimes that happens with him. He's had a bit of a tumble through the wakes before in front of the jump. He's improved tremendously since then, and he cuts through the wake very cleanly now. But every once in a while, he's a bit of he stands a bit taller through the wakes, and that right ski can catch a touch. And I think that's probably what you saw, just kind of
like
there.
Yep,
that right ski pulled back. His shoulders kind of got moved around a bit. He still controlled it well and got some ramp work. Whether it's further than 2:07. It's going to be close. Will Roberts knows he's got to survive this onslaught of jumping from Emil Ritter. So far he's done it. It's 2:05 on jump 2. And Emil has one more chance. It's still not all over. It depends on what Llewellyn can come up with. But Will Roberts is there going, you know what? One more jump and I'm in. If Emil Ritter cannot exceed 2:09 on this third and final, we will see Will Roberts in our final tomorrow. And that's pretty cool to see both, it'd be cool to see Ben and Will, both young guys, not skiing all the pro events, but electing to come to this MasterCraft Pro and skiing so well. One more chance, one more roll of the dice. It's Emil Ritter from Chile. He's our Pan American Games champion.
Yep, that's right.
Personal best, 220 plus feet. Can he find a little later? Control it through the wakes. Here it is. It's clean there, and he's got good
that's
ramp
better.
work.
That is better.
You saw it. Stand it up, Emil. That's going to be in the final. He connected off the ramp, didn't he? He just got that pull and that launch that we're so used to seeing from him.
If that's 63.7 or higher, then that definitely would qualify him to be into the jump final.
Yep. I think he's done it. Super nice guy, Emil Ritter. Works hard at his sport with every opportunity he gets. And when he gets that sort of ramp work, it's misleading how far this guy can go. Waiting for the score patiently. It comes through. It is in. It is 66.9 meters. Not by a little bit. By a long way, he makes it in. And 219 feet, Tony. Brilliant jump. And that's what he's been looking for. He knows he kind of should have done that in round number 1.
And I'll be curious to find out if that jump is anywhere close to a Chilean record. But in the meantime, and maybe asking that question is
a breather because he's just got off the water. But Emil, we good now? We're good. Okay, we can talk. Okay, so 219, you're in the final there. That's a good feeling. You'll be skiing tomorrow.
Yeah, it's a pretty good feeling. It's been a rough season. It started pretty well, but then that crash at Masters killed me. I haven't been able to train. Worlds was a mess. Tournaments before was a mess. So finally, no knee pain. Able to go through the wakes. So I'm happy with that.
Very good. And I mean, we talked to Jack earlier, and he had a disappointing Worlds too. And it's really nice that as much as the Worlds is such a big tournament and often the centre of a lot of people's universe, to come back to a great tournament like this, and be able to sort of get some retribution to bring it back. That's also really nice, no?
Yeah, for me it was like a really tough mental game because it's my right knee. So as soon as I was pushing through the wakes, it hurt. So I was jumping out there, didn't know if it was going to hurt, if it was all right. So this time I just fully trusted it was fine, and yeah, happy with that.
There we go. Congratulations, you're in the final, and we'll see you tomorrow. Back to you guys.
Awesome skiing from Emil Ritter. We will see him tomorrow. And now it's down to Dorian. It's going to be the Dorian Llewellyn, or it's going to be Will Roberts. 209 feet is the mark. Will Roberts can do nothing about it. The man on the water, he's got 3 jumps to play with. He pulled off at 210. It was slightly shy of Ben Lutz in the first round. but he's capable of so much more. And as we heard from Freddie, that the Worlds it's a big tournament, but it's only another event, and anything can happen. It happens to the best of them, but to come back and redeem themselves at the next tournament is good to see. Okay, final skier on the water right now. It's been a big day of competition at the 2025 MasterCraft Pro. This is the LCQ of Open Men's Jump. And it's all down to the Canadian on the water, the young guy, the world overall champion in 2025, the bronze medalist in jump. Here he is, powering in for jump number 1, and I think he's done it.
That's it.
Look at that, floated it down. He didn't give us the fifth throw, but he never gets too... it doesn't really show signs of, if he's happy with the jump when he lands. But he went sky high as he left the ramp on that one. Dug in strong. Beautiful ramp work, and I think that's, if it's not 220, it's there and thereabouts.
So tremendous effort there from Dorian Llewellyn. This should be...
Watching that slow-mo replay, beautiful turn, and right there, loaded in, and we are 217 feet, and we have our stage set for a huge final tomorrow. The top 6 will be Dorian Llewellyn. What place he's going to be, he'll be either first off the dock or second with 217. And let's hear from Freddie with Rob Hazelwood.
I mean, I've seen you in the slalom field with me a lot more in the last, how many years, and not really on the jump dock, but you've made a comeback this year. You did Worlds. You made a decision to come back here. You looked like you had fun out there.
Yeah, I got pretty pumped at Worlds when the boat was absolutely hauling, so I was like excited to jump, and I was like, where else do I know that the boat is going to be hauling straight away? I'm like, MasterCraft Pro. Literally came off the water at Worlds, saw Dana like 5 minutes later and was like, any chance? And she was like, well, you just did the score to qualify. So I was like, I've done all the training through the summer to train for Worlds. It's not going to affect me to keep it going for a couple more weeks. So it was a lot of fun to get out there. First round was frustrating. Just couldn't quite wrap my head around a couple feels. And then good to get something out there in the second round. I just one more round, and I feel like it would have been able to put the two together. But Dorian just sent one, Emil just sent one, so conditions are looking beautiful, and fingers crossed I can figure something out in slalom tomorrow, because this morning wasn't it.
Well, I'm sorry we're not going to get you the third round to break the world record, but we'll see you hopefully next year, and we'll see you slaloming tomorrow. Back to you guys.
All right, Rob Hazelwood. Taking a moment there, just chilling on the dock. He's had a good round of jumping, and we hope he slaloms a little better tomorrow. Dealing with some injuries, but Dorian Llewellyn, the man on the water, he has one jump left, and we'll be packing things up for this day one. He's done his job on jump 1, 217 feet. He did that easily. That second approach, he pushed it a bit. You could see in his turn, he kind of forced it a bit. He got in the course. He was able to execute that sort of intensity, that sort of cut at the World Champs, and he sent it down 229 feet to come up third. And he needs some sort of distance like that to have a chance of getting on the podium tomorrow. We've already seen two skiers over 230 feet. Also Joel Poland, 226 feet. So the guys are flying. Dorian's had a good jump in this second round, but not as good as he'd like. He's going to do one more jump remaining, and this is just kind of for himself to get set for tomorrow. I know he wants to feel another third and final jump, get over the ramp, hopefully go in the 20s or even further, and give him some confidence to battle tomorrow afternoon. The final event of the day will be the men's jump final.
All right, then, third and last. The last piece of action that we'll see out there on the water for today. We've got a whole bunch of second round action in the slalom tomorrow, along with the finals of each event. Here comes Dorian Llewellyn coming on in.
Too late.
Too late on that one. But
maybe so. He's waiting for tomorrow. Maybe he could take that. He was getting very, very close to that dock, wasn't he? Made the turn. He's probably a little upset he didn't take that one, or sort of push it, and see what he could do. But he was very close to the dock. Drove in hard and said, you know what, I'll save that approach for tomorrow. In the final, he'll be first off the dock. Ritter has the longest jump. He will be second, and then we'll move to our top four. Ben Lutz, Joel Poland, Jack Critchley, and rounding it out, Ryan Dodd.
Excellent stuff there. So that will conclude our day's action for today. Emil Ritter, first person out of the LCQ. He will be the second to last skier, the second skier to take to the water. Because the first skier will be Dorian Llewellyn with his jump of 66.1 or 217 feet. And at this stage of the competition, we lose Will Roberts and Rob Hazelwood. Commiserations to them, but I'm sure that better days will be going in their general direction. So that's about it for today. Tomorrow, I believe we're going to start around about the same time, if that's correct. Yep. Tomorrow, 8 a.m. Thank you for watching. And on behalf of everyone here who has a direct stake in ensuring that this MasterCraft Pro is a success here at the Isles of Lake Hancock, this is the 2025 MasterCraft Pro. On behalf of Kyle and everyone here at TWBC, until 8 a.m. tomorrow morning for the continuation of this event, it is ciao for now.
Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Brian. How can I help you? Yeah, Will. Can I let him know who's calling? All right, just a second. Will, I got a fill for you.
Perfect. Give me just 1 second. All right, hit it. Thanks for holding. This is Will. Hey, how's it going? Good.
Get ready, set, go! It's that time! Everybody kick it and go!
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
They'll all tell you their boat's the best. We don't need to, because the moment you're behind the wheel of a MasterCraft, you'll feel it. Speaking of performance, watch this. In the boat, plush, premium, cool to the touch, plus the smartest tech and the smoothest ride. Because we're built to last, not just built to sell. You might call it bold. We just call it the standard. MasterCraft. Better every time.